full circle sometimes during the course of a trial, Mike.
Yeah. It really, really does. Thank you there so much for all of those updates. Fascinating stuff always. Thanks so much, Teresa Priolo, with the very latest.
You got it.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll get you some of the highlights from President Biden in New York City. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to track in Alabama 2 active tornado warnings happening right now, and we're getting some ground footage right now, unfortunately, showing you some of the destruction here with this tornado that was on the ground. And this is the very latest. We were showing you pretty compelling coverage just moments ago of this track. And let's just go back to just some of the radar that you can still see there in Alabama as that huge cell continues to push forward there. But 2 active tornado warnings still happening right now for Alabama there in the Birmingham area. Wanted to show that to you one more time there as crews there on the scene of this tornado damage there that was on the ground. And we were being told from Fox Weather when it was on the ground that it was on the ground for a good portion of the time, and also the cell was developing for quite some time, over 2 hours there, then when it made touchdown there on the ground. So we'll continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox all throughout the evening there as that severe weather. I mean, it's hard to believe we're in February only and we're talking about tornadoes. That is something. All right, everyone, we are now going to go and show you some of the highlights from earlier. President Biden was with the NYPD, did a roundtable there talking about crime, talking about gun violence, and so much more.
Representative Velasquez, they rode up on a flight with me, and other members of Congress that are here. Thank you, and I just want to thank Mayor Adams and Commissioner Sewell, all the law enforcement here today for not having me for what you do every single day. It's and let me start by saying Detective Wilbur Moore and Jason Rivera are the who and what law enforcement ought to be, and the Senator Gillibrand and I have talked about that on the way up as well. I've spoken to their families, and their loss for the city is also a loss for the nation. You know, the future's cut short by a man with a stolen Glock with 40 rounds, a magazine with 40 rounds. It's really a weapon of war. One of the things I was proudest of years ago when I was in the Senate, I was able to get these weapons and the size of magazines outlawed. That got changed. It got overruled, but I don't see any rationale why there should be such a weapon able to be purchased. It doesn't violate anybody's Second Amendment rights to deny that opportunity. But anyway, their futures were cut short by a man with a stolen Glock and that 40-round magazine. And I tell you, I want to thank the man back to my left. I think he's sitting right there for taking on. Stand up. If you excuse as I used to say in the Senate, a point of personal privilege. When the economy died in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and I moved down to Delaware with my dad and my mom and the family, I moved to a little town called Claymont, Delaware, and it was a steel town just across the border from Pennsylvania, right up in that arc. And I spent 12 years going to school there. Well, actually not 12, I started in third grade. At any rate, I went to a school, a little Catholic school called Holy Rosary, across some small police department and a fire hall. And everybody that I grew up with either became a cop, a firefighter, or a priest. I wasn't qualified for any of them, so here I am. But I admire the hell out of all of you. I really do. I'm not being solicitous. I mean it sincerely. And to the many parents, spouses, brothers, sisters who have to bury a piece of their soul in the deep earth, it's really tough stuff. It's hard as hell. You all know it. To lose a colleague, to lose a son, a daughter, a husband. And I want to thank, if there are not many here, but I want to thank all the spouses of every one of you or your significant other, because every time you pin that shield on and walk out the door, they're worried whether they're going to get that phone call. Get that phone call. Too many have gotten the phone call lately. And every day in this country, 316 people are shot, 106 are killed, and 6 NYPD officers have been victims of gun violence so far just this year. The same in the town north of me, Philadelphia, and my much smaller town of Wilmington, Delaware, Washington, D.C. 64 children injured by gun violence so far this year, 26 killed. It's enough. Enough is enough, because we know we can do things about this, but for the resistance we're getting from some sectors of the government and the Congress and the state legislatures and the organizational structures out there. You know, Mayor Adams, you and I agree. The answer is not to abandon our streets. That's not the answer. The answer is to come together, the police and communities, building trust and making us all safer. The answer is not to defund the police. It's to give you the tools, the training, the funding, to be partners, to be protectors, and community needs you, and know the community. You know, policing that treats everyone with respect and dignity. That's why I called on the Congress to pass a budget later this year that provides cities like New York and others with an additional $300 million for community policing. You know, where the police interact with the community, get to know the community, build trust in the community. And I've noticed in my experience when I wrote the first crime bill, I noticed that, you know, I don't hear many communities, no matter what their color, their background, saying, I don't want more protection in my community. I don't know. I haven't found one of those yet. And so I've asked the Congress to provide $200 million to invest in community violence intervention programs as well. They work. They work. Where community members with credibility work directly with people that are most likely to commit crimes or be victims of gun crimes. And they work. For example, in 2017, the program I'm going to see this afternoon, which sends people to the community, in the community to interrupt violence, to mediate conflicts, to de-escalate, succeed in preventing a single shooting from occurring in this largest public housing development last year. No shooting for a full year because they engaged directly with the community. You know, I know this is a priority for Senator Schumer, what y'all are doing here. If I hear one more call from him that we need more money for housing and more money for cops, I don't know. I'm going to send them back to y'all. But all kidding aside, this is $500 million of proven strategies, and we know will reduce crime. Congress needs to do its job to pass the budget. Every one of these folks here from Congress are all supportive. But, you know, it's time to fund communities, community police, and the people who are going to protect them. Look, as I said, we're not about defunding. We're about funding and providing the additional services you need beyond someone with a gun strapped to their shoulder, to their hip. We need more social workers. We need more mental health workers. We need more people who, when you're called on these scenes and someone's about to jump off a roof, is not just someone standing there with a weapon. It's someone who also knows how to talk to people, talk them down. We can't expect you to do every single solitary thing that needs to be done to keep a community safe. It's time to fund community policing to protect and serve the community. I'm also calling for increased funding for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the U.S. Marshal's offices. I'm confident that if we fund these programs, we'll see a reduction in violence. In the next year's budget, I'm also going to try to double down on this investment. I think I got a lot of partners here in New York going to help. Mayor Adams, you say that gun violence is a sea fed by many rivers. Well, I put forward a plan to dam up some of those streams. You can count on me to be a partner in that effort. And I have the U.S. Attorney, United States Attorney General here with me today. And we put together a comprehensive strategy to combat gun crime in cities like New York, Philadelphia, Atlanta, and many other cities, San Francisco. First, we want to curb the flow of firearms used to commit violence. That includes taking on and shutting down rogue gun dealers. It's about doing background checks, as well as outright selling, making sure that people who are not allowed to have a gun don't get the gun in the first place. And again, for any of the press listening, this doesn't violate anybody's Second Amendment right. There's no violation of a Second Amendment right. We talk like there's no amendment that's absolute. When the amendment was passed, it didn't say anybody can own a gun and any kind of gun and any kind of weapon. You couldn't buy a cannon when this amendment was passed. And so no reason why you should be able to buy certain assault weapons. But that's another issue. And look, one of the things that we focused on, the Attorney General and I, and we're getting to the point where I think we're going to be able to have a real impact on it, includes going after ghost guns. Ghost guns are the guns everyone in this room knows that can be purchased in parts, assembled at home, no serial number, and can't be traced. And they're as deadly as any other weapon out there. But the fact is, they are out there. And, you know, this spring, the Justice Department will issue a final rule to regulate these so-called ghost guns. But there's more we can do. Across the country, police departments report sharp increases in the number of ghost guns found at crime scenes. That's why today the department is launching an intensified national ghost gun enforcement initiative to determine and deter criminals from using those weapons to cover their tracks. If you commit a crime with a ghost gun, not only are state and local prosecutors going to come after you, but expect federal charges and federal prosecution as well. We've also created a strike force to crack down on illegal gun trafficking across state lines. As the mayor said, as he pointed out, guns that are used to kill people in New York City, they aren't made in New York City. They aren't sold in New York City. They are sold in other places. Today, the Attorney General directed all U.S. attorneys in the United States to prioritize combating gun trafficking across state lines and city boundaries. The Justice Department is sending additional prosecutorial resources to help shut down what's referred to, as you all know, the iron pipeline that funnels guns from shops in states like Georgia, the crime scenes in Baltimore and Philadelphia and New York and so many other places. Governor, you worked with the mayor and the NYPD and 9 other states to create an interstate task force on illegal guns. That's the kind of leadership that's going to solve the problem. And I may get to hear more about that progress. And folks, second thing I want to point out is I want to help every major city follow New York's lead to put together partnerships like this one you put together and meet on a daily basis. Every day here in New York City, like this meeting today, federal, state, and local enforcement meet to share intelligence about arrests, shootings from the day before, and work to take those shooters off the street as quickly as possible. Just look around. This is what the partnership looks like, and this is what you put together. And it's an important partnership. We need more cities adopting the same model. That's why today the Attorney General is also directing U.S. attorneys to work with state and local law enforcement to strengthen partnerships like this one and to get repeat gun violence offenders off the street and behind bars. You know, I want more cities and states to use some of the $350 billion we sent to them on the American Rescue Plan to fight crime, to keep our communities safe, by hiring more police officers for community policing and paying police overtime, and purchasing gun-fighting technologies like the technologies that hears, locates gunshots, so there can be immediate response because you know exactly where it came from. The third thing our plan calls for investing in critical services that reduce crime and violence. Community violence intervention programs like the one I'm going to see after this meeting, summer school, after-school programs for teens. As the saying goes, the teacher taught me, an idle mind is a devil's workshop. We got to have things for these kids to do, jobs for young adults, more school counselors and nurses, more mental health required in school, and mental health substance abuse treatment as well. When someone finishes their time in prison, all our experience tells us you just can't continue to give them $25 and a bus ticket. They'll end up under the same bridge you arrested them in the first place from. And so I don't want them ending up back in prison or being there because they've committed another crime. We need to be able to train for and get a job, find stable housing, re-enter society, and have a second chance at a better life. My Department of Labor is funding programs that help formerly incarcerated individuals, including young adults, receive the education and training they need and then connect them to quality jobs. I'll keep doing everything in my power to make sure the communities are safer, but Congress needs to do its part too. Pass universal background checks, ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, close loopholes that keep out of the hands of domestic abusers weapons, repeal the liability shield for gun manufacturers. Imagine had we had a liability. They're the only industry in America that is exempted from being able to be sued by the public. Only one. Imagine had that been the way with cigarette manufacturers. Where the heck would we be? We'd be in tough shape. Why gun manufacturers? Because of the power of their lobbying ability. It's got to end. They got to be held responsible for the things that they do that are irresponsible. And folks, you know, it's the only industry in America, as I said, that's exempt from being sued. And I find it to be outrageous. And folks, these laws, if we are able to pass them, are going to save lives. And more equally importantly, help you protect one another and protect yourself. Put law enforcement in a safer circumstance. We have an opportunity to come to get together and fulfill the first responsibility of government and our democracy, to keep each other safe. So I want to thank you all. There's much more to say, but I probably already said too much because a lot of people are going to speak. But let's get this done. Let's get this done. And God bless the men and women who put their lives in line every single day to keep our communities safe. Now I'm going to turn it over, with your permission, to the Attorney General Garland. General?
Thank you, President Biden. As the President said, the Justice Department is doubling down on the fight to protect our communities from violent crime and from the gun violence that often drives it. but we are not doing this work alone. As the President also said, what you see in this room represents the core of our efforts, our partnerships, which are essential to success in disrupting violent crime. Yesterday, when the President and I spoke with the mayor on the telephone, the mayor talked about the importance of the excellent cooperation he is seeing between the city, state, and federal law enforcement agencies who are represented here. At the Justice Department, we know that the best anti-violent crime strategies are tailored to the needs of and are developed by and in partnership with individual communities. That is why all of our Justice Department law enforcement agencies and all 94 of our United States Attorney's offices, including the 2 represented by the United States attorneys who are here today, are working with their partners in state and local law enforcement to develop and implement district-specific anti-violent crime policies. We also know that while many of the public safety challenges our cities face require this tailored approach, gun violence is a universal challenge and one that demands comprehensive action. That is why, as the President said, the Justice Department is taking action to crack down on ghost guns and to hold those who illegally sell firearms to criminals accountable. That is why we are strengthening our firearms trafficking strike forces to disrupt the pipeline that floods our community with illegal guns. And that is why we are sparing no resource in identifying and holding accountable the repeat offenders who are the major drivers of violent crime. As we work in partnership with state and local law enforcement, we are also working in partnership with the communities most affected by this violence. Shortly, President Biden and I will be meeting with leaders of a community violence intervention program here in New York. In 2021, the department provided over $37 million in grant funding directly to community violence interventions, and we will expand that work in the year ahead. The Justice Department used every tool at our disposal to protect our communities. We will hold perpetrators of violent crime and gun violence accountable. We will work alongside the communities most affected by that violence, and we will work together to build the public trust that is essential to public safety. Before I close, I want to note that in times of crises, both large and small, the American people look to law enforcement to help. And every day, officers, like those who are with us here, answer the call without hesitation. Despite the difficulty and the danger, they show up and they put their lives on the line. That is what Detective Jason Rivera and Detective Wilbert Mora did. There are no words I can offer that could capture their bravery or the pain that has been inflicted on their loved ones. What I can say is at the Department of Justice, we will seek to honor Detectives Rivera and Mora in the work we do to help keep our law enforcement officers safe as we work to keep our communities safe. I'll now turn the program over to Mayor Adams. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney General and Mr. President. It's really good seeing you. And how did we get here? When I was in Washington, D.C., we were in a meeting, and the President pulled me into the Oval Office. And after asking what could he do for the city and our desire to deal with violence, I had a brief nod, and I was about to walk out. And he grabbed me by my arm and turned me around and looked into my eyes. And he says, "Eric, what can we do?" And I told him the help we needed. And I asked him several things, but 2 of them was, 1, to come to New York and to speak with our city, state, and federal law enforcement personnel so we could have a 9/11 response to this violence. We came together as a country when international terrorists decided to change our way of life, and we responded. And the response was the same by this president. In August, this room came together, some of the finest men and women in law enforcement, and they meet every day to zero in on the violence that is attempting to take our way of life. And I thank you for your response, and Mr. President, I thank you for your response. And then I asked him to go on the ground, because it's about intervention and prevention. And prevention are the long-term things we need to do. I asked him to go on the ground with us to meet the crisis management teams, the everyday people who are doing the hard work in alignment with the police department. And today, we're going out to Queensbridge and meet that team, where a young man named Kay Bain is using his skills to bring down violence. And in his area, we saw 0 homicides for a period of time. But it was not only because of what he did, it was because of what DA Katz did to partner with him by bringing down those known violent offenders. That's the combination we need. And I'm biased, Mr. President, because I have some of the best congressional delegations here in New York. Joining us today, we have the Dean of the delegation that's here, Congressman Nadler. We have Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, Congresswoman Grace Mean, Congressman Tom Suozzi, and we have the top Attorney General anywhere in this country, an Attorney General Letitia James, and as you indicated, we have 2 of the best U.S. attorneys in the Southern and Eastern District that's here with us. We were so proud to meet with them yesterday, but also a district attorney team. As we see here, Katz, Darcel Clark, McMahon out in Staten Island, and D.A. Braggs. A real concerted and combined effort to get this done. And then I think about Congressman Espaillat. In his district.
Tell me when the press is ready. Okay. Well, General Garland, Governor, Mr. Mayor, Representative.
But also in his district was where an 11-month-old baby was shot while sitting by her mother. Also in his district was where a 19-year-old child working in Burger King was shot and killed. And he was on the ground for each one of those incidents, standing with me as we fought against this violence. The police commissioner and I are dedicated and committed to turning this around. I made the best choice anyone can make in picking a police commissioner. She's the right person at the right time to do the right job, and I'm proud to serve with her. We know how important this is. Yesterday, we gathered at St. Patrick's Cathedral in mourning. Today, here at One Police Plaza, where I walked across that stage as a captain, we're here in solidarity to deal with the issue of violence that has become pervasive in not only New York City, but in the cities across America. And I want to thank all of you for joining me as we pursue this fight to make sure the stain of violence does not destroy our communities. And U.S. Attorney General Garland, I appreciate your commitment and dedication in living up to the promise that was done with your team as we sat in the room with Ambassador Susan Wright and sitting there with the president and other mayors across the city as we deal with this issue. The president is here because he knows what the American people want: justice, safety, and prosperity, and they deserve every bit of it. And he wants to end the gun violence in our city and in our country, and a future built on equality and opportunity, because the lack of the two feeds the gun violence that we are seeing. Far too often when we advocate for this, Mr. President, people miss the part that we state. We want to end inequality. Let's stop being divisive and united to come together and deal with this fight. We are on the same page. There is a reason they call me the Biden of Brooklyn. That's what New Yorkers want too. That's what I campaign on And it's why you elected me as the mayor of the city of New York. And it's what the president came here today to hear from you and to deliver. Last week, my administration released our blueprint to end gun violence. There are many rivers, as you stated, that feed the sea of violence. We must dam every river. One river will cause another death prematurely in our city. And many reasons these rivers have continued to rise in our city and in our country, and we're going to stop them from doing so. But the president and these leaders that are here today, we are going to work together to end this violence in our city and in our country. When President Biden and I first met last summer, we hit it off right away. We had a clear mission, the average Joe, they call him, because we know we have to build a city and a country that's made up of everyday New Yorkers and Americans. He knows that public safety and justice are the bedrock of our economy, our democracy, and our society. And we know who we work for, the people. And that includes the dishwasher, people who wear coveralls, aprons, scrubs, and hard hats, the everyday people who just want to provide for their families and one day go from being a dishwasher, a mailroom attendant, and become a mayor of the city of New York. Everyday New Yorkers and everyday Americans. The people who want to raise their families in a city and in a country with good jobs, good schools, and safe streets. We both know our highest calling. Our most important mission is protecting the people of this city and of this country, making sure they have what they need to live their lives in safety, and helping them recover after 2 years of the devastation of COVID, crisis, and violence. There is no recovery without public safety. There is no recovery without justice. They go hand in hand. That is why we're working in lockstep to end the gun violence that has shaken our city, our nation, to protect our people and the officers who sworn to protect us, and to restore the American dream of safety, stability, and prosperity. That is why the president is here in New York City, in this city today. He understands how serious this is. We need, as I stated, a 9/11 type response to address the domestic terror that is pervasive in this city and country. And President Biden is here to deliver on his promise to come here. He committed to it, and he is here. And get New Yorkers the backup we need. Far too long we called for backup, and it was not here. It is time to have that backup. This morning, the White House announced that the federal government would direct more resources to fight local crime around the country, expand the information sharing model that you are going to witness here today, Mr. President, and call for more funding for Congress for violent interrupters, something that my congressional delegation understands so clearly. We could build back if we pass Build It Back. That is how we build America back. And scale up a nationwide response to this public health crisis that is gun violence. That's why we're here today, to bring together our federal, state, and city partners in common cause. We're going to stop gun trafficking from coming into our city, get illegal guns off the streets, and lock up those who carry them, and make sure that they don't leave prison or jails without the opportunities they need, so they don't have a revolving door of crime in our city and country. We're going to provide funding for cities and states to put more police officers in the places we need them, invest in community violence prevention and intervention programs, and change our laws to prevent crime and save lives, and do it in a way that we can disagree without being disagreeable, because we are in this fight together. We're going to break and destroy the iron pipeline that allows southern states in this country to produce weapons that end up on the streets and take the lives of our police officers, Mora and Rivera. And I want to again take my hat off to Officer Summit, who protected countless numbers of New Yorkers and responding police officers by taking the appropriate action to end the threat that we were facing. We're going to dam those rivers of violence and address the sources of those violence. It's about more than fighting crime. As Congressman Velasquez reminds us all the time, it's about rebuilding our society. It's not just locking people up. It's about picking them up and giving them the opportunity to do so. That is why the American people elected Joe Biden to lead them. That is why we're willing to follow that leadership. And that is why I'm proud to be here today among the men and women who wore that same uniform that I wore, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the president. And we want to get stuff done. That's the administration of the Biden's administration and the Adams administration, to get stuff done for the American people. And Mr. President, Eric Adams is reporting for duty and ready to serve.
Thank you,
I'm
Eric.
going to turn it over to our governor.
Okay, so you heard very strong words there from the New York City mayor telling the president he's ready to serve as President Biden commits more federal resources to New York City to combat crime, to make policing better. We're going to take a quick commercial break. This is Andrew Kraft here. Also, New York Governor Kathy Hochul was in attendance. Many members of the New York congressional delegation were there as well, including Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. So we'll be showing you more of that event a little bit later on, but it was highly anticipated. President Biden going to New York City today. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot of Live Now looks that we are monitoring at the moment. This one in particular, we've been covering so much of the wicked winter weather, but also some severe weather that doesn't involve ice or snow. Tornadoes touching down in Alabama. We heard from a witness there on the scene. This is in Hale County. We'll have more on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We're looking at the weather radar in Alabama at the moment. A strong band of severe weather moving through, causing tornadoes as well. We have a live picture from the scene. This is in Hale County, Alabama. And so you can see so many trees down, a lot of emergency management crews there on the scene as well, surveying the damage. I just want to let you listen to one of the witnesses, residents in this community who had to take shelter when these tornadoes came through. Have a listen.
Called from a neighbor and told me that it had blown a lot of things away, and told me I better get down, so I ran down fast as I could. It was raining, you know, I couldn't drive very fast.
And where were you?
I was in Tuscaloosa.
Oh my God, about an hour away.
Yeah.
Any idea the extent of the damage?
No, I don't know. I can't even, trees blowing around. I don't know, but it's a lot of it though.
Nobody home at the time?
No, when nobody there.
Wow. Well, what did you see this? What do you make of it?
And I can't make anything of it. Ain't nothing I can do about it. Just go with it.
Okay. And Robert, on a more serious note, did you know the 4 people who were hurt?
Yeah, I know 2 of them. The ones that live in the house up there, the 2 elder people, I knew them.
Wow. Okay. Of the 4 people, 2
The 4 people in the trailer, I don't know them.
Okay. But of the 4, 2 are elderly?
Well, it's a house right next door. All right, the elderly in the house, them the one I know.
You think they're going to be okay, or do you know?
I hadn't been no far in here. So many people there, so I just I went up there trying to get my stack covered up on my house. You know, it rained, so I didn't have time to go up here.
You've been very gracious. What's next for you as far as your home?
Get all these trees cleaned up and go fix it back.
Gotcha. Robert, you're very gracious. May God be with you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so that resident there, this is in Hale County, Alabama. You heard his experience saying he knows some of the people who were injured. Hale County encompasses as well the town of Sawyerville, which has a large amount of damage after this tornado passed through late last night. There were several injuries and several entrapments in multiple locations. Following the storm, a tornado warning was issued for the county just after 2 p.m. And so there you can see the extent of the damage, a lot of trees down, a lot of debris, and possible injuries as well. So just put up the radar yet again, because this is a huge system moving through Alabama at the moment. So we wanted to make sure we got that in here on this Thursday. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Almost the top of the hour here on this Thursday. We're covering a lot of top headlines, a lot of LiveNOW looks, especially this one out of Chicago at the moment. And you can see supporters of Laquan McDonald are gathering in his honor, in his memory, after the former police officer who was serving time for shooting and killing McDonald was released early from his sentence. We'll have more on this in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. That was just a live look at Texas right there as it's going through a deep freeze at the moment. We're going to be speaking with one of our reporters down in Houston in just a little bit here. But just wanted to throw up one of these other Live Now looks that we are getting. This out of Chicago at the moment. And so we have been following this story today. And their supporters of Laquan McDonald are rallying there in Chicago. You can see them marching. Let's just listen in here. This all after Jason Van Dyke, the ex-Chicago officer who killed McDonald, was released from prison earlier today, much earlier than his original sentence. Okay, so as we wait for supporters to come up to the podium here, we also have another vantage point here in Chicago as well. And this is all on the heels of this release of former Chicago police officer Jason Van Dyke, who was released from state custody this morning. He served 3 years and 4 months for the murder of 17-year-old Laquan McDonald. Camille Lindsay, who's the chief of staff for the State Department of Corrections in Illinois, said that he was released at 12:15 this morning from the Taylorville Correctional Center in central Illinois. He'd been in custody since he was convicted of second-degree murder and aggravated battery for the October 2014 shooting death of McDonald, who was armed with a knife as he walked away from the officer. Van Dyke, though, served less than half of his sentence of 6 years and 9 months, securing an early release for good behavior in prison. For more on this story, let's head out to Fox 32 in Chicago with a look back.
Activists plan to demonstrate. They have called for public transportation to be shut down, and they are labeling this a day of outrage over former cop Jason Van Dyke being released from prison. Van Dyke served 3.5 years of the 6-year prison sentence he received for the killing of 17-year-old Laquan McDonald in 2014. Those 16 shots, the horrific video of the shooting, and the trial changed Chicago's leadership, led to police reform, but there's still frustration and work to be done to improve trust between police and communities they serve. Activists want federal charges against Van Dyke to force him back to prison.
We are acknowledging those in power that's quiet on this issue. Governor Pritzker, Lieutenant Governor Stratton.
Every single part of Chicago and Illinois should be standing up to keep this man in jail. This is not a black issue. This is a justice issue.
Mayor Lightfoot released a statement acknowledging what she calls the supreme disappointment in the sentence. She wants Chicagoans to see there's been progress.
Well, many of us were not happy with the length of the sentence that he received, and I think I was vocal about that, as were many other people across the city. But Jason Van Dyke was the first police officer in 50 years who was convicted of committing a crime while on duty. So let's not lose sight of that fact.
Activists will deliver a letter to the U.S. Attorney and then stage a demonstration here at the Federal Building at 5 p.m. Joni Lum, Fox 32, Chicago.
Joni, thanks so much for that update. A great look back at the story of both Jason Van Dyke and Laquan McDonald. And there you can see supporters out in Chicago, outside the Federal Building there, are rallying. Viewer discretion is advised. We're going to keep these sights and sounds up as we continue to follow this story here. Okay, so a podium is set up, but you can see a lot of the photographers are going to be moving along with the march, with the rally, as it makes its way down this street in Chicago, right outside the federal building there. So many coming out today in support of Laquan McDonald, as the former Chicago police officer, Jason Van Dyke, who shot and killed McDonald, released from prison earlier today, serving less than half of his sentence of 6 years and 9 months. So many people in the community there are not happy about that, and they're voicing their discontent this afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this very busy Thursday. Well, we have been covering this story all day, and that, of course, is the winter weather that the Lone Star State is experiencing. It's not as customary or usual for Texans to be under, snow and ice. Joining me now to discuss how they are preparing, how are they faring this winter weather. I'm being joined by Fox 26's Natalie He. Natalie, good to see you. What's it looking like there on the ground, and have you spoken to residents?
Yeah, we spoke to a lot of people today, and let me tell you, the first thing on their mind is just how worried they are that this could be a repeat of last year's freeze. We have been assured from multiple officials that it's not going to be the case, but I can tell you that outside, the rain has been coming down now pretty hard for the last 2 hours or so. And with temperatures in that freezing level, that does bring a bit of concern. So right now we are at a warming center. This is one of several that will likely open up this weekend. You can look at the setup here. They've got beds and blankets and pillows set up. They're providing hot meals, water, and hot showers for anyone who might need that extra warmth this weekend. Temperatures dropped more than 40 degrees Thursday. Houstonians are hitting the store to stock up on supplies. But for some, this Arctic weather only brings back traumatic memories from last year's freeze.
Last year was horrible. It was so horrible. I mean, my kids enjoyed the snow, and I'm glad that they got a chance to experience that. But it was the lights being off for almost a week. And within that time, I ran out of medicine.
For Ivana Jacobs, she'll never go into a winter storm unprepared again.
I'm a little nervous because I just don't want to have to go through what I went through last year, especially with my sickness and stuff. So I made sure this time that I double up on all my medicine so I don't have to go through what I went through last February.
Yeah, the freeze last year, I got caught unexpected. That one right there caught me unexpected, you know what I'm saying? But this year, I'm ready for it.
While Houstonians bundle up and hunker down inside, TxDOT crews are working around the clock, removing debris and spraying a saltwater mix for potentially problematic roads, starting with Wharton and Montgomery County, then heading south.
District-wide, we're looking at bridges, elevated structures, the higher connector ramps, of course, but our larger bridges, the Fred Hartman Bridge, the Galveston Causeway, the Sidney Sherman Bridge, the 610 Bridge near the port. So we're looking at all those areas to make sure we're treating those now or pre-treating.
So TxDOT is really urging people to stay off the roadways in general, avoid driving if possible, and of course avoid distracted driving. Now here at this warming center, once again, they have this set up ready to go. The doors open at 7 o'clock here tonight. They'll be providing all sorts of supplies for anyone who might need it. And for anyone who's coming in, they will be doing COVID tests and temperature checks at the door. Andrew?
You know, Natalie, and from your story, there were so many people who are triggered still from last year that really shocked the conscience of a lot of Texans, but it seems they're better prepared this year. When is this all going to blow over? When is there kind of a light at the end of the tunnel for this weather?
Well, right now the forecasts are saying it's going to last until at least Saturday, maybe Sunday as well. We're hoping that this passes through with no issues. But as you heard those people say, they're preparing as best as they can, getting food, water, any sort of supplies, and of course preparing their homes as well to make sure that they can stand it through this freeze. Andrew?
All right, Fox 26's Natalie He. We appreciate your time and your reporting. Stay safe, stay warm as well. We'll talk to you again.
All right, thank you.
And speaking of Texas, we do have a LiveNOW look as well. You can see downtown Dallas at the moment. Speaking of Texas. Looks to be quite cold. You can see the ice formations on the camera lens there, and the snow on the ground in downtown. We were just talking to Natalie. She's in Houston. This is Dallas. So Texas is under this deep freeze at the moment. We'll be making sure we cover all angles of this winter weather, in addition to so much of the snow totals out in the Midwest, like we were covering yesterday as well. And then, of course, some other really terrible severe weather, tornadoes and severe thunderstorms moving through Alabama. You can see emergency management officials there. That's in Hale County as the sun goes down there. News crews still on the scene surveying the tornado damage. Some people were injured in this. If we do get any type of press conference, we'll bring it to you here. So that's going to do it for some of our weather roundup today. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll be right back with more top stories and big headlines on this Thursday. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to go back out to Chicago right now because this rally and march is taking place with supporters, friends, and family of Laquan McDonald. And you'll remember that case back in 2014. He was only 17 years old. He was walking away from police as they were trying to apprehend him. He had a weapon in his hand. But an ex-police officer who was convicted in his shooting death, Jason Van Dyke, is now out of prison for that, early as well, for good behavior. Many people in Chicago not happy about that in the least, and they are taking to the streets to voice their support. Let's hear, though, from some of them at a press conference from earlier.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank, F-R-A-N-K, Chapman, C-H-A-P-M-A-N. I'm the Executive Director of the National Alliance Against Racism and Political Repression. And with me are a number of other people who will introduce themselves as well. We just had a brief meeting with the U.S. Attorney. We submitted our letter of demands, and we submitted our letter of demands. We're demanding a full-scale investigation and prosecution. Now, we also made this demand in 2016. So we're asking the Department of Justice to give us a status on it. We want to go forward with this. Under federal statutes, Title 18, Section 242, he can be indicted for murder. tried and prosecuted. And that's exactly what we want. That's exactly what we want. And we're not asking this, we're demanding this. So I'm gonna give the mic to Bishop Grant, and he will get you through the rest of the program.
My name is Bishop Tavis, T-A-V-I-S, Grant, G-R-A-N-T, National Field Director for the Rainbow Push Coalition. Reverend Jesse Jackson led a delegation of leaders to meet with the Executive Assistant Attorney Morrissey, received a letter, a joint letter, demanding a status on the investigation of the murder of Laquan McDonald as it relates to the violation of his civil rights, and a full and thorough investigation, because we know that night 12 officers were on the scene who did not render any aid to Laquan McDonald, and he died on the street. We know that reports were falsified, we know that witnesses were tampered with, and we know that the video was suppressed by the City Hall for over 400 days. 16 shots in a cover-up. And the activists who are out here, the civil rights organizations have responded from a clarion call from a person who has spent the better part of his life leading the drum beat for justice, not just here in America, but around the world. We want justice for Laquan McDonald. Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson.
Express my thanks to Bishop and to all the colleagues and other Muslims gathered here with Edie. When George Floyd killer was tried, the state tried it, did not back in federal court. The state did not do its job here. Crime and time does not correspond. 16 shots to cover up. The mayor of the city at that time, Robert Emanuel, for 400 days. He finally came out because the activists insisted it come out. We now want a full further investigation. We talked with Senator Durbin and Duckworth, Congress people. We want a full thorough investigation. We think it should not be let out today. 2 years, and some people in jail, 2 years waiting for trial in California Avenue. I want to express my thanks to Father Flager, who has been a tireless force for justice. Father Flager.
Two U.S. senators, Congress people from across Chicago, National and NAACP, civil rights organization in the country, and of course Rainbow Push, and activists here in Chicago and ministers have all said the same thing. We object to what is taking place today, the release of Jason Van Dyke. He was slapped on the wrist when he first got a sentence. There was a federal investigation that was started. We want to know, number one, where and what happened to that investigation. There was never a report turned out. There was never a report given of what that investigation came. We want that investigation report given now, and we want a full investigation. A full investigation by the federal, by the Justice Department, to say what happened and that this man should be indicted. We have to understand right now this is about Laquan McDonald and this is about Jason Van Dyke. But this is much bigger than both of them. Justice is on trial right now. Justice is on trial in America. We understood what happened under the Trump administration. This is a different administration. We want to see different kind of actions taking place. So we want some results. We want the Department of Justice to live up to what they say they're going to be. If we're going to trust them, then they got to act. And they got to act on behalf of the people and on behalf of justice. We all know, and I'll stop with this. If Laquan McDonald was white, and if Jason Van Dyke was black, we wouldn't even be standing here today. There would have been no easy sentence. There would have been no coming here and getting out. Let's have a true justice. To Lady Justice, take your blindfold off. It's time for you to see through.
We want to thank the organizations that joined in the call for justice for Laquan McDonald, Rainbow Push, the NAACP, Invisible, Chicago, Tree of Life Justice League, Shy Resist, Arab American Action Network, U.S. Palestinian Community Network, Black Youth Project, Jewish Voice for Peace, Community Renewal Society, the 411 Movement, the People's Lobby, Black Roots Alliance, a various numbers of aldermen. We want to commend Senator Tammy Duckworth and Senator Richard Durbin for joining the call for a status and a full and thorough investigation. You will be able to see more of the organizations as we post on all of the websites this letter, as it is an open letter, as many are joining. Pastor Michael Eady.
My name is Michael Eady, spelled M-I-C-H-A-E-L-E-A-D-D-Y. I stand as a faith leader on the west side of the city of Chicago, an area that often sees too much of what we are here about today. Young people being shot down. And I stand as a representative of the faith leaders throughout this great city, the Reverend Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Push Coalition, and we stand we are demanding for status. I do not have to be redundant. You know what has been requested, but the faith leaders throughout the city of Chicago stand solidly with Reverend Jackson and this position. Justice must be addressed now.
16 shots, 12 police on scene, died in the street like an animal. It's not right. 400 days, Ron Emanuel covers up, trying to protect his own political sides at the time. Another day is next. I want to thank those who gathered today. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you very much.
We have 80 defendants now who are looking for their cases to be dismissed because of police misconduct, torture, and witness tampering. We have a victim to speak who paid a very dear price in life and in suffering, Brother Michael Clements. Let me correct the name. The name is Mark Clements, and the bottom line of it is, wrong is wrong, and right is right. This is a city that has literally destroyed lives of men and women. From John Burge back in 1972 up until now, we're still dealing with that nightmare. 16 shots, young kids taken down to police stations, having their genitals and testicles grabbed and squeezed. That should be front page news. Why is it not front page news? Why in the world is it not told right that the Illinois Department of Corrections, that they aided and they abetted with Jason Van Dyke, and they cleared out the entire Statesville farm to store this man? We gotta tell it right as we demand justice for a young kid that was shot 16 times like an animal in the middle of the street. I demand justice, and I'm calling on the U.S. Federal District Attorney for the Northern District to do what is right, to do what is honorable. Listen to the cry of the little people. In closing, you're looking at someone. I was 16 years old, just like Jason Van Dyke. He destroyed this young kid's life. He took this young kid's life. Why? I was 16 years old, taken inside of an interrogation room, having my genitals and testicles grabbed and squeezed. So tired of telling the story where that it causes me trauma. The bottom line of it is the city of Chicago needs to stop playing its goddamn football games, political football games, and get this shit right. We want justice for Laquan McDonald. Questions from the media? Any questions from the media? All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we were just playing that event earlier today in Chicago. Let's take the live event, though, full right now of all of these rally goers and marchers in downtown Chicago who are invoking the name and the memory of Laquan McDonald, who was shot and killed at the age of 17. He was evading arrest. Officers had asked for him to be apprehended, and then that officer, Jason Van Dyke, who was with the Chicago Police Department, opened fire. McDonald was shot 16 times, you remember, and Van Dyke has been in custody since he was convicted of second-degree murder and aggravated battery since October of 2014 in that shooting death. McDonald was armed with a knife as he walked away from the officer. Now, Van Dyke only served less than half of his sentence. His sentence was 6 years and 9 months, but he secured an early release from prison for good behavior. And so right now, we're just going to listen into some of these sights and sounds. We're about to get a live report from our reporter on the ground as well, who's following the movements of these protesters and marchers as they voice their discontent and anger about this. And you even saw the Reverend Jesse Jackson. He was in Chicago today with friends and supporters of McDonald and his family who, in their words, are calling out this injustice. Let's listen in. So this is right outside of the federal building in Chicago, and you heard from those officials at that earlier event calling for the Department of Justice to reopen this investigation, to look into this again, because activists and McDonald's family have called for Van Dyke to be charged federally in a federal trial, not just on state charges, and he was serving in an Illinois correctional facility. And so we also got a statement from Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who said there's much work to be done to heal from the murder of McDonald. She says, quote, "I know some Chicagoans remain disheartened and angry about Jason Van Dyke's sentence for the murder of Laquan McDonald. As I said at the time, while the jury reached the correct guilty verdict, the judge's decision to sentence Van Dyke to only 81 months was and remains a supreme disappointment. I understand why this continues to feel like a miscarriage of justice, especially when many black and brown men get sentenced to so much more prison time for having committed far lesser crimes. It's these distortions in the criminal justice system historically that have made it so hard to build trust. That was according to the statement put out by Mayor Lori Lightfoot and her office. So if we do get our reporter who's on the scene there, we will be speaking to him just to get a sense of what supporters are saying, what they're feeling, and the like. Okay, so while we monitor that scene in Chicago, we're also monitoring all of this terrible winter weather in Texas, especially in Houston and in Dallas. You can see here a LiveNOW look, aerials over the Dallas skyline. It looks very cold. We also have another aerial live picture over some of the highways out of Dallas as well. And you can see the traffic moving very slowly. We've seen some stranded drivers. We've seen some of these motorists as well kind of spin out and about. We're going to get a live report from Dallas in the next couple of minutes here as Texans have to deal with unusual winter weather this time of the year. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, and we were just showing you these live aerial pictures over the Dallas metropolitan area. You can see a lot of snow, all these drivers on the highways there driving very slowly. Some were kind of spinning out as well, and we have a live look over the Dallas skyline too. This live camera, you can see the ice formations on the lens there. Right now, though, let's take it out to Fox 4 Dallas reporter Alex Boyer. He has a look at how Dallas residents are faring with this unusual winter weather. Have a listen.
On the surface, a picturesque scene playing out in the city of Frisco Thursday. Neighborhoods turned into a winter wonderland overnight as sleet and then snow descended on the area. The sidewalks and streets turned white nearby. Kids taking advantage of the snow day to take part in a rare Texas activity, sledding. Using laundry baskets to zip down the hill.
We're sledding in the winter.
Oh, I guess. I think it's February. Well, that's still winter. Yeah. Oh.
Their favorite part?
Maybe when you crash into the water at the end. Like when you fall off the sled when you're going.
But it wasn't all fun and games. Some residents, like this woman, forced to venture out in the bitter cold in order to give her dog a much-needed bathroom break. The ice weighed down several trees. Some branches and limbs snapped in half. The driver of this car was no match for the icy roads, ending up on top of a median. A buddy with a heavy-duty truck tried to pull him out, but the rope didn't hold.
All right, joining me now to discuss all of this, especially how conditions are right now, Fox 4 Dallas reporter Alex Boyer. Alex, how are you doing? Are you staying warm?
Trying to stay warm as best we can. You know, right now the temperatures here in Dallas hovering in the low 20s, and as you can imagine, for us Texans, that is very unusual for us. The conditions are continuing to deteriorate as far as the temperatures go. Thankfully, the precipitation at this point has concluded as far as this weather event is concerned, but the result of it right now, a lot of ice on the roads here in Dallas and a thin layer of snow. Thankfully, not many people out on the highways today. Most people heeding the warnings of the governor and other officials asking folks to stay at home today, staying warm inside. Thankfully, the electrical grid has been operating as it's supposed to.
You know, Alex, so we were just talking to one of our reporters in Houston, too, and she was saying, and maybe you've experienced this, too, that a lot of Texas residents are still triggered by what happened basically the same time last year. Is that kind of what residents are telling you as well?
Oh, absolutely. And I can speak for myself, you know, having gone through this not only as a reporter, but a resident here in the city of Dallas. When I woke up this morning, the first thing I did was look to see that the power was on, because last time around when we woke up that Monday morning, the power was off and didn't come back on for some folks up to 4 days. So definitely a lot of people concerned about that, hoping that the lights would stay on. By and large, they have. There have been reports statewide of several thousand power outages, but that is directly related to heavy ice that has formed on a lot of branches and limbs. And of course, as you can imagine, it snaps those branches and it's brought down some of the power lines. So that is what has resulted in some people losing power, but not due to the electrical grid, which was the problem last year.
Alex, last question for you. When is this all going to thaw? When is spring on the horizon? This is quite unusual for Texas.
Yeah, that's a good question, and one that our meteorologists, of course, have been fielding. Tomorrow morning is when it's expected to be the coldest, with temperatures, the wind chill factor in the single digits. Then we start to climb out over the weekend. So the hope is by Monday, Tuesday of next week, we'll get back into those more moderate temperatures for us here in the Dallas area, which would be somewhere in the mid 40s. Of course, that is going to be considered a lot warmer than we have had here over the last day and a half.
All right, Fox 4's Alex Boyer, we appreciate your time and your reporting. Stay warm and stay safe.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, right now we do want to just keep showing you some of these other live pictures from Texas that we have at the moment, especially the aerials over the highways out here. A lot of drivers being very, very cautious, and they're not really that used to this like we've been reporting, but they are bracing for a lot of this winter weather with this ice and snow. So we're going to leave that up. We also have a live look of downtown Dallas, but you can see there those semis practically at a standstill. Okay, so while we monitor all of the latest out of Dallas and Texas, we want to move back out to Chicago. We've been following this rally supporters for Laquan McDonald. Remember, he was only 17 years old when he was shot and killed by ex-Chicago police officer Jason Van Dyke. Well, Van Dyke released from prison early this morning, early from his sentence for good behavior. Let's take a look still at this rally, see what they're saying.
He assassinated, he stopped it. Yeah, no kidding. 3 years is not enough time. And I want y'all to be mad at something. We got an election coming up. And June, baby, we got an election coming up. Let's not forget that it took everybody at least 3 days before the speech. Will and myself and LaShawn and our other comrades have been begging for 3 years for a letter. We have been begging them. We have been begging them to help us ask John Love to indict Jason Van Dyke. But they care more about legalizing marijuana, and black folks ain't got no suspicion. They care more about their election, and they stood on justice. It ain't nobody fucking out here. I'm mad. Let's remember. In June, we remember this night. We remember when we sat in that courtroom and he was sentenced to 81 months. Let's remember repeal when we voted on polls. Let's remember Brother Johnson when we voted on polls. Let's remember Nick Lee when we voted these polls because he died in Cook County Jail of COVID. They did nothing. They do not protect us. They do not protect us. We remind them at the polls because we got the power. We got the power. And I salute every one of you guys for being out here. I salute every one of you guys for being out here. And we're going to demand justice for Laquan. We're going to demand justice for everyone that was murdered, for everyone that was killed in our community. Parents, we hear you. We see you. We stand with you. We are holding Lori Lightfoot accountable. We are holding Lieutenant Governor Juliana Spratt accountable. We are holding J.D. Pritzker accountable. But we need everybody to hold them accountable when it's time to go run cold. Ain't no trouble like they have failed us for too long. They have failed us for too long. So justice for the poor. Justice for the poor. Free our comrades! 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 We got an audience. The CPD sit right over there. Let's make it real clear. While y'all talking about the code of silence in the hood, y'all got the biggest code of silence known to man. Y'all don't never speak up. So don't ever talk about how we don't speak up. You afraid to lose your job. People out here afraid to lose their lives. When you want them to speak up, you don't want to lose your...
Okay, so we're going to get a live report out of Chicago very soon here, but we still want to continue with all of this really terrible winter weather that, of course, disrupting a lot of flights. It's causing major delays in the skies tonight. FlightWare says over 4,500 flights have been canceled so far today, causing, of course, headaches for travelers. Joining me outside of Charlotte Douglas Airport in North Carolina is Fox's Austin Westfall. Austin, how are conditions out there? And have you spoken to any, distressed travelers? Are they over today?
We have not run into any travelers so far here at the airport. We would imagine the ones that are stuck at the airport might be the ones that are behind security. A lot of the folks that we see outside the airport are the ones that actually got to the destination that they want to get to. We did ask AAA how long they expect some of these flight headaches to last. They say it's kind of hard to predict something like that because February tends to be a cold month, and that certainly doesn't help with flights around the country. And in particular today, it seemed as if airports in Texas were experiencing a lot of these icy conditions. Dallas-Fort Worth Airport was completely closed for a good part of the morning. That airport is an American Airlines hub and has tallied over 1,300 canceled flights today. That's over half of their schedule over there. The airports in Austin, Chicago, and St. Louis also saw sizable amounts of cancellations as well. Now here in Charlotte, we don't have those freezing conditions and planes have been taking off. However, FlightAware says that this airport still has some of the most cancellations in the country. AAA explains why travelers in hub cities like Charlotte and Atlanta usually feel the headache on days like today.
You may not anticipate getting impacted in a place like Charlotte because you're not having a weather pattern, but it could in fact hit, your area just because of where the flight is coming from or where you're going to.
Now, AAA doesn't know exactly when these travel conditions will improve, but it probably won't be tomorrow. FlightAware is already showing over 1,700 U.S. flight cancellations tomorrow as the winter weather moves east toward New York and New England. Although the winter weather can be hard to avoid, AAA does have one major piece of advice for people that are trying to avoid some of these headaches. They say, try to book flights as early in the day as possible because it tends to be that delays and cancellations, they tend to mount up as the day progresses. So you have the best shot at making your flight as long as you book early, Andrew.
Austin Westfall, thanks so much. Looks like some flights are taking off behind you, so that's good news.
It's a little bit noisy out here. There are flights taking off. They've been taking off all day. It's just a little bit of rain here in Charlotte. So for the most part, travelers that might be stuck in an airport like Charlotte are the people that are going to some of those more frigid areas like the St. Louis's, the Chicago's, the Dallases, things of that nature. Flights, at least from the outside, it appears flights are continuing to move here at Charlotte.
Austin, we'll talk to you again. Stay warm, stay safe.
Andrew, thank you.
All right, and there's a lot of weather news at this hour on this Thursday. Remember, we were also tracking a lot of this severe weather in Alabama. We have the radar up. You can see this storm system moving through, tornadoes touching down as well. We also just have a live look at some of this damage caused by those tornadoes in Alabama, in Hale County. So we'll get periodic weather updates throughout the evening here, but let's go out to Chicago. We're still monitoring this rally taking place in front of the federal building in the downtown Windy City as supporters of Laquan McDonald are out voicing their discontent with this announcement today coming in, this news that Jason Van Dyke, the ex-police officer who was convicted of shooting and killing McDonald, out of prison for good behavior. Okay, and so we have been on this story for much of the afternoon here, and you can see this small group rallying for justice. We heard from also Jesse Jackson today and the family of McDonald. They want the feds, they want the Department of Justice to look into this. As you can imagine, they are not happy tonight. Joining me now from just right outside this protest is Fox 32 reporter Nate Rogers. Nate, good to see you. What are people telling you, and how long is this going to go on tonight?
Yeah, well, we've been here since 3 o'clock this afternoon here in downtown Chicago. And I'll tell you, this group of protesters, although it may seem or appear small on your end, at least from our vantage point, there are at least more than 100 or so folks here. And it appears that that group continues to grow by the hour. At first, they, I'd say for the most part, were peaceful outside of the federal courthouse here. Many protesters trying to get inside of the federal building to join civil rights leader Jesse Jackson as he and another civil rights leader, Father Michael Flager, went to deliver a letter from many community activist groups, the NAACP, a couple of city council members here demanding federal charges against that officer Jason Van Dyke. Reverend Jackson and Father Flager were inside for, I'd say, about 30 minutes or so, speaking with folks in the courthouse. When they came out again, those protesters were rallying peacefully, but apparently there were another group of protesters that stayed inside and they began to lock arms, according according to some intel that we're receiving from community activists. We're told that as that group locked arms, several of Laquan McDonald's family members and some other community activists were taken into custody by U.S. Marshals. And so that created an uproar here, as you can imagine, for those activists that have been out in the street. They tried to go up and down Dearborn here, but Chicago police, with the addition of Illinois, with the help from Illinois State Police, along with the U.S. Marshals, have tried to keep this crowd under control. They've said many times, justice for Laquan, but they've also said that they plan to occupy this street until those family members of Laquan McDonald are released.
And Nate, let's kind of go to this other angle too. Have we heard from Jason Van Dyke or his representatives at all? Have we heard from a spokesperson from the detention facility? What is he doing now? And is it straight up? Is he just done and free?
Sure. So, no, we've been making calls all day to Mr. Van Dyke's family members, his attorneys. Haven't heard back just yet. We do know that 3-year release. He was in custody. He was given a 7-year sentence on second-degree murder charges, and that sentence was for about 7 years. But because of good behavior, he served.
Because I want to set the context, and I want maybe you can describe to our viewers what this meant for the city of Chicago, what this meant for the Chicago Police Department back in the fall of 2014 when the nation saw that body camera footage. And remember, we didn't see it right away. So put that into kind of historical context for us. Why is this important?
Oh, man, it was troubling indeed, not just for Chicago, but for the country. You got to keep in mind, this is the first time that we saw actual dash cam video, police video of an unarmed black man at the time being shot some 16 times. I think what was most gripping for a lot of Chicagoans is the fact that while Mr. McDonald was on the ground, that officer, Van Dyke, continued to shoot him. That sparked outrage, not just here in Chicago, but around the country. Many of the buildings here in downtown Chicago, many of the businesses, these stores, they were looted as a result of just the outrage from folks, from activists, from rioters who said this should not be taking place. And so again, Mr. Van Dyke serving 3 years of his 7-year sentence. Mayor Lightfoot did say today, Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, that although the Mr. McDonald, although the officer involved did not get the time that she believes he deserves, she believed that the case did serve as a change for a lot of police enforcement here in the city. She says that the city has been trying to tighten up on protocols as it relates to police brutality, as it relates to community involvement. And so Mayor Lightfoot says we should look at this case to a certain degree as some improvements that have been made from the inside here. Of course, the ralliers today, activists not wanting to hear any of that, saying no justice has been served.
And of course, Nate, yeah, you mentioned that 81-month prison sentence. Not a lot of people were happy with that. They thought it should be longer. This also caused major shakeups in the Chicago Police Department. They had to get a new Chicago police chief. So many Americans have seen that video of the shooting of Laquan McDonald. And from what I understand, he had a knife in his hand, or did he not? Was he armed or was he unarmed at the time?
I'm sorry, buddy. If somebody's talking to me, I can't hear. I lost audio.
Okay, no worries. Fox 32's Nate Rogers, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again. Okay, and we lost Nate there, but we will take a quick commercial break. We are continuing to follow this story here as many other top headlines on this Thursday. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we appreciate you being with us here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of moving pieces on this Thursday, but a lot of stories left to get to at the moment. Of course, in Washington today, and that happens every year, the annual National Prayer Breakfast. President Biden, Vice President Harris, members of Congress speaking at it. We're going to play President Biden's remarks from earlier today.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know who she's talking about, but thank you. Folks, look, let me say, I didn't know I was going to get that kind of an introduction, but let me say at the outset that, we've all gone through really difficult times. Every one of you out there, one way or another. And I had an overwhelming advantage, and I mean it sincerely. I had a family that was there for me every single solitary moment. And so I don't deserve this credit for enduring that so many people I meet. Think of all the people you know, whether they're constituents or friends or relatives, who get up every morning, don't have anybody. They put one foot in front of the other, and they do it. They lost a child, they lost a mother, a father, a husband, someone close to them, just plucked away. And they get up every single day and put one foot in front of the other. And they're the people who deserve our recognition and our credit. I think I've talked to Bill and Grace Nelson about this. The only thing, today is my son Bo's birthday, but the only thing that Bo said to me when we were told he was going to die within minutes or an hour, that he looked at me and he said, "Dad, promise me, Dad, you're going to stay involved." I said, I'll be good, Bo. He said, "No, Dad, promise me. Give me your word as Biden that you're going to stay engaged." Because he knew, like a lot of you, what you've been through, the first instinct is you just want to crawl up in a ball and just leave. No longer do what you've done your whole life that he said, Dad, promise me. I give my word. That was the last conversation in Walter Reed Hospital, lying there in the bed. And then he looked at me and said, "And Dad," and his brother Hunt, who was his closest friend. We were all three in the bed. And he turned to me and said, "Dad, I want you to know, I'm not afraid." So, I had so much help, starting from the time that I lost my wife and daughter in that accident. But look, everybody has got horrible things they've had to deal with. And we've watched them I sat in the Senate for 36 years. We watched people literally die in our midst. Remember that scene where Teddy walked out? I'm flattered that you think as highly of me as you stated, Kristen, but I had a lot of help. And I want to thank you for the introduction. It's very gracious, but like I said, there's a lot more people who've done a lot more. And to my good friend, Chris Coons. Two things I tell everybody about Chris Coons, you got to know. One, he's smarter than you. And two, the boy can preach. He's the only guy that went to law school and got a divinity degree at the same time. I worry about divine lawyers. But anyway, Chris, thank you. You've been a great friend. And as Brian, as you were speaking, Chuck sort of leaned over. He didn't say anything, but just like, was that Delaware? But it was Delaware. That's why I got involved in politics in the first place. I remember going to a little Catholic grade school in Claymont, Delaware, which was a steel town that was dying. And the bus my mother would drive me to school parking lot. It's called Holy Rosary School. From a little, it's called Brookview Apartments. Used to be Section 8 housing later. And I get out of the bus, I get out of the car, and that's where I-95 runs parallel to these days. And I said, Mom, why are all those kids, it was then called colored, why are all those colored kids in that bus? Because in Scranton, there weren't any. There were very few blacks. So they're not allowed to go to school with us here in Delaware. So, and Milton wasn't what you might call the epicenter of desegregation. And so you've been through a lot, but you've done a lot as well. And I thank you. And Carrie Job, you have the voice of an angel, kid. I tell you what, you really do. And that guy sitting next to you, he's a lucky guy. A lucky guy. And besides, he has all his hair. And Vice President Harris, Majority Leader Schumer, Mitch McConnell. Mitch, I don't want to hurt your reputation, but we really are friends. And that is not an epiphany we're having here at the moment. You've always done exactly what you've said. You're a man of your word, and you're a man of honor. Thank you for being my friend. And folks, members of Congress and spouses, I'm honored to join you all today. You know, we're keeping our prayers for Senator Lujan, and keep him in your prayers today. I think, from what I understand, he's going to be okay and be back with us in not too distant future. But we pray for safe recovery. And a special thank you to the bipartisan chairs of this breakfast, Representative Lamb and Wahlberg, Gillibrand and Rounds. Mike, I know it's been 3 months to this day that you lost Gene to cancer. So you know of what I speak. And it's like losing a piece of your soul. And I remember. Today, as I said, is a day that a lot of us can remember the times and what we lost, each of us. And just like I miss my son every single day, I know he's always with me, for real. He's always with me. Congressman McBath, just like your precious son Jordan, he's always going to be with you, for real. It becomes a piece of you. You know, how many times have you all been through this, about to make a decision, say, what would Bo want, or what would Jill want, or what would, whatever it is. And for everyone out there who has lost a piece of their soul, they're always with you. And all through the pain, I think if you can find purpose of a life that makes you worthy in their eyes of what they expect of you. This breakfast usually is held in a big Washington hotel with a big crowd. Today we're here in the Visitor Center of the United States Capitol with a much smaller crowd. A more intimate setting to see each other here and listen to each other, standing in this, which is in governmental terms, a sacred place. And think about our former colleagues and close friends we lost this year. Bob Dole, Harry Reid, Johnny Isaacs, who was a hell of a guy, Max Cleland, Carl Levin, Mike Enzi, John Warner, Walter Mondale. And, I learned a long time ago, never make one good eulogy. Because if you make one good eulogy, you got to do a lot of eulogies. But I've had the pleasure of knowing their families, and there's a lot of good friends, both sides of the aisle, who disagreed on many, many things, who still talk and listen to one another. I think I've said to Mitch and some of you earlier in the last couple of years that, one of the things I don't know for sure, but I think is missing in the Congress, we don't spend as much time with one another as we used to. We used to eat lunch together. I mean, literally sit down, not in the Senate dining room in the Senate, with that small dining room off to the right across the hall from the visitors' dining room. And there's two big round tables, big dining room tables, and a buffet. And I remember when I first got here, after my wife and daughter were killed in an accident, my boys were still in the hospital. And I remember Teddy would always come and say, come to lunch. I didn't want any part of going to lunch. And one day he just dragged me over to lunch. He said, you'll learn more there than any place else. And I would go to lunch there literally every day and listen to the senior members. And you learn about their losses, their happiness. You learn about them. You learn about their, you know, I remember one day I walked in and there was a little corner in the table, or a corner table, when the big table was filled. And I sat there and Jim East said, come over here, Joe, sit down here. And I wasn't about to sit in John Stennis' seat. And because he sat at the head of the table. And he said, no, come on, he's gone. So I ordered my hamburger, whatever that devil I ordered, took a couple bites, and then walks John Stennis. And I immediately put a napkin on all my stuff, and I said, I'm finished, Mr. Chairman. Come on, right here. I later got a handwritten letter from him about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I appreciate the honor of you recognizing my seat, but you didn't finish your meal. I promise this favor will be returned. It was returned. He actually endorsed me and I ran for president from Mississippi. I think that was an expensive hamburger for him. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, you know, when you know one another, when you know, and no matter how badly you disagree, and people think, Rev, that in the days that's divided here, we had a lot of flat-out old segregation is still in our caucus. But Teddy Kennedy would argue like hell with Jim Eastland, and then they'd go down and have lunch. Didn't agree with one another, but they treated each other with respect even that day. And I just think that when you learn that another man or woman, you're flying a Codell and someone has their husband or wife with them, and you learn that they have a kid with a problem with alcoholism. You learn that they have a daughter who has breast cancer. You learn that they have, it's hard to dislike the person. And so one of the things I pray for, and I mean it, is that we sort of get back to the place that's so busy. I think things have changed so much, but that we get to really know each other. It's hard to really dislike someone when you know what they're going through, the same thing you're going through. You know, like President Eisenhower, the first president to attend this breakfast 70 years ago, at the time President Eisenhower said, he said, there's a need we all have in these days and times for some help which comes from outside ourselves. Outside ourselves. I've attended many of these prayer breakfasts over the years with our nation at war, in struggle and strife, peace, and times of prosperity when everybody was getting on. But a nation in prayer. Jill and I have been humbled by the prayers of so many of you, and it means everything to us. We pray for our nation as we face the inflection point in our history. So much is going to change, no matter who's sitting in my job. The world is changing. The world is changing. There's the moment, but there's also a moment of great progress, of lives saved in this pandemic, not just the ones lost, new jobs created for people, new hope, rebuilding the nation, but also a moment of pain for the lost lives and the lives that are lost in this pandemic, and the cruel twist of fate that occur. You know, at a moment of great division of our democracy is at grave risk. I pray that we follow what Jesus taught us, to serve rather than be served. I don't always do it. I hope try. I don't always do it. I pray to keep the faith, that the very promise of America, believing that there's nothing we can't do, where every person is created equal in the image of God, no matter who, where we come from, who we are, what our color, or how we choose to pray, or whether or not we choose to pray. They deserve to be treated equally throughout their lives. Faith in the very idea of America that can be defined, in my view, by a single word. I've been saying this for over 30 years. When I get asked to define America, one word: possibilities. Possibilities. One of the reasons why other countries sometimes think we're arrogant is we believe anything is possible. Anything is possible. And faith in the American people will prove each and every day we're a great nation because we're at our heart a good people. We do bad things and we get frightened. St. Augustine wrote that a people was a multitude defined by a common object of their love. I believe the common objects of our love that define us Americans are opportunity, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, service, truth. Things everybody recognizes both here and around the world. As I stand in this citadel democracy that was attacked 1 year ago, the issue is, for us is unity. How do we unite us again? Unity is elusive, but it's really actually necessary. Unity doesn't mean we have to agree on everything, but unity is where enough of us believe in a core of basic things, the common good, the general welfare, of faith in the United States of America. The United States of America. Nearly 3 weeks ago, we were reminded of that truth. A gunman entered a synagogue in Colleyville, Texas. He took 4 worshipers hostage, including a rabbi, for 11 hours. But violence and vengeance didn't pierce the goodness and grace of that scene. Heroic law enforcement officers were joined by local faith leaders, including an imam, a Baptist minister, who offered their help. Nearby Catholic church opened its doors for the hostages' families. At sunset, a group of Muslim women, friends of the rabbi's wife, walked in with one of the rabbi's favorite foods. They hugged and they wept because of the bravery of the hostages and the law enforcement officers. The hostages escaped safely, and the families were reunited. When asked later if he would change anything, the rabbi said, quote, "We will do what we always do, which is the best we can," which is the best we can. I had a long conversation with the rabbi. It was interesting to hear him describe the scene and how faith mattered. Whether you're in a synagogue or a church or a mosque or a temple, whether you're religious or not, we're all imperfect human beings trying our best, the best we can, because we can't know the future. We can't know what's coming. We also can't live in fear every step of the way. That's America. From darkness, we've found joy, hope, and light. Rather than driving us apart, faith can move us together, because all the great confessional faiths have the same fundamental basic beliefs. Not just faith in a higher power, but faith to see each other as we should. Not as enemies, but as neighbors. Not as adversaries, but as fellow Americans. As leaders of this nation who work and pray together, there's an oath to God and country to uphold, and a charge to keep, to stand in the breach, and to protect our democracy, to work together to right wrongs. That's how we all came here, to make the most of our time on earth. For if a house divided cannot stand, surely a house united can do anything. And if we do that, I think we'll have done our duty. With history and God watching, we will have to prove that there's nothing beyond the capacity of the United States when we're united. United States. You know, some of the senior senators are here. Used to kid me because I was quoting Irish poets on the floor of the United States Senate. And there's a poem, The Curate Troy, written by an Irish poet who I got to know. It says, history teaches us not to hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, that tidal wave of justice rises up, and hope and history rhyme. I honestly believe we're at one of those moments. There's so much at stake. the division has become so palpable, not just here, but around the world. We have a chance. We have a chance to make hope and history rhyme, because the rest of the world is looking to us. Every time I'd walk out of my Grandpa Finnegan's house up in Scranton, some of you heard me say this before, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." My grandmother yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Let's go spread the faith."
So we just wanted to show you President Biden speaking today at the National Prayer Breakfast in Washington. This is an annual tradition dating back quite some time. Also, though, lawmakers were there. Vice President Harris was there speaking. Remember, last year it had to be held virtually. This year, though, in person, thankfully. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this very busy Thursday. Remember, we're still tracking a lot of these weather systems from around the country. In the next hour, we're going to get a live report from St. Louis, Missouri, to get an update on conditions there. We spoke to one of our reporters earlier. Snow, a lot of snow on the ground. Also, we've been showing you the updates from Texas as well. They're in for a deep freeze and snow and ice. We've been speaking with our reporters in Dallas and Houston. After the break, we're going to hear from Texas Governor Greg Abbott about what he's telling residents there in the Lone Star State to do ahead of this storm. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you're having a great Thursday. We have a lot more stories left to get to. Just want to put up some of our weather radar over the Gulf, over Texas. You can see parts of Houston, San Antonio, a lot of winter weather moving through the Lone Star State. Well, earlier today, Texas Governor Greg Abbott, along with emergency management officials, holding a briefing, telling residents what they need to be prepared for. So something like last year's event, when the Texas electric grid went kaput, basically, for a lot of residents. A lot of residents were without power for several days. Well, they are encouraging Texans to be prepared for this round of winter weather. Here's Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. We have a lot of ground to cover today because there's a lot of important information that we want to share with the public. The first thing I can tell you is we are dealing with one of the most significant icing events that we've had in the state of Texas in at least several decades. And as we will discuss over the course of our presentations today, there are some consequences that result from this being such a significant icing event. The main thing that we want to do today is to continue our efforts to keep the public informed about exactly what is going on about the power grid, about what the state is doing to respond to the winter storm, and what Texans can do to enhance their own safety over the course of the next few days. First, the power grid. The power grid is performing very well at this time. I'm going to be making reference to this graph and this graph at this time. This graph right here shows expected power demand for about the next 24 hours for the remainder of today and early tomorrow. It shows that the power generation capacity that is expected and a breakdown of the source of that power, whether it be wind, solar, or thermal. It shows that there is plenty of power available at this time, as well as plenty of power expected over the remainder of today and early tomorrow. At the expected peak demand, not just tomorrow, but in this entire winter storm event, at the expected peak demand, there should be about 10,000 megawatts of extra power capacity. To put that in context, that is about enough extra power to supply about 2 million homes. The second graph, this one over here, that shows the current demand for power in Texas at this time. That would be the bottom line, which is kind of the teal or green colored line. It also shows the current available capacity of power from the grid at this time, and that's the top line. It shows that there is about a 20,000 megawatts of extra power over current demand. Now, very importantly, even though at this time we have an extraordinary amount of extra supply of power, at this time there are about 70,000 customers in Texas without power. So how can that be that there are people in the state of Texas without power if the grid is fully functioning and has ample power supply? The reason is because of issues with local power providers. The most probable cause of a power outage right now around the state of Texas for anybody who's without power is either because of heavy winds affected lines, or more likely because of an icing condition, where ice itself could have brought down power lines, or ice could have weighed down on trees or tree limbs that would have brought down a power line. Anyone out of power at this time should call their local power provider. If you do not know how to get a hold of your local power provider, I'm going to give you a website address that you could use to contact your local power provider. Go to puc.texas.gov/storm. If anybody needs access to try to find the phone number of the power provider to call because your power is out, you can go to puc.texas.gov/storm. Now, to address the down lines, or for whatever reason why local power providers are not able to provide power to your house at this particular time, I want you to know that local power providers are bringing in extra resources to get those power lines back up, and the state of Texas is helping them. There are more than 10,000 linemen already working for power transmission companies to assist with power lines that are not working. And in addition to that, almost 2,000 more linemen are coming in from outside the state of Texas. To expedite the repair trucks that are needed, that are coming in from outside of the state, I am issuing a proclamation that authorizes the Texas Department of Public Safety to waive some regulations that will allow them, those repair trucks, to get into the state faster and easier. Also, To help local jurisdictions, local governments, rapidly respond with the tools and resources they need, I am at this moment issuing a proclamation for all counties most heavily affected by the ice storm at this particular time. They are listed in this proclamation that I'm about to sign, and they include 17 counties across the state of Texas. So this proclamation is now in effect for those 17 counties, but we know that over the course of the remainder of the winter storm, there may be additional counties that will need to be added because of conditions on the grounds in those counties, in which case we will be supplementing this proclamation to include those additional counties. Now, in addition to the forecast that ERCOT and the PUC are relying upon, there are other reasons to provide confidence in the ongoing resiliency of the power grid. One is that, as compared to last year, Texas has about 15% more power generation capacity. There is also more reserve power available than last year. Unlike last year, winterization has been required for power generators, and there's been about 99% of those power generators passed inspection. Last year, some generators were not available because of maintenance operations during the course of the winter storm. This year, more generators are online because they were required to do maintenance either before or after a winter season. Also, more natural gas facilities are designated as critical infrastructure to ensure operation during a winter storm. Last year, less than 100 facilities were designated as critical infrastructure. As of now, more than 2,900 of those facilities are designated as critical infrastructure. Also, unlike last year, some generators that use natural gas also have alternative fuels to generate power in the event they are not receiving the natural gas that they were expecting or needed. Also, if weather limits the flow of natural gas, we have several days of natural gas in storage that can be used. Additionally, the grid is projected to have a surplus of more than 10,000 megawatts for peak power demand tomorrow morning on Friday morning, which we expect to be the peak of demand for the winter storm. In short, to repeat what the chairman of the PUC has said, the Texas electric grid is the most reliable and resilient that it's ever been. Now, there are more than 24 state agencies that are working 24/7 to help respond to the winter storm. And all of the agencies that are seated at the table will be making presentations about what they are doing. I'm going to cover those, some of those that are not at the table right now. One is the Texas Military Department, which includes the Texas National Guard. They currently have deployed at least 127 personnel and 52 vehicles and will add more as needed. They have 5 winter weather mission-ready packages staged in Abilene, Wichita Falls, Lubbock, Brownwood. That one's going to be moving, I think, to Wiley, as well as in Round Rock. Winter weather packages are comprised of 18 personnel, Humvees, wreckers, and ambulances. TMD also has assigned a military district coordinator to Garland to coordinate Texas military resources in the North Texas region. The Texas Military Department has a battalion of mission command staged in Lubbock, and they have additional resources that can be deployed as needed. As one example, they have been involved in assisting motorists on Interstate 20, mile marker 220, which is near the Abilene area. The Texas A&M Forest Service is currently supporting TxDOT, as well as the Texas Division of Emergency Management, with winter weather response with personnel and equipment assigned to San Angelo, Abilene, Amarillo, Brownwood, and Sherman. Texas Parks and Wildlife. They are prepared to support with 4x4 vehicles as well as personnel statewide. 2 things about what they're involved in doing in more detail. They have assisted the Texas Department of Public Safety and the Texas Department of Transportation with motorists in the Wichita Falls area. Additionally, they will be announcing later on today that some state parks will be closed for a short period of time as we work our way through the winter storm. But that will be an announcement coming from the Texas Parks and Wildlife later on today. The Texas Animal Health Commission is now activated at the State Operations Center right here and is coordinating with animal response partners at both state and local levels. Currently, they are working on potential hay and feed or other livestock-related support following the storm. All partners have indicated right now no unmet needs, but are working to prepare for anticipated issues. The Texas Animal Health Commission staff remain on standby for response for any animal issues that may arise. The Texas Department of State Health Services is coordinating with hospital preparedness providers on resource needs such as potential power outages, water issues, medical staff surge, or overnight lodging. They have put 3 emergency medical task force severe weather packages into the field, as well as 2 additional ambulances on standby to cover affected regions. Already they have delivered more than 100 oxygen tanks in the Austin area in the event that they are going to be needed, and stand ready to make deliveries of oxygen tanks to any affected region where there is demand. With that, I am going to turn it over to Peter Lake, the chair of the Public Utilities Commission.
Thank you, Governor. As expected, we have received reports of local outages from across the state due to icing on power lines and ice weighing down tree branches and trees. We are working closely with transmission companies across the state to ensure they deploy the resources needed to restore power as soon as possible. We have worked with them also to ensure that crews were pre-positioned before the cold weather set in to address these outages as quickly as possible. If you are experiencing a power outage, please report it to your local provider, and please check puc.texas.gov/storm for information about outages in your area and for information about contacting your local provider. I'd like to thank our partners at TxDOT for working closely with these transmission companies to ensure that the necessary roads are cleared so that crews can get to the necessary equipment to restore power as quickly as possible. It's important to understand that these are localized outages that are not related to system-wide reliability issues, as you can see on the screen behind us. The grid remains strong, reliable, and it is performing well in this winter weather event. In addition, we will continue implementing the robust reforms passed in these last few months. Unlike last year, we will be operating the grid in a much more conservative approach with a bigger margin of safety of reserves and an abundance of caution. Most importantly, our generators and power lines are now weatherized to not only meet but exceed federal standards. We have worked closely with our partners at the Railroad Commission to ensure that critical infrastructure on our natural gas supply chain is identified and protected in the event of any emergency situation, that to ensure that they continue to receive power so natural gas continue to flow to our generators. In addition, the market reforms implemented in ERCOT are ensuring that our generators have additional fuel on site and accessible, as the governor mentioned earlier. Unlike in the past, they are able to economically procure this fuel, keep it on site, and be sure they have redundancy in weather events like this. These generators have pre-positioned crews, much like our transmission companies have, so that if there are operational problems at a generator, those can be addressed quickly. We will continue to work with our partners at our fellow state agencies to ensure localized outages are addressed quickly. The grid is strong, is reliable, and is performing well in this winter weather event. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brad Jones, the CEO of ERCOT.
Thank you, Governor. As we've indicated in the past, we continue to operate the electric grid in an extremely conservative manner. We are bringing on more resources, having those resources available early, making sure that they're stabilized to continue to provide reliable service to the grid. That goes for our forecast as well. As you see behind us, our forecast has increased since yesterday by about 3,000 megawatts. Similarly, our wind expectations have also increased. The reason for the wind expectations to increase is that we had been forecasting a significant level of icing in the western part of our state. That has not occurred as severely as we expected, and so our wind forecast now is much higher than it was previously. In addition, we've been working on communications throughout the entire industry, talking to each of our industry partners, working with the state, but also working with every part of our industry, generators, transmission distribution providers, to make sure that we are communicating sufficiently and accurately across all of those different forums. We recently contacted the TCEQ yesterday morning to ask for enforcement discretion. I know that the TCEQ will talk about that as well, but that has already been granted. In addition, we have not seen any of our generation come offline for cold weather situation, which is indication that our weatherization program is working as we had hoped. Finally, I would like to again reiterate that we have been operating in an extremely conservative manner. We have a high degree of confidence in our grid. We feel very comfortable in our current situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Commissioner Craddock with the Texas Railroad Commission.
Thank you, Governor. The Railroad Commission has been conducting daily operational calls since Monday with the 3 major natural gas providers, or your gas utilities, that serve approximately 97% of the residential customers in the state. They don't anticipate any service interruptions to the residential customers, so your gas should stay on, you should have heat, you should be able to cook, and they have additional support crews available if any issues arise. If you have an issue, please call your local provider if you have any outages. Since last fall, the Railroad Commission has conducted over 4,000 weatherization site visits, including 100% of our intrastate underground storage has been inspected. Prior to this event, the natural gas pipelines packed their pipelines and underground storage at near capacity. Operators have transitioned to 24-hour operations and suspended all scheduled maintenance. This morning, we confirmed at our operator briefing with approximately 100 operators, including production and pipelines, that operations are continuing as usual and they are prepared for the current weather conditions. Fluctuations in production are in the normal range. We want to thank TxDOT and the local counties to make sure our roads are continuing to be open and get cleared. We do have some challenges with roadways that are isolated and regional. Mostly the Permian Basin operators, though, are reporting that they are not having problems getting people to sites. Again, we have line pack and storage are in good condition and the gas is flowing.
Thank you very much. Next is Toby Becker, the Executive Director for the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Thank you, Governor. I'll start by just piggybacking off of what Brad said, that yes, we did grant enforcement discretion as of 6 p.m. Last night, but what I'd like to talk about today is water systems. We are monitoring water systems across the state closely. At this point, we have no significant reported issues, and we've not received any notifications of boil water notices related to Winter Storm Landon at this point. However, it's cold outside and water lines freeze when it gets cold outside, so we do expect that we have some frozen pipes across the state. Frozen pipes can lead to line breakage, which can lead to a loss of pressure, which ultimately could lead to a boil water notice, and that's the main reason why we see boil water notices. So there are 3 things I'd like to ask Texans to do to prepare for this. Is number 1, I'm encouraging you to closely follow your water provider. They're going to let you know what the status of your system is and whether you're under a boil water notice. 2, if you see a pipe break in the street that's not in your yard or in your house, report it to your provider immediately. It will help them, and it'll help your utility get out there quickly to fix that and keep the pressure up in the system. The next would be if you have a pipe break in your wall or in your yard, so on your side of the meter, go and turn the water off at the street so you don't bleed the pressure out of the utility system. And then finally, we have a link on our website with a video on how to turn your water off. Our website is www.tceq.texas.gov. If you go there to the winter storm landing page, there's a video that'll show you the different ways to turn the water off if you have a line break in your house, and that will help your local utility keep the pressure up. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Next is Mark Williams, the Executive Director for the Texas Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Governor. TxDOT personnel continue to be active statewide with 24-hour operations underway. Our pre-treatment efforts have now transitioned into clearing and de-icing work that is going on. Heavy rains impacted the effectiveness of pre-treatment in many areas, and heavy icing, as the Governor noted, continues to make the roads very dangerous. We have approximately 2,500 road segments along and generally west of I-35 that are covered with ice and/or snow, and driving conditions remain and continue to be dangerous. We do in particular want to point out bridges and overpasses as being locations that motorists need to be aware of as they're approaching. Governor Abbott also noted the assistance that TxDOT has had from a number of the state agencies that are represented here. This has been a team effort, and we do very much appreciate the help and the support that we get and that motorists receive from those agencies along with our personnel. A couple of closures of note. The Metroplex in particular continues to see a heavy amount of snow and freezing precipitation that's ongoing, I think, in those areas. And in some of our other urban areas, our ramps and overpasses in some locations are closed. We've also closed the managed lane system in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in order to help conserve resources and allow our teams to concentrate on the main lanes in those areas. A few other trouble spots of note to just be aware of. Interstate 10 between Ozona and Fort Stockton. We've seen some issues with some of the semi-tractor trailers having trouble getting traction going up some of the hills in that area. And it was also noted Interstate 20 between Abilene and Fort Worth overnight. There were some challenges there, and we still are seeing some potential problem areas that we're responding to and treating. Primary message, too, that we want to get out for motorists: you don't have to be on the roads. Don't get out there and drive. We also want to encourage motorists, along with the media, to refer to our website, drivetexas.org. That's the location where as soon as we have road information and updated road information, we put it on that site so you all can have the best information available. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you very much. Next is the Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Colonel C. McCraw.
Thank you, Governor. Texas troopers continue to respond to crashes and stranded motorists across the state, certainly with our local partners and TxDOT, Texas Military Department, game wardens, to be able to address those things. Clearly, the most significant factor, and I think the Chief can agree with that, is driving too fast for the prevailing conditions. The icy roads, there's no downside, there's no minimum speed enforcement when it comes to icy roads. And there's no.
Okay, so Texas putting out all the stops here, making sure residents are safe as this winter weather moves through. Let's put up the weather radar yet again, and you can see this band in the blue there moving through cities like Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, and we've been speaking to our reporters in a lot of these cities in Texas because, of course, they are still somewhat triggered by what happened this very same time last year, where the Texas power grid failed in many parts of the state, leaving residents without power for several days. And so, of course, they don't want anything like that to happen again. That's what Texas Governor Abbott was saying. So we've got you covered here with a lot of this weather news. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about politics, about foreign policy, major news coming down today, not only on the Russia-Ukraine crisis, but also with regards to ISIS. So more on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for joining us on your Thursday night. We have a lot of kind of cool Live Now looks from across the country. The White House lit up in red, white, and blue tonight. Not entirely sure why. I'll make sure I figure that out. We also have a Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol and a beautiful Live Now look out of New York City, the Manhattan skyline there. It's almost 8 o'clock on the dot on the East Coast. But right now, we want to get to some of these other top headlines we have for you because, of course, we've been covering all day when we got word that the U.S. military conducted a mission that took out the leader of ISIS. Fox's Madeline Rivera has the latest on this story.
Senior administration officials say this incredibly complex operation has long been in planning and went precisely as expected. The president giving the final go on the operation Tuesday. This is what's left of a building after U.S. Special Operations Forces raided it overnight in a counterterrorism mission in northwest Syria.
We went out and saw planes above us. 10 minutes later, we heard screams. Surrender. The house is surrounded.
The leader of ISIS, Haji Abdullah, is now dead after the suicide vest he was wearing detonated, killing his wife and children too. No American troops were hurt in the blast.
But thanks to the bravery of our troops, this horrible terrorist leader is no more. Our forces carried out the operation with their signature preparation and precision.
Syrian civil defense teams say they recovered the bodies of 13 people, including 6 children and 4 women who were killed in the clashes and bombing that followed the U.S. airborne operation. But senior administration officials argue some of the numbers don't align with their information, adding the victims were killed by ISIS terrorists and not by American troops.
I directed the Department of Defense to take every precaution possible to minimize civilian casualties.
Officials believe Haji Abdullah's death will be a significant blow to ISIS, calling him one of the terrorist group's few remaining legacy leaders.
ISIS right now is growing once again, so it's good to see raids like this.
Officials say there was also a mechanical issue with one of the U.S. helicopters during the operation. As a result, the military destroyed it. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much for that update. Let's hear, though, from President Biden earlier today at the White House making this announcement, talking about the mission.
Good morning. Last night, operating on my orders, the United States military forces successfully removed a major terrorist threat to the world, the global leader of ISIS, known as Haji Abdullah. He took over as leader of ISIS in 2019 after the United States counterterrorism operation killed al-Baghdadi. Since then, ISIS has directed terrorist operations targeting Americans, our allies and our partners, and countless civilians in the Middle East, Africa, and in South Asia. Haji Abdullah oversaw the spread of ISIS-affiliated terrorist groups around the world after savaging communities and murdering innocents. He was responsible for the recent brutal attack on a prison in northeast Syria holding ISIS fighters, which was swiftly addressed by our brave partners in the Syrian Democratic Forces. He was the driving force behind the genocide of the Yazidi people in northwestern Iraq in 2014. We all remember the gut-wrenching stories, mass slaughters that wiped out entire villages, thousands of women and young girls sold into slavery, rape used as a weapon of war. And thanks to the bravery of our troops, this horrible terrorist leader is no more. Our forces carried out the operation with their signature preparation and precision, and I directed the Department of Defense to take every precaution possible to minimize civilian casualties. Knowing that this terrorist had chosen to surround himself with families, including children, we made a choice to pursue a special forces raid at a much greater risk than to our own people, rather than targeting him with an airstrike. We made this choice to minimize civilian casualties. Our team is still compiling the report, but we do know that as our troops approach to capture the terrorist, in a final act of desperate cowardness, he, with no regard to the lives of his own family or others in the building, he chose to blow himself up, not just with the vest, but to blow up that third floor, rather than face justice for the crimes he has committed, taking several members of his family with him, just as his predecessor did. I'm grateful for the immense courage and skill and determination of our U.S. forces who skillfully executed this incredibly challenging mission. The members of our military are the solid steel backbone of this nation, ready to fly into danger at a moment's notice to keep our country and the American people safe as well as our allies. And I'm also grateful to the families of our service members. You served right alongside these soldiers and sailors, Marines, Special Forces, the loved ones, giving them the strength and support they need to do what they do. To our service members and their families, we're forever grateful for what you do for us, and we owe you a debt. Thank you. We're also aided by the essential partnership of the Syrian Democratic Forces. I want to commend our dedicated intelligence community, the Department of Defense, and members of our national security team throughout the government, whose meticulous and tireless work over the course of many months ensured that this mission succeeded. This operation is testament to America's reach and capability to take out terrorist threats no matter where they try to hide anywhere in the world. I'm determined to protect the American people from terrorist threats, and I'll take decisive action to protect this country. And we'll continue working with our close allies and partners, the Syrian Democratic Forces, the Iraqi security forces, including the Kurdish Peshmerga, and more than 80 members of the global coalition to keep pressure on ISIS to protect our homeland. We remain vigilant. We remain prepared. Last night's operation took a major terrorist leader off the battlefield, and it sent a strong message to terrorists around the world. We will come after you and find you. Once again, today, we continue our unceasing effort to keep the American people safe and to strengthen the security of our allies and partners around the world. I want to thank you all, and may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. I'm heading off to New York right now. I'm late, and I thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, has threat from ISIS been eliminated, sir? How many U.S. troops were involved, sir? Mr. President.
Okay, brief remarks there by President Biden from earlier this morning at the White House talking about this operation. To discuss that a little further, what does this mean for the Islamic State? What does this mean for counterterrorism going forward? I'm being joined by national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. Just wanted to get your thoughts on President Biden's brief statement there because, this was weeks in the making. He gave the go-ahead on Tuesday. Does this kind of signal more counterterrorism missions to take out, other terrorist groups like ISIS?
Andrew, thanks for having me with you tonight. It could. I really think what it is we had intelligence on a major terrorist leader. I mean, he's the head of ISIS, and when we say the preparation took weeks, I'm guessing that during that time period, there was a lot of confirmation that this was actually where he was located. There was a lot of intelligence gathering on the specifics of the building, the specifics of the area, everything that's needed to refine and hone the plan of action to go in there and take him out. And also, there's a lot of coordination here. That particular location is in northern Syria. You have U.S. Central Command, and if that was launched from Turkish territory, which is very possible, then you have European Command, U.S. European Command, or EUCOM as well. So you have two different major combatant commanders that have to coordinate their efforts in order to pull this off. And then you have Special Operations Command, which may have had overall cognizance. Not enough information right now, but there's a lot of coordination just within the U.S. government, not to mention with a NATO ally, because certainly the Turks had to be informed of what we're doing, and a lot of other coordination as well. And it sounds like we had a lot of coordination with some of our Syrian partners on the ground. So a very difficult operation, very well executed from everything I've seen. But with that said, I don't know that this is a harbinger of more counter-terrorist operations or less, but it is a major success.
Hal, I was struck by the fact that this was a Special Forces mission in which they were on the ground and they carried this out and executed this. Why do you think the administration and the Defense Department didn't go with, any old drone strike and not leaving, a trace? Do you think there was some hesitation, especially in the aftermath of the botched drone strike after the fall of Kabul that left 10 innocent Afghanis dead?
Andrew, I think that's hanging over their heads.
Okay.
You know, when we did that airstrike, or we did that drone strike, we kind of talked about it quite a bit, and then we realized what had actually happened, and of course that's a strategic embarrassment. But with that said, also collateral damage. The other thing too, when you're going after major terrorist leaders like this, you want confirmation that you actually got them. You know, the problem with an airstrike or a drone strike is you destroy a lot of things, but I can't tell you the number of times that we've done these strikes. You know, for example, with Saddam Hussein in Iraq, the number of times that we did a strike on Saddam Hussein, and of course it didn't actually get him. I can think of one Iraqi general, I think there's 3 or 4 times that he was reported killed, and he still showed up alive. So you want that physical confirmation, particularly with a counter-terrorist mission, because, you know, part of this is the message that goes out to his followers, if you will, to make sure that he's actually, you know, that he's actually dead. And it's not uncommon that in that world that sometimes they will lose a leader, but they will carry on as if that leader's not gone, just to maintain cohesiveness within their organization. So that's one of the many reasons why they would want to go for this type of operations.
You know, and Hal, that's a good point too, because just because their leader has now been taken out by special forces, along with many of his family members, his wives and children as well. We were learning, according to the president, that he basically blew himself up with a suicide vest and took out many members of his family. So I was kind of struck by the fact that when we last spoke during the fall of Kabul, when the Taliban came in, that was the main concern. Will the vacancy of U.S. forces create ISIS strongholds in Afghanistan? Do you think that was somewhat of the motivating factor here?
Well, there's a lot of things there. I think that the fear is, and there may be an Afghanistan connection with this. Anything to disrupt the command and control within ISIS is big. Now, the ISIS-K, as it's called, what's going on over there in Afghanistan, I don't know that this will disrupt their operations that much, although he is the global head of ISIS. So obviously it's a blow to the morale. It's a blow to ISIS followers everywhere. It's a boost to those opposing ISIS. Ironically, I'm sure that there are some within the Taliban who are actually pleased to see that we were successful in taking him out, because they too are opposed to ISIS over in Afghanistan. But with that also said, if I could go back to the actual, the loss of his family, or the death of his family and his kids, again, our forces train extensively to go in there. And I mean, there's nothing really, we often hear that surgical strike or something. They train really hard to minimize the collateral damage. And that's why we put our special forces like this in harm's way, was to we must have known that his wives and his children were there, and we went really hard. And then when he went in there, he detonated that vest, and I have no doubt that that's where most of that collateral damage came from. He did it himself. In fact, I would not be surprised when we say that that ISIS may have killed a lot of other people that they're claiming were also killed in that raid. That's very possible. When we went in there, they could have started firing, and they could have probably, a lot of that were, from an ISIS perspective, were friendly fire incidents. In other words, they shot their own people. We're very careful about that. The degree of training that they have to go through to pull off these things is just remarkable. And it's like NFL football. I mean, they go through these drills over and over and over again. They go through with the latest intelligence, and they are extremely careful to try and avoid any unnecessary loss of life. So I really believe that particular report, or at least that collateral damage, that was truly caused by ISIS.
And Hal, President Biden referenced this huge battle last week in northern Syria, where a prison compound was housing hundreds of Islamic State fighters, some of their family as well. They essentially, staged a revolt. They tried to take over the compound. And then our Kurdish partners and our Syrian Democratic Forces allies basically had to come in and shut this down, leading to, I believe, hundreds of deaths. So he was giving props to our allies in the region there. So you can see the Biden administration is somewhat concerned by a resurgence of ISIS. But Hal, in your experience, and you follow this very closely, when one leader of a terrorist group gets taken out, there's someone just waiting in the wings, is there not?
Well, it's interesting with the war on terror. It does remind me, I was very much in the 90s involved with the war on drugs. And we had what we call kingpin operations, where we take out major drug lords or drug kingpins. That's some of what we do with terrorism. Terrorism is a little bit different, though. Terrorism is more ideologically based, if you will. So taking out a key leader like that can have a dramatic impact on these organizations. And it has happened in the past that when you take out a key leader, you can disrupt them in a lot of asymmetric ways where they can't always put the pieces back together again. So it takes a long time for them to actually pull everything together. The other thing, too, is to watch. And I don't know if we're going to get a lot of reporting on it, but we may have other targets out there. I doubt that the intelligence that led us to him was sitting in isolation. It probably led us to a number of other places. And we may be doing a series of strikes, which is very possible. Or, and as I'm putting my intelligence hat on, sometimes if you know where they are, you just like to track them for a while because they will lead you to things. And so we may be doing that as well. But I have a feeling that there's much more to the story than just taking out the singular leader. And again, I think this is a tremendous success. It's an intelligence success. It's an operational success. And it really speaks to the superb capabilities of our special operations forces.
Totally. And I want to kind of move on from that story today to one that we have been talking about so recently. And that, of course, is the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I want to play a story from Fox's Steve Harrigan, who's been in Kyiv for the last several weeks, reporting on how Ukraine is preparing for a potential Russian invasion. Here's that story.
Soldiers from the 82nd Airborne Division now heading to Eastern Europe 1 day after President Biden ordered 3,000 American troops to deploy to the region. The situation here in Ukraine remains fragile. The country virtually surrounded by more than 100,000 Russian troops. On Thursday, Moscow kicked off large-scale military exercises in Belarus just to the north, while NATO countered with their own drills in the eastern Mediterranean. And on Capitol Hill, top Pentagon officials, including Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, are briefing members of Congress on the U.S. response, telling lawmakers there's new evidence Moscow plans to create a pretext for invading Ukraine by claiming the Ukrainian military attacked first.
We believe that Russia would produce a very graphic propaganda video, which would include corpses and actors that would be depicting mourners and images of destroyed locations.
The military moves are also running parallel with a diplomatic effort, mostly taking place behind closed doors. Diplomats from Russia, Ukraine, France, and Germany are set to meet in Berlin next week with the goal of de-escalating tensions. And Ukraine is also accepting an offer from Turkish President Erdogan to help mediate between the two sides.
To achieve peace, we are ready to use any platform in any format as long as we put a full stop to the war. It is important that all are ready to do it.
In the event of war, the White House says the U.S. could restrict exports to Moscow. In Kiev, Ukraine, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Excuse me there. Okay, we thank Steve for that report out of Ukraine. And I'm being joined by Hal Kempfer again to talk about this. Since we last spoke, Hal, that was the news yesterday that about 3,000 U.S. troops will be going to our Eastern European allies, kind of bordering on Ukraine there, some of our NATO allies on the eastern flank. But I thought it was somewhat telling that the White House yesterday essentially said they're going to stop using the term imminent to describe a potential invasion. What do you think that means? It's
an interesting choice of semantics that they stopped using imminent. first off, it was irritating our Ukrainian partners. They're trying to avoid some sort of panic or mass exodus within the Ukraine. There's also probably a feeling in the Ukraine that they might be able to work through some sort of diplomatic way of doing this. And one thing I want to point out, which was interesting with President Erdogan showing up as a mediator, if you will, and meeting with the president of Ukraine, is he's not only intervening, but he had a very interesting phrase he said today. And keep in mind, one of the vectors, or threat vectors, if you will, that the Ukraine has to look at is the Black Sea. And there's been a lot of evaluation out there about possible maritime or naval action off the Black Sea into Ukraine. Well, one of the biggest players in the Black Sea, of course, is Turkey with the Turkish Navy. He said, we're here because I believe in the sovereignty of Ukraine territory, and then he included Crimea in that phrase. Now, he didn't have to include Crimea, but when he said that, it sends a message to Moscow, which is, hey, just in case you thought that we're okay with you annexing Crimea, we are not. He also has set up a license where they're going to be manufacturing these very sophisticated Turkish, for lack of a better term, kamikaze drones, these loitering drones that can sit up there in the sky and watch. And when they see a target like a tank, an armored vehicle or something, they can swoop down and take out that target. They're not going to be able to create an armored force that's comparable to what Russia has, but there are these other things that they can do which can really mitigate the effect of that armored thrust into any part of Ukraine. So what it's doing is it's coalescing allied support, NATO support across the board in a way that wasn't there. And then, of course, putting the troops on the eastern border like that, it's increasing our tripwire forces there. So if for some reason this did spill into Poland or into the Baltic states, you're immediately going to be taking our own forces under fire, and it's going to bring up Article 5 of NATO, right, which is attack on one, attack on all. So some very interesting things were going just kind of behind the scenes, or some semantics issues beyond the semantics issues, if you will, that I saw happening today.
And Hal, let's get to the news of the day, because we've been hearing from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, the State Department spokesman Ned Price, talking about intelligence. U.S. officials have gathered that Russia is planning some sort of pretext for invasion in the form of some type of graphic video that shows an attack, and they were kind of going into, there would be actors and a lot of, fake armaments and the like to essentially undercut a rationale for an invasion. But the State Department was asked repeatedly today if the U.S. would provide that intelligence or declassify that intelligence, supporting this knowledge they have of a Russian plot with, fake actors and the like. But it has declined to do so. This dovetails with the British intelligence that we got a couple of weeks ago that showed that Russian officials were kind of plotting to also have a pretext to install a puppet leader, a former Ukrainian official. So what do you make of all this? Is this just disinformation, or is this actionable?
I think what we're saying and what the British are saying is actionable intelligence. Now, I have a career working intelligence, military intelligence, and I can say whatever sources and methods we use to derive or to gather that assessment would probably be fairly closely held, and we absolutely do not want to disclose what that is, because it could literally endanger people's lives, but it could also endanger some very key sources of that kind of intelligence that we need. But part of this too, if you look at it from the Russian perspective, this is, to use a common term, propaganda. Mm-hmm. This reminds me of what the Germans did in Poland in 1939, the fake attack on the German border post that they used to justify the invasion of Poland. By the way, there was also an agreement with the Soviet Union, with Nazi Germany, when Germany attacked going into Poland on the other border. The Soviet Union came in and attacked Poland as well, and they carved up Poland between them. So there's a little bit of Russian history that goes with this as well. One of the things with these types of what we call information operations, which is the term that's been used most of the last 2 or 3 decades, with these types of information operations, there's also defensive information operations, and this is part of it. If they have a covert or clandestine plot like this, something where they're going to put out this sort of propaganda, and we can expose that publicly before it happens, then whatever they try to do has been dramatically diminished, mitigated by the fact that we publicly disclose this. So at this point, whatever plot or plan that Putin may have had with this, Hollywood-style type of production has been, not completely destroyed, but certainly within, most of the world, like European nations, NATO nations, and our key allies. I just don't think it's going to play with the public there. I mean, there may be some place in the world they could play this. Maybe North Korea would believe it, but I don't think there's a lot of places that are going to buy whatever they put together. So I think what we've done is we've effectively thwarted whatever that was going to be.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I mean, a lot of reporters in both briefings today were quite upset. They were going back and forth to try to get to the bottom of, where this intelligence came from, if we were going to see any documents to point to it. So that remains to be seen in the near future. Let's just talk about timing. Lastly, a lot of talk has been around a huge international event that's coming up. Of course, the Winter Olympics start this weekend. So many observers of this conflict think that Putin does not want to antagonize China, and so many think he will hold off on an invasion until after the Olympics are over, because it would essentially make Russia's very, very close partner, China, look bad. Does that hold up? What do you think of that?
Well, it's interesting. That is the conventional wisdom that's been out there, is he does not want to upset China. There is another side of this, is, and I'm going to get very tactical here, tracks on ground, all right? It's, one of the problems is that, we look at that area and we see the snow and the cold and we go, gosh, that ground must be frozen solid. The latest I've seen is the ground is not as solid as they would like. If you're moving a huge armored columns, and Russia knows a little bit about armored movements in wintertime, probably more than just about anybody else. The ground is still a little soft in places, and so from an operational standpoint, there's problems of doing a big armored thrust into Ukraine right now, just because they're afraid that they might have their vehicles and everything start getting bogged down in, if not mud, it's kind of a muddy situation. And I know it looks snowy and cold, but not as snowy and cold and hard packed as it normally is at this time of year. So waiting right now from that particular operational standpoint isn't a bad idea if they have better ground for offensive operations. Of course, they don't want to offend Xi, and they don't want to eclipse the Olympics. One of the things, if they go in, and I'm not going to say absolutely they're going to go in, but if they go in, China is going to be a critical potential ally of Russia. Russia is going to be isolated. It's going to become something in many ways, if not a full pariah nation. They're going to be cut off from a lot of things through sanctions. And really, their default, and it's not something I think they really want to do, it's by necessity, is they're going to have to shore up their relationship with China. And that's already going on. There's been a lot of high-level meetings. There's been a lot of back and forth in terms of agreements and relationship building and things like that, and certainly in trade that's going on there. So they recognize that this decision to go into Ukraine kind of forces them into working with China. It doesn't help by embarrassing China on the world stage, which this would do if they launched during the Olympics.
All right. Well, Al Kempfer, as always, that was quite a marathon conversation, but we covered a lot. We always appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
Okay. Well, thank you, Andrew.
Okay, and we want to continue this story, and we want to show you some of the State Department briefing from earlier today. Ned Price, the spokesman, really got into a heated back and forth with Associated Press reporter Matt Lee about what Hal and I were just talking about, that intelligence that is the predicate for what U.S. officials believe could be a pretext for Russian invasion. So let's play that exchange right now.
Potentially justify military aggression against Ukraine. We don't know if Russia will necessarily use this or another option in the coming days. We are publicizing it now, however, in order to lay bare the extent of Russia's destabilizing actions towards Ukraine and to dissuade Russia from continuing this dangerous campaign and ultimately launching a military attack. Russia has signaled it's willing to continue diplomatic talks as a means to de-escalate, but actions such as these suggest otherwise. We will continue to diligently work together with our allies and partners to expose Russian disinformation and other hybrid tactics used against Ukraine. We continue to work to prevent any effort Moscow might make to justify further military action in Ukraine. We again urge Russia to stop its destructive and destabilizing disinformation campaign, to de-escalate tensions, and to engage in diplomacy and dialogue for a peaceful solution. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, well, that's quite a mouthful there. So you said actions such as these suggest otherwise, suggest meaning they suggest they're not interested in talks and they're going to go ahead with some kind of a... What action are you talking about?
One, the actions I've just pointed to. The fact that Russia continues to engage in disinformation campaigns.
You made an allegation that they might do that. Have they actually done it?
What we know, Matt, is what I've just said, that they have engaged in this activity, in this planning activity. But let me because obviously this is not the first time we've made these reports public. You'll remember that just a few weeks ago.
I'm sorry. Made what report public?
If you let me finish, I will tell you what report we made public. We told you a few weeks ago that we have information indicating Russia also has already prepositioned a group of operatives to conduct a false flag operation in eastern Ukraine. So that, Matt, to your question, is an action that Russia has already taken.
It's an action that you say that they have taken, but you have shown no evidence to confirm that. And I'm going to get to the next question here, which is, what is the evidence that they... I mean, this is like crisis actors, really? This is like Alex Jones territory you're getting into now. What evidence do you have to support the idea that there is some propaganda film in the making?
Matt, this is derived from information known to the U.S. government, intelligence information that we have declassified. I think you know...
Okay, well, where is it? Where is this information?
It is intelligence information that we have declassified.
Well, where is it? Where's the declassified information?
I just delivered it.
No, you made a series of allegations and statements.
Would you like us to print out the topper? Because you will see a transcript of this briefing that you can print out for yourself.
That's not evidence, Ned. That's you saying it. That's not evidence. I'm sorry.
What would you like, Matt?
I would like to see some proof that you can show that
Matt, you have
been that shows that the Russians are doing this. Ned, I've been doing this for a long time.
I know, that was my point. You have been doing this for quite a while. You know that when we declassify intelligence information, we do so in a means. We do so with an eye to protecting sources and methods.
Is not going to fall. I remember a lot of things. So where is the declassified information other than you coming out here and saying?
Matt, I'm sorry you don't like the format, but we have declassified.
It's not the format; it's the content.
I'm sorry you don't like the content. I'm sorry you are doubting the information that is in the possession of the U.S. government. No, what I'm telling you is that this is information that's available to us. We are making it available to you in order for a couple reasons. One is to attempt to deter the Russians from going ahead with this activity. Two, in the event we're not able to do that, in the event the Russians do go ahead with this, to make it clear as day, to lay bare the fact that this has always been an attempt on the part of the Russian Federation to fabricate a pretext.
Yeah, but you don't have any evidence to back it up other than what you're saying. It's like you're saying, we think we have information the Russians may do this, but you won't tell us what the information is. And then when you're asked...
That is the idea behind deterrence, Matt. That is the idea behind deterrence. It is our hope that the Russians don't go forward with this.
What the information is, you say, I just gave it to you. But that's not what
you seem not to understand. You seem not to understand the idea of deterrence. We are trying to deter the Russians from moving forward with this type of activity. That is why we're making it public today. If the Russians don't go forward with this, that is not ipso facto an indication that they never had plans to do so.
But then it's unprovable. I mean, my God, what is the evidence that you have that suggests that the Russians are even planning this?
Matt,
I mean, I'm not saying that they're not, but you just come out and say this and expect us just to believe it without you showing a shred of evidence that it's actually true. Other than when I ask, or when anyone else asks, what's the information? You said, well, I just gave it to you, which was just you making a statement.
Matt, you said yourself, you've been in this business for quite a long time. You know that when we make information, intelligence information public, we do so in a way that protects sensitive sources and methods. You also know that we declassify information only when we're confident in that information. If you doubt the credibility of the U.S. government, of the British government, of other governments, and want to find solace in information that the Russians are putting out, that is for you to do.
I'm not asking what the Russian government is putting out, and what is this supposed to mean?
Video, because U.S. officials are describing very specific scenes, but do they actually have a video?
The fact that we are able to go into such great detail, obviously I'm not going to spell out what is in our possession, but I will leave it to you. I will leave that to your judgment, your imagination.
There are no facts that you've spelled out.
Coming days. Do you have evidence this was intended to come out in the coming days?
We've said, Ben, for some time now that the Russians have positioned forces, they have undertaken preparations, that if Putin is to move forward with an invasion, position to do so. They are poised to do so.
In the coming days, I mean, is that a timeline that you felt that this was going to happen imminently?
Well, we know what they are planning for. We know the contingencies that they have engaged in. And again, these are the kinds of steps that they are poised to undertake if that decision is made. Our goal in all of this is to deter an invasion, to deter this type of activity. So we certainly hope it doesn't take place. We are making clear what we know so that in the event it does take place, it will be clear to the world what this actually was and what it was not.
And the pre-positioned teams, when do you suggest they were pre-positioned? Are we going back months? I mean, or is this a more recent sort of deployment?
Well, this was something that we made public several weeks ago now. So several weeks ago, we said that information available to us indicated that Russia had already pre-positioned a group of operatives to conduct a false flag operation in eastern Ukraine.
Was it recent at that point? Because if they had come across just a few weeks ago, that would be a Russian aggression across the border, which you've warned time and time again would result in, severe consequences.
Ben, you know that the sort of hybrid activity that we've been pointing to, much of it has been going on since 2014. Obviously, we're very attuned to any Russian aggression against Ukraine that may take place in this atmosphere, given the heightened tensions. Andrea.
Could you, in any way, describe your level of confidence at which you have not suggested, at how far along in the planning this is, at some level of planning in terms of their possible operations?
The facts, Andrea, that we are able to go into such detail, the fact that we are able to do that with confidence, because we would not be saying this otherwise, suggests that this is something that this planning, at least this contingency planning, is well underway. We wouldn't be making this information public were we not confident in the underlying details and confident in the allegations that we put forward.
Is this in any way connected to the previous report, as another phase of the previous report? The previous report, that the British put out that was then confirmed to have come originally from American sourcing.
This is all part and parcel of a broader effort. I'm not going to speak to how various streams of intelligence, now declassified information, may or may not stitch together. But what we know is that Russian military and intelligence entities for some time now have been engaged in this type of activity. We know that it was a very similar set of tactics that they undertook in 2014 as a means by which to fabricate a pretext for the invasion that took place some 8 years ago. So that is part of, that certainly is part of the concern. The other element of the concern is not only the historical aspect of it, the fact that we have seen this before, but the fact of what we are seeing now, what we are picking up now through means that, of course, we can't get into, but that has produced information available to us in which we are confident. We know that similarly, that Russian military and intelligence entities are engaged in a broad disinformation and propaganda effort. This includes malign social media operations, the use of overt and covert online proxy media outlets, the injection of disinformation in television and radio programming, hosting of conferences designed to influence attendees into falsely believing that Ukraine, not Russia, is at fault for heightened tensions in the region, the leveraging of cyber operations to deface media outlets and conduct what are known as hack and release operations. To give you one example, we know that Russia's Federal Security Service, or the FSB, directly tasks and influences proxy media outlets, for example, Newsfront, to publish content that denigrates Ukraine and falsely depicts it as the aggressor. Articles written by this and other outlets, as a result, have made their way not only to pro-Kremlin proxy outlets, but also official Russian state media outlets like RIA Novosti and others. You know that the other week we put out a great deal on Russia's disinformation and propaganda efforts. This has been long running, but we also know that this type of activity has accelerated in recent weeks, which further fuels our concern. To give you just one example, during December, a couple months ago, Russian language content on social media covering the narratives that we've talked about, the lie that Ukraine is the aggressor, the lie that it is Russia that is being threatened, increased to an average of nearly 3,500 posts per day. That was a 200% increase from the daily average just the month before. And it was the month before that we had seen a similarly large spike. So we are quite concerned by all of this. We're concerned by the specifics, but we're also concerned by the broader trends that to us are reminiscent in many ways, many disturbing ways, of what we saw in 2014 and what we fear we may be seeing a replay of now.
With all of the diplomacy that is underway, Macron and others, as well as what the Secretary may be doing with Foreign Minister Lavrov, do you see a longer timeline? Because the White House notably did not use the word imminent in terms of an invasion. Has that perspective changed at all?
So I think there's been some confusion around this, because we've always been consistent that insofar as we know, Vladimir Putin has not made a final decision. So until and unless he makes a final decision to invade, this will not be imminent. What we do know and what our concern is that Russia has undertaken these steps, including the amassing of 100,000 forces along Ukraine's borders, the dispatch of thousands of troops, up to 30,000 forces into what should be the sovereign, independent country of Belarus, undertaking this sort of disinformation and propaganda activity. All of this puts Moscow in a position to be able to move swiftly in a very aggressive way against Ukraine if it so chooses. That has always been our position, or at least I should say that has been our position in recent weeks as all of these ingredients have come together. Simon.
Yeah, also in Russia, the Russian foreign minister met with his Chinese counterpart, and China expressed understanding and support for Russia's position regarding the US and NATO. They're talking about coordinated positions between China and Russia. You know, is this concerning to you that there is this kind of new alliance seeming to be forming in opposition to US policy interests around the world?
I'd make 2 points. First, and this is something we discussed a few days ago, but Secretary Blinken had an opportunity to speak to Foreign Minister Wang of the PRC last week. And as part of that conversation, the secretary and the foreign minister discussed the tensions that are the result of Moscow's needless provocations and military buildup, and the potential implications of a Russian incursion or invasion into Ukraine. This is an eventuality that poses risks not only to Ukraine, to Europe, to the United States, but well beyond that, including to the PRC. The global security and economic risks posed by further Russian aggression would be enormous, and they would have consequences not only on Ukraine, Europe, the transatlantic community, but on the PRC as well. The second point, it gets to some of the measures we're taking in an effort to deter what could be additional Russian aggression, and that's the economic and financial consequences that we have said would befall the Russian Federation if there if this was to go forward. Similarly, those would be massive on the Kremlin. If Russia thinks that it will be in a position to make up some of those consequences, to mitigate some of those consequences by a closer relationship with the PRC, that is not the case. It will actually make the Russian economy in many ways more brittle. If you look at, for example, where the major inputs to foundational technologies come from, they still come from the West. If you deny yourself the ability to transact with the West, to import with the West from Europe, from the United States, you are to significantly degrade your productive and your innovative potential. Putin knows that this would be of massive consequence to his country and to his economy. A closer relationship with the PRC, a closer relationship between Russia and the PRC, is not going to make up for that. It is not going to account for that. One final point. We have, and when I say we, I mean collectively, the United States and our allies and partners, we have an array of tools that we can deploy. If we see foreign companies, including those in China, doing their best to backfill U.S. export control actions, to evade them, to get around them. I wouldn't want to speculate on what those tools are, but we do have tools that can address that, and that would seek to account for that.
But you said a closer relationship with China would actually make their position, Russia's position, more brittle. How would it do that?
Because it would make the Russian economy dependent on one economy, or much more dependent on one economy. This is a recipe for catastrophe for the Russian economy. If Putin thinks that the measures we've talked about won't have the bite, won't have the consequences that we've warned about, and no partnership can account for the massive economic toll that we've talked about, given the financial tools that are available to us, the sanctions tools that are available to us, and the export control actions, among others, that we're in a position to take.
But you said Secretary Blinken spoke to Foreign Minister Wang and tried to make this case, but it sounds like from what they've said today, they've not taken that on board. Are you concerned that the Chinese don't agree with what you're arguing here?
I would leave it to the PRC to characterize their position. I think what you have heard publicly from the PRC, including in the context of the UN earlier this week, is that the PRC, like us, like just about every other country around the world, would prefer to see a diplomatic solution to the crisis that Russia has needlessly provoked.
Yeah, before we leave Ukraine, when was the last time the Secretary spoke to the Foreign Minister, the Ukrainian Foreign Minister?
To the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, it has been, he spoke to him just after we left Geneva. That was 10 days ago.
Okay, but not since the not this week, in other words.
I'm not aware of a call this week, but we do regularly engage with our Ukrainian counterparts.
All right, and then one last thing. Like, I'm not buying into Russian propaganda, but I'm also not going to buy into an accusation. Yes, you are. You're saying the proof is that I just said it. So let me just appeal to you on behalf of all of us, and the American people, and the people of the world, and the Russian people, and the Ukrainian people. One piece of evidence to suggest that the Russians are planning to use crisis actors to stage a false mass casualty event to use as a pretext. Just one piece, okay? And not you or Kirby or Jen or John Feiner or Jake saying this is what is so, and then you turning around and saying, well, because we said it, it's a fact.
So let me
piece of verifiable evidence.
Let me make a couple broad points, and I acknowledge this will probably be unsatisfactory to you in the moment, but here's what I think you know, what I certainly know, what everyone here knows. There are 100,000 Russian troops encircling Ukraine right now, approaching Ukraine's borders, close to the borders. There are thousands of Russian troops, with the potential for some 30,000 Russian troops to stream in to Belarus. All of these forces are positioned, could well be positioned, if Putin makes that decision, to engage on Ukraine in a coordinated assault. We also know that the Russians have resorted to these tactics in the past, have developed a remarkably similar playbook in 2014, amassed troops, engaged in 2014, it is a historical fact, engaged in disinformation and propaganda to paint Ukraine as the aggressor, fabricated a pretext for invasion, and went in. So with what we know from 8 years ago, with what we have seen, you and I both have seen, everyone has seen, with what we have heard 8 years ago, in the ensuing 8 years, and in recent weeks, it seems to me that it should not be outlandish that the Russians may be engaging in this activity
fine, but not
again.
Being outlandish doesn't mean that you have any proof that it's happening.
The second point,
or being planned. Ned, you can't just. All of that may very well be true. Probably is true. Okay, but it doesn't provide any evidence of what you're alleging now, which is that they're planning this fake mass casualty event with quote-unquote crisis actors, which is something that, you know, in the U.S. we rarely hear outside of the kind of, you know, nutty conspiracy theory crowd.
Well, to be clear, we're not alleging what the United States is doing. This is information available to us, what the Russians are up to. I understand your point, but I just want to...
You do? Because, I mean, you're treading into serious waters here. And if you can't provide any evidence other than, well, I said so, and so it's a fact, that's a problem.
Matt, there's a second point. This is derived from intelligence in which...
Okay, so we've been listening in to State Department spokesman Ned Price, who was really facing a lot of tough questions, especially with that reporter from the Associated Press, his name, Matt Lee, urging and pushing Price to go into a little bit more about this intelligence U.S. officials have received about some type of graphic video that the Russians are preparing as a pretext for an invasion that shows some type of mass casualty event that they can blame on Ukraine as some type of predicate for a potential invasion. So we'll have more on that in just a moment and a little bit later tonight. Just want to show you a really cool LiveNOW look we have out of Washington. You can see we did find out why the White House is lit up in red, white, and blue. That, of course, is because the Winter Olympics in Beijing are about to kick off. The opening ceremony is tomorrow night. So red, white, and blue there at the White House for all our Team USA athletes who are competing. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on LiveNOW from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're still following all of this terrible winter weather, especially in the Midwest. We'll have a live report from St. Louis coming up in 2. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Thursday night. Well, a winter storm warning is leaving people in Midwest states like Missouri snowed in. I'm being joined right now by Fox News multimedia reporter Mills Hayes. She's live for us in downtown St. Louis. Mills, what's it looking like right there? You look very, very cold.
I look and feel very cold. It started to stop snowing, so it's really just the wind that's still going really strong and making it feel so cold outside. But it's really the roads that are going to be the biggest issue for people. All of the roads and highways around the St. Louis area are still completely covered with snow. You can see behind me in the downtown area, snowplows have tried to clear up some of the roads, but there's just so much of it, it's kind of hard to do. But what's really going to be a concern for drivers is that layer of ice underneath the snow, because that's going to be very difficult for drivers to get around, especially tomorrow when some people are going to be starting to go back to work. But I spoke with the Missouri State Patrol officers who tell me that they've already responded to over 1,000 people stranded because of these weather conditions. And dangerous roads are blamed for killing at least one person so far. The Missouri Department of Transportation is urging people to stay off the roads unless they have no other choice. The snow has been coming down pretty consistently all day, but like I said, it has started to slow down. It probably stopped maybe in the last 2 hours. The wind today, that is really difficult, and it's a piercing cold that hits you while you're trying to walk around. Most of the schools in the area are shut down, and most restaurants in downtown still remain closed. I talked to workers at the hotel where I'm staying, and many of them said that they had to stay there all night because it was just too dangerous to drive home. And even though I feel like standing outside is unbearable right now, there are a lot of people here who say this wintry weather isn't all that bad.
In St. Louis in the summertime, it's very hard to do 10 miles a day because until the sun goes down, it's brutal, the humidity, and but this I don't mind.
I love it and I hate it at the same time. It's beautiful, honestly. I mean, you look around, it's really beautiful. But, you know, the cars, everybody can't drive.
The Department of Transportation says they're down a few hundred workers, so it's going to take them longer than usual to clear those roads. They have everyone working 12-hour shifts, and they have about 1,500 people statewide trying to clear off these roads. And the temperature isn't going to hit above freezing until Sunday, which means this snow is going to be around for the next few days. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, Fox's Mills Hayes there, live for us in St. Louis. Stay safe, stay warm. We'll talk to you again.
All right.
All right, we thank Mills there for that update. We're going to be bringing you more updates throughout the evening here, especially from the Lone Star State, Texas. A lot of Texans hunkering down for a lot of this winter weather, snow, ice, and rain. So we've been speaking to our reporters in Houston and Dallas and the like to see how the conditions are there. We also have our weather radar we could put up for you as well. You can see that band of blue moving its way kind of upwards around the Gulf. And so when we get any more updates, we heard from Texas Governor Greg Abbott earlier today. We'll bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're coming up at the top of the hour, almost 7 o'clock Mountain Time here in Phoenix, Arizona, almost 9 o'clock on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have more top headlines when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. That's a Live Now look at the White House. It's almost 9 o'clock there in our nation's capital on this Thursday night. Lit up in red, white, and blue ahead of the Beijing Winter Olympics. The opening ceremony expected to take place tomorrow night. Team USA athletes will be competing. Although the Olympics, especially in Beijing, have stirred a lot of controversy. Earlier today in San Francisco, a coalition of California human rights organizations representing Tibetans, Uyghur Muslims, Southern Mongolians, and residents of Hong Kong, as well as Chinese dissident communities, rallied outside of the Chinese consulate in San Francisco today, calling on the IOC to boycott the games, calling on the United States to do more. Remember, the United States has a diplomatic boycott of the Winter Games in Beijing. That means no official representative from the U.S. government will be traveling to Beijing to attend. Of course, USA athletes, they will be there competing, but it's definitely an effort for many Chinese dissidents and human rights activists to call out the People's Republic of China and human rights abuses there. And so we're going to play some of this protest, some of this rally from earlier today in San Francisco.
Free Hong Kong! Free Hong Kong! Free Hong Kong! Free Hong Kong! Free South China Sea! Free South China Sea! Free South China Sea! Free South China Sea! Free Uyghur! 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 Thank you, guys. Next we have Cousin Toma from Uyghur. Mr. Cousin, please. Hello. This is Qasim. I'm representing Bay Area Uyghur community. We're here today to say to the world that the spirit of the Olympic Games is 100% incompatible with what the international community is allowing to happen in Beijing. The reason why we had the games in the first place is to promote fairness, justice, cooperation, and human connection. However, if you look at what the Chinese government is doing, they are carrying out everything that they can to legitimize CCP's power and control over 1.2 billion people in China. There's a statistics in 1938 when Hitler took power, there's about 80 million Germans population. And look what the Hitler's ideology did to 80 million Germans. It brought Second World War to the humanity and resulted in millions of lives lost. And now imagine what the Chinese CCP's toxic ideology can do to 1.2 billion people. That's what is at stake here. If we allow this kind of event to happen and continue without any impunity, what we're going to be having in the end is very much like the steroid of Second World War, where possibly billions of people will probably lose their lives. So today we're here telling the world this sort of toxic ideology, no matter where it is, now it is in Beijing, in CCP. And today we're here to tell the world that if we do not stop that toxic ideology, it's going to come to wherever you are, wherever you're living, in the West, in the East. As long as you're living on this earth with that kind of toxic ideology, it's going to get you one way or the other. We need to stop this kind of ideology from spreading, taking root, so that humans start controlling other humans and enslaving other humans, sending millions of them into internment camps just because they think different, they look different, they behave different. That is a horrible, horrible thing that humans can allow to happen. So today we're here to tell them no. We're going to stand what is right for the brotherhood of humanity, wherever you are. No matter your religious, ethnic, or political, what kind of affiliation is, we're going to stand here today. The spirit of the game is a human spirit. It is not Chinese CCP spirit, or it is not this kind of ideological hegemony over the less educated or less civilized as the Chinese government claims. So, thank you for being here. That's all. Do not forget, we will not allow this kind of things to happen, starting from ourselves, our community, whatever the circle that we can reach, and to make a difference. Thank you so much. Free Uyghur! Free Uyghur! Free Tibet! Free Tibet! Free Hong Kong! Free Hong Kong! Free Taiwan! Free Taiwan! Free Tibet! Free Tibet! Free Hong Kong! Free Hong Kong! Free Uyghur! Free Uyghur! Free Uyghurs! Free Uyghurs! Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cousin. Thank you, Cousin. Next, we have Lobsang Children, General Secretary of San Francisco Regional Tibetan Youth Congress, will read out the Tibetan Youth Congress official statements on the day.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. I know it was a long march. Thank you. So I will be reading out the statement from TYC. My name is Lobsang Children. I am General Secretary for SFRTYC. Thank you. The Olympic game is a game of glory and an opportunity for sportsmen and women to share the spirit of love and friendship and promote peaceful solution to the conflicting issue around the world in a fair and friendly manner. But this time it is hosted in Beijing, China, a country that has a record for the human rights violation and for committing genocides of Tibetans, Uyghurs, and others who are colonized and controlled under the oppressive and repressive system. It is hosted by a regime that continues to commit gross human rights violation in Tibet and continues to demolish and destroy the monastic institution down to ashes. Recently, before a month countdown to Beijing Winter Olympics, the Chinese government forcefully demolished a 99-foot Buddha statue and burned down 45 prayer wheels amid a wave of ongoing demolitions in Dargo and other parts of Tibet. And the CCP continues to detain and imprison Tibetans for expressing their disapproval of the hardline policies and the inhuman treatment. The situation in Tibet has sharply deteriorated since the Beijing Olympic in 2008, and alarming numbers of Tibetans continues to die in custody under the Chinese authorities, and many have burned themselves in protest against China. The brutal policies of Chinese governments are increasingly being recognized by the diplomatic boycotts from countries, including the US and others.
Okay, so we've been listening to this out of San Francisco earlier today. Right now, though, we want to go out to Inglewood, California. And you might have seen this story, but a 49ers fan is in a medically induced coma after a suspected beating at SoFi Stadium during the NFC Championship. The mayor of Inglewood, California, is holding a briefing right now. Let's go to that.
Came across Daniel Luna in Lot L of SoFi Stadium on the ground, unconscious. They called into the SoFi command post, and paramedics were dispatched to handle a medical call of a possible injured person. They treated him at the scene and transported him to UCLA Harbor General Hospital. The Inglewood Police Department was notified of the injured person at approximately 7 p.m. Mr. Luna was placed into a medically induced coma prior to the officers being able to interview him. This was done to prevent brain swelling as he was bleeding intracranially. The doctor also noted facial fractures. At this time, medical personnel were unsure of the exact causation of Mr. Luna's injury. One physician opined that Mr. Luna was potentially the victim of an assault. IP detectives have now located video which depicts Mr. Luna mingling with a group of other fans in the parking lot. The overwhelming majority of these fans were wearing red 49er jerseys. There appears to have been an altercation and pushing between Mr. Luna and who we now name as a suspect. It appears that the injured person, Luna, pushed the suspect from behind. It appears that the suspect then retaliated by pushing Mr. Luna from behind and then struck Mr. Luna once in the mouth area. Mr. Luna fell to the ground, where he was later found by security personnel who summoned paramedics. We believe we've identified a vehicle associated with the suspect. He was seen interacting with the occupant of that vehicle. The suspect was wearing a Rams jersey. From the video, all that can be ascertained is that the victim was wearing a white jersey. The Englewood Police Department is continuing the investigation, and we're asking the other involved party to contact the IPD at 310-412-8771. If there are any questions, we'll take them at this time. Whoop. Wait a minute. I found out about this afternoon. Next question. Next question. Next question.
What are detectives telling you about the suspects, the car, that type of thing? Can you give us more background about it?
Well, they do have a license plate, but because we don't know that this is the suspect's vehicle, we're not releasing that information at that time. We're trying to locate the vehicle and interview the owner. Not that I know of. That's a very good question. We only recently located the video which allowed us to identify the vehicle. Wait a minute, see if you guys all took it. So let's go 1, then let's go 2. Who wants to be 3? And you'll be 3. So let's do it like that. Go ahead. No, I didn't say that. I called a press conference as soon as I had the details. Please, we're not going to do it like this. I called a press conference as soon as I knew we had enough details to get help from the press. 2.
So you're saying that nobody in the police department informed you of this attack from Sunday to Thursday?
Okay, first of all, we don't have a statement from the victim. We had no victim that said I was attacked. And so that's why at the time that the video was located, that's when I was notified.
When the video wasn't located until today, you're saying?
What I'm saying is I got the results. The video may have been located yesterday. I got the information today. 3.
All right, so, but
3.
Well, you can cut us off if you want.
Well, what I'm saying, I said 3. Go ahead, sir.
Is the camera good enough to give you a picture of the suspect?
It's very blurry.
No description of it?
It's very blurry. It's very blurry.
But no description?
I mean, he looked like a male, either Hispanic or white. That's all I could tell from the video that I saw.
So, with all due respect,
I know, with all due respect.
With all due respect, does it not seem?
Bill, you'll wait until I come back to you.
Okay,
with all due
go
respect.
ahead.
Okay, hold on. That's 3. No, they did not. It was a very quick altercation. There's a group of people. The overwhelming majority are in red 49ers jerseys. You see one person being pushed from behind, and then you see that person turning around, pushing the other person who turned away from them, and then striking that person once in the mouth area. Hold on a second. That's what the video shows.
Did doctors tell you that the facial fractures are from him falling face first on
The doctors did not opine on where the facial fractures came from, that I know of. The video shows him striking his head back first.
Why is nobody from the police department out here with you?
Because they're investigating the crime, and I'm giving you all the best information we can without compromising the investigation.
Who have the interviews so far?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't have that information. They are out, even as we speak, attempting to locate that vehicle and interview the person that owns that vehicle.
Mr. Luna was with other people at the time, correct?
Excuse me?
Mr. Luna was with other people at the time?
Mr. Luna was in a group of fans. The overwhelming majority of them looked like they had red 49ers jerseys, and then this happened.
Characterize again for us, please, the encounter.
I think I was pretty clear on it, Beverly. Beverly, very clearly, there's a group of people mingling in Lot L. The victim, Mr. Luna, pushes someone from behind. That person, when Mr. Luna turns away, pushes him, takes another step towards him, and punches him, looks like in the mouth area. Mr. Luna falls back on his head, on the back of his head.
Are you going to be releasing some of this video so we can show it to the public out there and maybe generate some leads for it?
The video is not clear enough in clarity to recognize faces, but you definitely can recognize jerseys. You can recognize male versus female. But right at this time, the video is not going to be released. There may become a point, if we cannot run down that car, if that car is not related, that it may be released.
So you know there are a number of witnesses that saw what was
Oh, there.
What was your message to them?
Well, okay, I'll get, first of all, the message to the other party involved is come and turn yourself in and have a discussion with the investigators. Anybody that was involved and witnessed this altercation should come forward or call the number that I just gave. Okay, hold on, so we'll go. You've been waiting patiently. 1, 2. I knew that we had an injured person. I did not know that we had an allegation of an assault. We had a person that was in a medically induced coma that officers never got to interview. No, I didn't find that out on Sunday. Stop. First of all, I'm asking you, but you're interrupting me. So what I'm saying is that when I found out that we had something that could be a crime, that is when I called the press conference, which is today. I don't have the timestamp on the video. I know that the civilian security people called it in at 4 p.m. on Sunday. I know that at 7 p.m. on Sunday, they let the IPD know that there was an injured person, and that person was in a medically induced coma. But what I'm telling you is that 4 p.m. I don't have the time step on the video, but obviously it wasn't much longer because he was laying in Lot L. But I don't know that. I don't have that information right now. There is plenty of security in the parking lot. You're not going to have a security person everywhere there are people in the parking lot. I'm very comfortable there was sufficient security. You're not going to stop every altercation, argument that occurs between fans. It's just not going to happen.
Be able to estimate like the entire length of the encounter?
The encounter was about 5 seconds.
The entire thing.
5 seconds. Push, turn around, push, punch.
And
It wasn't even 5 seconds.
Could you just help me clarify? You said initially it looked like there was a group of people that were in red shirts, but then you mentioned someone that was in a Rams jersey.
Well, there was a crowd. The crowd overwhelmingly had red 49ers jerseys. I'm assuming 49ers, they couldn't make it out from the video. There was a person in a yellow jersey, looked like it had some blue in it. So I'm making an assumption that was a Rams jersey. Mr. Luna was wearing what appeared to be a Rams jersey. Yes, the injured person. Well, let me go back to Phil. So Phil, finish your question.
So there's a group of people in red and Mr. Luna, and you're saying that he approached someone and punched them?
So what it looks like, there was a group of people mingling. There didn't seem to be any hostilities. For whatever reason, the person in the yellow jersey pushed someone in a red jersey from behind, turned to walk away. That person came and pushed Mr. Luna from behind. And when Mr. Luna turned around, he punched him, it looked like in the mouth area. Excuse me? It was a gold jersey. I have no surety that it was a Rams fan. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. It looked like a 49ers group gathering. So I don't know if Mr. Luna is a Rams fan or 49ers fan. I just know that his jersey was a different color than the vast majority of the others. I did not say that at all. I know that the law enforcement had access to it because they were looking for video. So I believe either yesterday or late the day before. Actually, the facts did change. The facts are that the call was of an injured person. The facts was that person was not interviewed by law enforcement. The facts are there was no way to know that there was a crime until that video was located. I think it's acceptable. I do. I'd say potentially 15, 16 people.
Fair to say that SoFi, the police department, and others in the city would have preferred this never came to light in the week leading up to the Super Bowl because they want to keep the image as clean and as healthy as possible?
That's absolutely untrue, and it's ridiculous, and I don't think this has any impact on the game or SoFi's reputation, and no one had any such thoughts about this.
Now this situation comes up, and it brings back a lot of dark memories for a lot of LA fans from what happened in 2011 at Dodger Stadium. So what do you say to people now that are questioning this is coming out 4 days later?
Well, I'd say this, it's obviously a different type of situation. The situation at Dodger Stadium is in nowhere comparable to this, and to be blunt about it, it looked like a small altercation that went very bad from one punch and someone falling, hitting their head on the ground. It wasn't like you had people ganging up on somebody and beating them as you did in Dodger Stadium. Yes.
If you had known earlier that there was a potential crime, would we have found out about this days earlier?
Absolutely.
What is supposed to be the protocol? I mean, you find somebody who you can't give a statement, who's severely injured, that person taken to the hospital. Security doesn't have to notify anyone, or doesn't start an investigation.
No, you don't notify anyone every time you have an injured person. There's sometimes people are intoxicated. They fall and hurt themselves. There are people that have medical problems, congestive heart failure. There are all types of injuries that occur in crowds, and you don't call and hold a press conference to everyone. That's exactly what happened. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Beverly. Will there be what? For the Super Bowl? The Super Bowl perimeters will be set probably 2 to 3 days ahead of the event, and those perimeters will primarily be pedestrian perimeters so that people can't just come and camp out right outside of SoFi.
Mr. Mayor, from the video, it sounds as if Mr. Luna is the one that instigated this confrontation. Do you agree with that?
It appears that way from the video, yes. Of course we do. Excuse me? No, I have not. No, there won't be additional security. There's an extremely vigorous security profile at SoFi Stadium. That being said, you will not be able to prevent every interaction of a negative nature that happens between fans. This incident occurred in less than 5 seconds. In less than 5 seconds. Hold on 1 second. I don't have that description. The police department has that description. Because we don't know that the people in that car are involved in this incident, that's not being released at this time. We want to contact them and interview them first. Yes. No, I didn't. No, not Mr. Luna. The other party that threw the punch interacted with someone in this vehicle, and that's why we want to contact them to get the identity of that person.
So, Mr. Mayor, can you say, is there...
Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
The suspect who ultimately hit Mr. Luna.
The person that struck Mr. Luna in the mouth.
Appeared to be wearing what?
A red jersey. And you could not make out a team name on that jersey. Just the assumption was it was a 49ers jersey. Phil, go ahead.
So, an unconscious person is in the parking lot transported to a level 1 trauma center, and there's no protocol to notify the Inglewood Police Department at that time?
Actually, the paramedics did. They did it at 3 hours later.
3 hours later. I thought it was the hospital that notified the police department.
Like I said, now you're beyond me. I don't know if it was hospital or I'm sure it was the paramedics. I'm sure it was the paramedics. But you will.
Yes, I will. But again, with all due respect, we're talking about not knowing that there may have been a crime here until today, because what you learned from the video, there was a Times article yesterday. You didn't see that.
No, I did not see the Times article.
Mr. Mayor, would you characterize this as self-defense or a crime?
I really should not do that. I'm going to give you the facts as I know them. It'll be up for a district attorney to characterize it as a crime. I'm giving you the sequence of events as I have seen the video. I saw the video probably 20 minutes ago, and it appears from the video that the person in the yellow jersey pushed someone in the back in a red jersey. That person, within 2 seconds, turned around, pushed the person in the yellow jersey from behind, and when that person turned around, he struck him it looked like, in the mouth. And then that person fell backwards.
Can you say when the police chief learned about this attack or this
No,
incident?
I really can't.
Would they normally be briefed on that kind of thing?
The
you
police
spent your
chief,
career
the
as a
police
police
chief
officer.
would not be briefed on an injured person's report.
Even
They would,
the circumstances
Phil,
here?
they would not be briefed on an injured person's report. They would be briefed at the point that it appeared that there was an assault.
I mean, I know you're frustrated with these questions, but
No, I'm not frustrated
This is the
at all.
Super Bowl. This is SoFi. The entire.
I'm not
you had a
frustrated.
press conference yesterday with SoFi officials. Nobody brought this up. You were on our air live last night with the police chief. You say you didn't know about it at the time. I wondered if he knew about it at the time. We were specifically talking about
Absolutely. I'm going to tell you again, Phil. At the time, it was an injured person's report. At the time, the person was in an induced coma, and there was no statement, and there was no evidence indicating an assault.
Have you heard an update on Mr. Luna's condition?
You guys, hold on one second.
Have you heard an update on Mr. Luna's condition?
As far as I know, he's in the same condition. At 7 p.m. on Sunday, officers were notified there was an injured person at UCLA Harbor General. When they arrived, the person was in an induced coma, and they were not able to talk to him. Okay, guys, we're kind of getting redundant. I really appreciate you coming out here late in the dark, and as we have more information, we'll let you know. Thank you very much. And if anybody wants a copy of the press release, it's right here. Okay. Bye for now.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, so we have been listening into this live event out in Inglewood, California, where the mayor there was updating the public about a 49ers fan that was beaten at SoFi Stadium this past weekend for the NFC Championship game. We were learning that that fan is in now a medically induced coma after officials believe he may have been beaten up. So you heard the mayor there, and this is an image of the victim. So you heard the mayor there describe what they were watching as a video that has not been released to the public as this altercation took place in parking lot L of the stadium, where on Sunday night the LA County Fire Department responded. This was during the LA Rams San Francisco 49ers showdown in Inglewood. And then firefighters checked up on the man, and they realized he needed to be taken to an emergency room. And so we learned that he is 40-year-old Daniel Luna. That's him right there. And so the man was taken to the hospital, and hospital staff told police the man is being placed in a medically induced coma and believe the injuries were the result of a suspected beating. And so the alleged parking lot incident remains under investigation. As of last night, officials, and as of tonight, officials have not identified the suspect or suspects responsible for Luna's severe injuries. Police have not been able to confirm whether Luna was targeted for being a 49ers fan or if the attack was related to the game at all. Now, we heard from the mayor that Luna initiated this altercation first by pushing someone, and then these other people who were involved in this confrontation struck back. Luna owns a Peruvian fusion restaurant called Mistura up in Oakland, and he flew to Los Angeles to see the game alone after other fans who were going to go with him canceled at the last minute. And so right now, SoFi Stadium also released a statement saying, quote, "We are aware and saddened by the incident. Our thoughts are with Mr. Luna's friends and family. During this difficult time, we're working with law enforcement officials in their investigation. Right now, though, let's hear from one of our reporters who takes a look back at this story, and then we're going to show you possibly some of the remarks from the mayor of Inglewood yet again a little bit later in the program. And here is this story.
About 30 minutes into Sunday's NFC Championship game, paramedics responded to a call about a man badly injured in the parking lot of SoFi Stadium. 40-year-old Daniel Luna was rushed to the hospital where he remains in a medically induced coma.
He's a regular customer of ours. He's a great man. I was shocked, tears in my eyes, jaw on the floor. This is horrible.
Skylar Bardo is the manager of the Pet Food Express store just a few doors down from the restaurant on Piedmont Avenue that Luna and his wife run. The sign on the door of the Mistura restaurant says it's temporarily closed. Friends say the couple recently adopted a new puppy. People who work at the restaurant's neighboring businesses describe the couple as always cheerful, positive, and friendly.
They don't seem like the sports fanatic type, like the ones that get in arguments, and it's awful. I really hope he pulls through.
Police have not been able to confirm whether Luna was targeted and beaten for being a 49ers fan or if the attack was related to the game at all. A friend told the Los Angeles Times that Luna was wearing a 49ers jersey and that his wallet, watch, and other personal belongings were not stolen.
They're a good family. It's horrific. I can't explain just my feelings about it. It's horrible.
Here in the Bay Area, the brutal beating brings to mind what happened to San Francisco Giants fan Brian Stowe more than 10 years ago. Stowe was brutally beaten outside Dodgers Stadium. He was in a coma for months and suffered permanent brain damage. Stowe's attackers were eventually sentenced to prison, and Stowe won a civil lawsuit against the Dodgers.
Okay, so we're going to be moving on to some other stories here on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. When we come back, we're going to go out to the Twin Cities. They just held a briefing about this story. You might have heard Minneapolis police officers went to serve a warrant yesterday, and they killed a man that they thought was the suspect and the subject of that warrant. Now, new details are coming out. Body camera footage just released. We'll have that story after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We just wanted to put up yet again all of these weather-related stories we're following today, most notably Texas experiencing a lot of snow, a lot of ice, very unusual this time of year, especially triggering really bad memories from what happened almost exactly this time last year, where a lot of the electric grid failed, leaving Texans without power for several days. And so we'll get a live report in the next hour from Houston to see how they're faring there. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We want to head out now to Minneapolis. After more than 36 hours of unanswered questions and increased calls for transparency, the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, has released body camera video of the police shooting and killing of an armed man in a downtown apartment just yesterday. His name, Amir Locke. We're going to show you that body camera footage, and we're also going to show you moments where this press conference just wrapped up, where officials are explaining this. Have a listen. Okay, so we just wanted to show you that really disturbing body camera footage. Minneapolis Mayor Frey and the interim police chief Huffman just held a news conference. It just wrapped up in Minneapolis after the public release of this body camera footage. They began by reinforcing their commitment to transparency, but in the end, the chief and the mayor took less than 5 questions. We're going to show you some of that press conference right now.
Before they entered the door. Yesterday you said that they were loudly announcing their presence and knocking at the door before, but that didn't happen. We saw it all in the video.
Right, so in the video, they open the door with the key and announce police search warrant before they enter the apartment.
That's not true. If you go back and watch the video, they do not say until they cross the threshold of the door. It's just not true.
I definitely encourage everyone to view the video and make that assessment for themselves.
Is it true that officers are only to speak one at a time when they come in? In other words, is that police training 101 that only one officer speaks? In these circumstances, why were all of them screaming and shouting at once in ways that you could not determine what they were actually even saying?
So certainly when we're doing a more controlled action, like a felony stop, we clearly identify one person to be speaking. In this case, the officers were advancing into the apartment and also into separate rooms. And so you do have people giving commands, loud commands, and repeating police search warrant, police search warrant.
Chief, yesterday in your statement, you specifically articulated that he pointed the gun in the direction of the officers. You did not use that language just now. Can you point to specifically in the video where he points the gun at the officers?
Yeah, so if you look at that still image, even though you don't see all of the officers, the involved officer was just outside the frame in the direction that that barrel is emerging from the blanket.
But it looked to me as if that gun in Mr. Locke's hand was pointed toward the floor.
And certainly when the county attorney's office reviews that case, they will be carefully examining all of those factors. And I'm absolutely positive they will take a look at that. Of course, we all know these events happen very rapidly. And as there's a gun emerging in your direction, you're forced to make a split-second decision about when it's a threat.
Chief Huffman, no, hold on. Chief Huffman, no, do not. Okay, I'm not a threat. I don't have a gun. Okay? Don't treat me like I'm a threat. This is what I would call the anatomy of a cover-up. This is unacceptable. I'm sorry, it is. When I agreed to work with you on the work group, we talked about the importance of transparency and accountability. And here, what we are seeing is business as usual. And you know this, Amelia. You know this, Jacob. I don't know how you guys slept that night. I couldn't sleep at night. Tears from a mother's perspective, thinking about what happened. I saw the picture of Amir. He looks like a boy. My son is 17 years old. He has slept on his friends' couches for sleepovers. So we cannot sit here and whitewash this and pretend that it's okay. You knew that I was not going to stand for police violence and a push for accountability, yet you asked me to be a part of the work group. And I knew what I thought I was signed up for. This isn't what I signed up for. I understand if you're not comfortable having me continue to co-chair, that's your prerogative. I signed up to help bring recommendations because we're tired of being killed. We're tired of the cover-ups. We're tired of the excuses. And to hide behind the St. Paul Police Department, the deadliest police force in the state of Minnesota, is unacceptable. You all had no business agreeing to carry out a warrant, and now you're claiming that's part of their investigation. You don't know. Well, why the hell did you all sign up to do this in the first place? There was a homicide that happened at 1-something in the morning on Hennepin Avenue. Someone was killed, and then the person drove away in a black SUV. They're still at large in Minneapolis, potentially a threat to residents. But you all go do something for St. Paul Police, and now you're trying to hide behind that decision. It's not acceptable. We are ready for change. When the people voted to re-elect you, Jacob, they not only showed that they wanted to see a new leader, right? Not saying you're not the person who got re-elected, you got re-elected. But what they were expecting is a new beginning. That's why they gave you more power and authority. So that is what we want to see as the residents of Minneapolis. We don't want to see cover-ups. We don't want to see whitewashing. People are asking very simple questions that have still not been answered. Amelia, you're saying you want to be the chief? Then act like it. Demonstrate integrity. Don't cover up for what those cops did. If they knew that the kid had a gun as he started waking up, say, drop your weapon. They didn't do that. One cop opened fire and took the life of a child who was trying to go back into his blanket. Any mom can see what happened there. So I can't tolerate the whitewashing. I'm sorry, y'all. We can't do this. I know you have your narrative. I know you have your script. And no, you guys didn't personally go shoot somebody. But you do have the opportunity to make it right, to talk about the fact that you changed the no-knock warrant policy. Where's the evidence of that? That wasn't present on what happened to Amir Locke. So if I'm going to be the co-chair of this group, I'm expecting strong leadership, I'm expecting integrity, and I'm expecting accountability. Yes. You guys aren't going to waste my goddamn time. And I don't care, you guys have your security trying to stop me. I can be used to come speak the truth about what needs to happen, but when it's time to call out these inconsistencies, these inaccuracies, the lack of information, I got to sit in the back or even not even be invited. I'm not here for it. We fought too long, too hard. There's people in jail, including Cortez Rice, trying to get the court to show what's happening in the courtroom so people can see what's going on. People have put their lives on the line because we're ready for change. So we're expecting from this point forward for you guys to do something different. I'm not playing. We're not here for it. We're not here for it. I'm only committed to working on this work group if you all are committed to being honest and transparent and not covering up the bullshit. Thank you.
Why did you release pictures of his gun, but no pictures of the gun of the officer who killed him? Why have you not released that information? You know, this man did not shoot anyone. He did not discharge his weapon. Why did you release his gun? That was a disgusting vilification of this man. That is inexcusable. It is utterly disgusting that you would release a picture of his gun even though he never fired his weapon. And you know he didn't fire his weapon because you have both seen the video. This is the kind of lack of transparency that Nikita is exactly talking about when you send out these sensationalistic pictures of his gun, a man who has never committed a crime, but you don't release the video, or rather the pictures of the officer's gun.
So, Ms. Gross, thank you for being here. And Ms. Levy-Armstrong, thank you for your strong words. You acknowledged and rightfully pointed out that at this moment in time, we need accountability, we need leadership, and we need transparency. You asked whether we wanted you to continue as co-chair. The answer is yes. We are dead serious about seeing the necessary changes through. And the necessary changes start with being honest and transparent. That begins with all of you here today and releasing body camera footage in the immediacy so that people can see exactly what is in it, good, bad, or ugly. But it doesn't stop there. It goes on to getting the necessary facts of the case, and I know, speaking from experience, that there is an ongoing tension between getting things out quickly and getting things right. We want to get things right. We want to, excuse me, we want to gather the necessary evidence to make sure that we are not telling you something that is inaccurate now, only to correct it a day later.
Why was Amir Locke referred to as a suspect?
And so I'm going to ask...
Why was Amir Locke referred to as a suspect in the MPD's press release?
That's right.
I don't know. So can you speak
And
to that?
again, why was his gun pictures released?
So if we could do one question at a time. We do want to answer the questions, but I would also prefer just to one question at a time. To your question, I do not know.
Does the chief know? Can the chief answer that question?
Go ahead.
So yesterday, at the time that we were putting out the press release, we didn't have as much information as we have now, of course. And so it's unclear, it was certainly unclear yesterday, but it remains unclear if or how Mr. Locke is connected to St. Paul's investigation. And more information will be coming as St. Paul digs further into the case.
Why did you refer to him as a suspect in a press release if you didn't know?
That's all the time we have, everyone. Let's call it.
No.
Was anyone apprehended as part of this?
Also,
when will you release your search warrant?
How is walking out of a press conference transparency? You are a murderer!
You owe us answers.
This is a shame. This is what we have been fighting against. This is what we've been fighting against since George Floyd was killed. Running away from accountability and transparency. This is shame. Residents or people in Minneapolis need to know this cannot continue. They killed a young man who was sleeping. He did not even have a chance. And for a lot of the media already shared the one where he had the gun holding it. You know, if you are anybody who's a gun owner, that if your finger is out, you are preparing, but you are not ready to fire because you don't even know who's in front of you.
That's right.
This young man did not have a chance. This was Breonna Taylor in Minneapolis, and even worse. And the mayor and the chief are running away from questions.
I have to say it. I have to say it. Sorry. I have to say it. Sorry, I'm getting up here as fast as I can. You saw what happened just now when I asked about why they released those pictures of his gun, though they never made an allegation that he fired it. And you can clearly see in the video that it was never fired. In fact, he never even pointed it at an officer. But yet, they will not answer the question of why they released that sensationalistic, demonizing picture, but yet they did not release anything about the officer except his name until finally now. And they certainly did not release a picture of his gun. Wouldn't that be more relevant to news media? That was the gun that was fired. Why would they release a picture of this man's gun? What was the sole purpose of that? Well, we know what it was. It was sensationalistic demonization of a victim of police murder. Plain and simple. And I'm disgusted by it. I'm disgusted by the fact that these elected officials and appointed officials cannot actually answer a simple question. They said, we'll do one question at a time. I think I asked my question 3 times. Why did you release the pictures of that gun? What was the purpose of releasing those pictures? And yet they ran away. Time's up. Ran away without ever answering that question. There was not one legitimate reason for releasing that picture. It was about associating a man with a gun to try to create a narrative to justify what the police did. That is what happened here tonight. That's what happened when they released that yesterday. It is reprehensible. It is disgusting. We are not tolerating it as a community any longer, and that's why we had to be here tonight. Thank you. And by the way, I think he was brave as hell, frankly. The bravest person I know, honestly.
I couldn't tolerate that. That could have been my son, that was somebody's son, I get it. And then to hear them put a fake narrative on the video we saw, no. Enough is enough.
Didn't answer my question about how all these damn people are shouting at the same time. It was a completely controlled situation. The police controlled it. They controlled it.
And one officer literally jumped the gun, and now they're covering for him.
That's what it is.
No. And thank you to those who actually asked critical questions and didn't just accept.
Okay, so once again, some pretty tough and emotional conversations here as we're taking a look at the body camera footage that was released after more than 36 hours of unanswered questions and increased calls for transparency. The mayor of Minneapolis has released body camera footage of the police shooting and killing of an armed man in downtown, in a downtown apartment complex. Minneapolis Mayor Frey and the interim police chief Huffman holding a press conference shortly after the public released the body camera video. We just listened into the body camera, into that press conference.
Maybe like 9 to 10.
But it was quickly shut down because of activists speaking out, talking over each other. Mayor Frey and the police chief walking out, not answering any more questions. Again, this is 22-year-old Amir Locke, who was allegedly sleeping in his apartment complex, a 22-year-old black man. They do say that he was armed at the time of the shooting, and you can see that pretty clearly in the body camera footage. This video, about 54 seconds long, the majority of it slowed down in the edit. The Locke family has retained civil rights attorneys Ben Crump and Jeff Storms, the attorneys who represented the family of George Floyd. You could even hear them relate this circumstance to Breonna Taylor. You'll remember Breonna Taylor shot and killed in her own apartment complex as well. This all spurred off of an incorrect search warrant. So this is the latest that we have out of Minneapolis tonight after a series of calls from activists to release the body camera footage, and it has been released here. More to come on this story. We'll hopefully be speaking with some of our reporters out in Minneapolis here pretty soon to talk to them about the situation. Fox 9 in Minneapolis had their team there live at the press conference, so we'll be speaking to them and seeing what it was like inside of the room. As you can imagine, things are still going there as people are not happy about what happened. We're going to take a quick break. We'll regroup at the top of the hour with some of the other top stories of the day. Don't go away. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. It is the top of the hour, almost 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, 10 o'clock out on the East Coast. We just took you out to Minneapolis, where body camera footage has been released of the killing of Amir Locke, a 22-year-old black man. This comes after 36 hours of unanswered calls and pretty much silence from Minneapolis Mayor Frye. He just stood beside the police chief out in Minneapolis, answered a few questions, although it was pretty much shut down because of people speaking over them. Lots of activists inside alongside family attorneys, now for the Locke family. This is the body camera footage, pretty hard to watch. Viewer discretion always advised here on Live Now. This is as a search warrant was executed, the search warrant not intended for Amir Locke, the 22-year-old. So this story just starting now, really picking up within the past couple of hours here for that press conference. And again, there have been multiple calls for Mayor Frye to release the body camera footage video over the past couple of days, ever since the search warrant happened, which was just yesterday. And now the footage being released, which is causing multiple outcries from community members. We'll hopefully be getting more from our affiliate, from Fox 9 in Minneapolis, as they cover this from the very beginning. Until then, though, we'll be getting updates from across the country. As we know, a severe winter storm ripping through the South. Texas trying to get prepared as they saw quite a bit of snowfall today. Governor Abbott even holding a briefing. We'll listen in to him for just a few minutes here.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. We have a lot of ground to cover today because there's a lot of important information that we want to share with the public. The first thing I can tell you is we are dealing with one of the most significant icing events that we've had in the state of Texas in at least several decades. And as we will discuss over the course of our presentations today, there are some consequences that result from this being such a significant icing event. The main thing that we want to do today is to continue our efforts to keep the public informed about exactly what is going on about the power grid, about what the state is doing to respond to the winter storm, and what Texans can do to enhance their own safety over the course of the next few days. First, the power grid. The power grid is performing very well at this time. I'm going to be making reference to this graph and this graph at this time. This graph right here shows expected power demand for about the next 24 hours for the remainder of today and early tomorrow. It shows that the power generation capacity that is expected and a breakdown of the source of that power, whether it be wind, solar, or thermal. It shows that there is plenty of power available at this time, as well as plenty of power expected over the remainder of today and early tomorrow. At the expected peak demand, not just tomorrow, but in this entire winter storm event, at the expected peak demand, there should be about 10,000 megawatts of extra power capacity. To put that in context, that is about enough extra power to supply about 2 million homes. The second graph, this one over here, that shows the current demand for power in Texas at this time. That would be the bottom line, which is kind of the teal or green colored line. It also shows the current available capacity of power from the grid at this time, and that's the top line. It shows that there is about a 20,000 megawatts of extra power over current demand. Now, very importantly, even though at this time we have an extraordinary amount of extra supply of power, at this time, there are about 70,000 customers in Texas without power. So how can that be that there are people in the state of Texas without power if the grid is fully functioning and has ample power supply? The reason is because of issues with local power providers. The most probable cause of a power outage right now around the state of Texas for anybody who's without power is either because of heavy winds affected lines, or more likely because of an icing condition, where ice itself could have brought down power lines, or ice could have weighed down on trees or tree limbs that would have brought down a power line. Anyone out of power at this time should call their local power provider. If you do not know how to get a hold of your local power provider, I'm going to give you a website address that you could use to contact your local power provider. Go to puc.texas.gov/storm. If anybody needs access to try to find the phone number of the power provider to call because your power is out, you can go to puc.texas.gov/storm. Now, to address the down lines, or for whatever reason why local power providers are not able to provide power to your house at this particular time, I want you to know that local power providers are bringing in extra resources to get those power lines back up, and the state of Texas is helping them. There are more than 10,000 linemen already working for power transmission companies to assist with power lines that are not working. And in addition to that, almost 2,000 more linemen are coming in from outside the state of Texas. To expedite the repair trucks that are needed, that are coming in from outside of the state, I am issuing a proclamation that authorizes the Texas Department of Public Safety to waive some regulations that will allow them, those repair trucks, to get into the state faster and easier. Also, to help local jurisdictions, local governments, rapidly respond with the tools and resources they need, I am at this moment issuing a proclamation for all counties most heavily affected by the ice storm at this particular time. They are listed in this proclamation that I'm about to sign, and they
Okay, so once again, Governor Abbott signing a proclamation for this winter storm that is going to be coming through. Stay with us, because in a couple of minutes we'll be speaking with our Fox 26 Houston reporter as the storm moves through. We'll see what the latest is out there. Snowfall definitely coming for the Dallas-Houston area. Everyone trying to stay on top of it. But we are going to move back into that breaking news coming out of Minneapolis, as we reported. Minneapolis Mayor Fry releasing body camera footage after more than 36 hours of unanswered questions and increased calls for transparency. The mayor, again, releasing this body camera video of the police shooting and killing of what they said was an armed man in a downtown apartment on Wednesday. We now know that man is identified as 22-year-old Amir Locke. This video graphic. So, of course, viewer discretion always advised here. We are live, raw, and unfiltered. The mayor, alongside the interim police chief, holding a press conference just a little bit ago with this public release of the body camera video. As you can imagine, a lot of people frustrated and angry with the current situation. This search warrant was executed, but the search warrant was not intended for Amir Locke, who ultimately died because of these circumstances. I want to bring in legal analyst Randy Zellen. Randy, after watching these images and seeing and hearing the situation, what are your first thoughts? The Locke family already has representation.
We
got you now. You're muted for just a second there.
And I guess because it's just stunning. You watch a video like this and you say to yourself, my God, here we go again. And then you struggle with the notion of law enforcement needs to do its job to keep us all safe. Yet we find ourselves over and over again reliving these horror stories. And it's very difficult to justify saying, well, wait a minute, the man had a gun. Okay, so he was the wrong guy. And so he wasn't doing anything other than sleeping. The man had a gun. Yet the man didn't use the gun. But then you say to yourself, but should the police officer wait until he or she's actually fired upon before firing back? I mean, it's so easy for us to look back in hindsight and play Monday morning quarterback and say what was appropriate, but we still don't address the real issue here, which is it is the inherent mistrust between communities, particularly communities of color, and law enforcement. Until we bridge that divide, until we find some equilibrium, some sure footing where we have confidence in law enforcement, we are going to be going on this vicious cycle, this vicious circle over and over and over and over again. But we are still left with the fact that a human being's life was lost. And from this body cam video, it's kind of tough to justify it.
So, Randy, they are relating this to the Breonna Taylor shooting in which she was shot and killed inside of her apartment, too. From looking at this, does that seem to be an adequate similarity between the two cases?
It's certainly eerily similar. And again, we have to find ourselves pondering what went wrong. What should have happened differently? Could this have been avoided? Perhaps was this a situation where, okay, you see someone undercovers, you have a warrant to enter, you have reasonable cause to believe that perhaps the person is armed. So perhaps that's an instance for a taser. Perhaps that's an instance of entering this dwelling differently or waiting for someone to come out. Again, it's so easy in hindsight, put ourselves in the moment, being a police officer, not knowing what's on the other side of that door. But by the same token, that young man who was asleep on the bed probably had some right to believe that it would be okay for him to be asleep also. But I think, again, we all avoid that ultimate, the awful question, which is, why do we keep doing this wrong? Because this is surely to once again just pour gasoline on an already out of control fire, where we see another young man of color gunned down by the police. Was it right? Was it wrong? Was it justified? Was it not? Unfortunately, we can't even get to that objective point because we're so deep in the morass of mistrust and racism and just the mistreatment of particularly of young men of color. We have got to figure out a different way because we are just tearing ourselves apart.
Randy, I'm going to ask you to stick around with us. We have some other news that we want to be getting to, reporting on some of this weather out of Texas. But please stick with us on the line. We're going to come out to you in just a minute. As we said, though, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, Texas weather, and then we're going to get back to this situation in Minneapolis, as well as a crime surge across the country. The president even making his way to the New York City Police Department headquarters. We'll talk about that visit and more in just a little bit. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. An update on winter storm bringing snow and ice to Texas as travelers definitely staying home today. I know a bunch of people out in Texas had work canceled. We've been speaking with mostly Dallas reporters, but I want to bring in Fox 26's Matthew Seedorf, who joins us from Houston. And Matthew, how are things looking out there?
Well, that cold weather really got to Houston. A few hours ago, we saw some sleet and freezing rain, and right now it's just cold, at least for Texas standards anyway. It's around freezing, but the wind chill, it feels like it's in the 20s. We are concerned about bridges and overpasses freezing as we go into the overnight hours looking ahead to Friday. But right now we're really just seeing a lot of wet roadways from that sleet and freezing rain that went by today.
So when you say like wet roadways, is it icing over quite yet? Because that was a major concern during the deep freeze last year. Lots of drivers getting stuck.
Yeah, no, so far the roads themselves, I don't know if you can see where I'm standing or not. The roads themselves are mostly just wet. But when you do get onto those bridges and the overpasses, you will see the icy patches already starting to pick up as we get into the overnight hours.
Yeah, and I know it's a little bit later there right now, but it seems like it's pretty slow, too. Is everyone mostly just staying home today, taking a snow day?
I'd say for the most part, yes. I know that a lot of the Houston area school districts are canceled tomorrow. Some have actually released early today, so people are trying to be cautious because Texas doesn't handle the ice as well as some other states to the north, as well as if you remember what happened last year with the deadly winter freeze that caused significant damage across the state of Texas. A lot of people are really anxious and worried about what happened here last year and don't want to really take any chances with this storm.
And I'm sure that you guys have been making your way around, doing the whole full coverage, covering the grocery stores, people stocking up just in case anything really could happen. And we've seen that in the past. So has everyone been mostly prepared for the past couple of days? Is that still going on right now? What's the situation on that front as far as preparation goes?
Yeah, not as much in Houston, but I have seen that across the state. San Antonio, the grocery stores, the shelves just cleared out of bread and milk, all the necessities as well. But not quite as much in Houston. I think it's because Houston's more of a winter weather advisory, while other parts of the state are getting the winter storm warning and the possibility of more significant ice than we are probably going to see in Houston. But there's still a chance that we could see some more freezing rain and sleet overnight, and right now it's just cold, especially with the wind.
Well, I know it's cold. I'm going to let you go. Fox 26's Matthew Seedorf, thank you so much for bearing the winter weather for us. Hopefully it stays calm. I know a lot of flights have been grounded in Dallas for the day, so hopefully that doesn't cause any issues for even travelers out in Houston as well.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. Just trying to stay warm and safe.
Yes, absolutely. All right, and as you know, here on Live Now, we take you to all of the different events across the country, and we'll have you covered when it comes to weather coverage here. Fox Weather also doing a really great job streaming the latest to keep not only Texas residents safe, but residents around the country who are still dealing with, unfortunately, this winter storm rolling through. But since we have him, I do want to bring back in Randy Zellin. And Randy, man, we just got this pretty crazy body camera footage video for people who maybe are just tuning in right now and need a little refresher. This is what activists and community members have been calling on Minneapolis Mayor Frye to release. This is body camera footage of a search warrant being executed by SWAT teams and Minneapolis police. This is inside of the apartment of Amir Locke, a 22-year-old black man who they say he was armed. He was shot and killed inside of his apartment complex. Last we left it, Randy, we were talking about the similarities between this case and the Breonna Taylor case that's already been kind of stated by attorneys who are now representing the Locke family. So next steps, what do you think happens next in this case?
one thing for sure, and during the break, I was doing a little taking advantage of 24-hour news cycles, and I was able to find some stories that are being reported on what happened. And what is odd, and I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, but certainly one thing that gives me pause and makes me say, let's not rush to judgment. We watched this video, but what is being reported that according to law enforcement, this young man actually pointed his weapon at the police, which is why the police opened fire and shot and killed him. And apparently it was 9 seconds into the door opening, according to law enforcement, this young man actually raised his weapon and pointed it at the police. Now, if you want to do some amateur counting by 1/100, I was into about 12 or 13 100s, and I don't see a gun being pointed. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. It doesn't mean that it did happen. But certainly the entirety of the body cam footage should be released immediately. And the public does have a right to know, particularly if law enforcement is going to take a position to justify the police officer's action. Certainly, I think it would give comfort to the public if, in fact, it appears that the police were justified. And in fact, if the young man did raise his weapon at the police, and there was certainly, it was pretty clear that they were law enforcement. So I don't think he had any issue with thinking that he was about to be the victim of a crime. Listen, the truth should be unraveled. And certainly if law enforcement is going to take a position and allege that the police officers were justified because a weapon was pointed at them, well, that's why we have police officers wear body cam. So this way we don't have to rely on he said, or she said, or he said, she said. And the video is the video, and that will be the proof. So I think right now we all need to take a deep breath, not rush to judgment, and let's see what the proof shows us.
So one of the, main points that these activists were making was, why are you not answering our calls about this? Many of these police departments have taken huge strides in releasing body camera footage video as quickly as possible with everything that has happened in these past cases. So this moment of silence, I guess you could say, this day of silence, 36 hours of silence from the police department, is that warranted to kind of get all of their ducks in a row?
The issue is, oftentimes it's not what you say. It's what you don't say. And nature abhors a vacuum, and we abhor silence. I mean, think about the 1 or 2 seconds that I didn't answer your question. Mm-hmm. It seems like an eternity when you expect to hear something. Mm-hmm. I think here it was incumbent upon law enforcement to say something. And something could have been something as simple as, look, before anyone rushes to judgment, before anyone takes a position, let us do our job, let us investigate, and let's not investigate piecemeal where we take a position and then we have to walk back on it because we uncover new facts. Let us get to the bottom of what happened, and we can assure the public that we will be fully transparent as best we can to provide the public with proof of what happened, and we will act swiftly to ensure that justice is done one way or the other. To say nothing, it's human nature. Say nothing. You must have done something wrong. And of course, what makes it worse is that when law enforcement potentially rushes to judgment in an effort to kind of circle the wagons and take a position of, yes, our investigation reveals that 9 seconds into the door opening, the victim trained his weapon on the police officers, giving them no choice and to be fully justified in shooting this young man. Well, unfortunately, what we're looking at right now doesn't seem to support that. Now, is it possible that the video was shut off in an effort to, again, complete the investigation, in an effort not to have the world watch someone actually die on camera? And if that in fact is the case, then say so. But again, to say nothing and then come out with a statement which would appear to completely exonerate the police officers, but at the same time release body cam video, which doesn't support that. And if it's incomplete, then say why it's incomplete. So once again, we are left to our own devices to try to divine what's going on here. And of course, when the statements are not supported by the proof, that only engenders further mistrust and creates a further divide. So I really think that everybody needs to get their act together. And certainly if law enforcement are the parents in the room, the parents are the first line of, hey, let's make sure we're united here and we have our ducks in a row, and what we're saying we can actually back up, because that video does not back up right now what's being reported.
Yeah, well, we already know that Ben Crump and Jeff Storms have decided that they are going to represent the family, the Locke family. What is the police department and the city likely doing right now?
Well, one would hope that the city and the police department are doing the right thing, which is without fear, without favor. They are going to investigate the case objectively, and they will, since they've decided to go public with some of it, I will borrow from my legal training, and we can talk about something called the completeness doctrine, which is, it's a fancy way of saying, hey, give us everything or give us nothing. But if you're going to give us something, you got to give it all to me. You can't pick and choose what you give to me. If you give me nothing, you give me nothing. But if you give me something, you got to give it all. So I can only hope that now that they have disclosed something, they will be frank, they will be transparent, they will be truthful. We may not like what we hear one way or the other, but honesty, the same way they say sunlight is the best disinfectant, at least the honest truth will bring us some sense of comfort, at least from the perspective of accountability. It doesn't bring this young man back, particularly if this young man did not deserve to die. And I'm not suggesting even if he trained his weapon on a police officer, I'm not God. I mean, it's not for me to say then it was okay for him to die. I can't say that. But by the same token, being a police officer, I also have a right to stay alive. And I go out there and I put my life on the line every day. And that makes me more of a person, not less of a person. So this is one of those conversations. There's no right answer. The only conversation should be, why are we having this conversation over and over again?
Well, Randy, I originally was bringing you on the show to talk about the president's visit to New York City, because we've talked to you in the past about the issue of crime specifically in New York City and even against first responders. A live look from the White House right here. Well, the president did go there and spoke with law officers about what needs to happen. He went to the police headquarters and spoke with them. So what are your thoughts on the visit today? What comes next for the United States when it comes to gun legislation?
I think, and I will go out a little bit on a limb, because being a criminal defense attorney, I often wonder, particularly when I'm preparing for a sentence and I'm trying to put my client in the best light, invariably we default to the psychology. And to me, the conversation at some level has to begin with, if we're going to try to prevent crimes, don't we need to try to get some understanding as to why people make a determination in the first instance to commit a crime? And I think until we address that, I think we're always going to be chasing, like my dog does. He chases his own tail. Because if we're looking after the fact to catch someone who's already committing a crime, particularly if it's a violent crime, we've lost someone or someone's been horribly injured. I think at some point we need to sit down and try to figure out, why is this happening in the first instance? Why is it that someone is making a determination, if in fact it's a conscious determination, that it is worth committing a crime, that it's worth taking a life, that it's worth injuring someone? Certainly if someone doesn't have the wherewithal to understand that that's wrong, And then we're talking about a mental disease, and we need to address then mental health, because someone can't have criminal responsibility if he or she doesn't understand the nature of the consequences of his or her actions, and what he or she is doing is wrong. So we've got to determine, where does mental health come in? Where does parenting come in? Where does upbringing come in? Where does social issues and social justice come in? There are so many different issues that we're not addressing. Getting guns off the street is one thing, but there is something to be said for that. Do guns kill people, or do people kill people? Because someone still has to pull the trigger, and someone still has to think that it's okay to go get that gun and use it for an illegal purpose. And I do think at some point, we really need to start looking at the root causes of why crimes are committed in the first place.
All right, Randy Zellin joining us here on Live Now from Fox for a series of different topics. Thank you so much for breaking this down. And I'm assuming that this case out in Minneapolis will likely move forward. And so I'm sure we'll be having you on to break that down a little bit further for us. But thanks again. Appreciate it.
Unfortunately, thank you for having me.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. We are going to go into full coverage, though, from Fox 9 in Minneapolis, as this led their show tonight. That body camera footage being released by the police department, and then activists, community leaders outraged by over what happened, those emotional and passionate outbursts during the press conference right now.
Next at 9. Breaking news. Minneapolis police releasing body camera footage of the moment an officer shot a man while executing a search warrant. A local family sues a fraternity claiming a hazing incident left their son fighting for his life.
I can think of 12 names that I know that we have arrested more than one time.
Local law enforcement is reassessing how it cracks down on carjackers. And a mission to save lives. How one man is making sure another life isn't ended from carbon monoxide poisoning.
We begin tonight with breaking news. Minneapolis police release body camera video of a police shooting that left a man dead.
The video showing officers just moments before they enter an apartment in downtown Minneapolis and leading up to that deadly shooting. Here's that video now.
Police search warrant! Police search warrant! Police search warrant!
In a slowed-down version, you can see an officer has crossed the threshold as they announce their presence. After an officer kicks the couch, you can see Amir Locke start to rise. In the seconds that follow, you see a gun in Locke's hand. Now, after releasing that body camera footage, city leaders spoke tonight at City Hall.
Fox 9's Mary McGuire is live in Minneapolis tonight. And Mary, this video raises a lot of questions. Activists were at the press conference and at one point became very frustrated with what they were hearing.
And Randy and Kelsey, just moments ago, we heard from Mayor Jacob Fry and Interim Police Chief Amelia Huffman for the first time since that body camera footage was released publicly right around 7 o'clock tonight. They said that they released this video in order to be transparent, but in the end, that press conference was cut short by local activists. The mayor and police chief ended up leaving. They only took less than 5 questions from the local media. Now, here's what we did learn at that press conference. The Minneapolis police SWAT team was called by St. Paul police to help execute a search warrant related to a recent murder on 3 apartments in Bolero Flats on Wednesday morning right in downtown Minneapolis. The man who was killed, 22-year-old Amir Locke, was not named in that search warrant. The chief would not confirm whether or not Locke was a suspect in that case at all. She also insisted again that police announce their presence before crossing the threshold into the apartment, although the video appears to show otherwise. I did ask her about that tonight.
In the video, they open the door with the key and announce police search warrant before they enter the apartment. Our agency is committed to meeting best practices, and tactical operations among agencies vary wildly. There is no single best practice for making these kind of entries, and even among agencies in the Twin Cities, agencies may use different tactics on different search warrants, and different agencies have different policies.
Now, it's still unclear what happened before and after that video clip. It's only about 15 seconds long, although it appears that the entire portion of that body camera is about an hour long. Now, tomorrow morning, we do expect to hear from attorney Ben Crump. He is representing the Locke family. A protest caravan is also scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Randy and Kelsey.
All right, Mary, and obviously this is a developing story. We'll have much more on this as we move.
Okay, so that was coverage from Fox 9 in Minneapolis right there. We want to play out the full press conference for you, though, with the interim police chief alongside Mayor Frey, because there were some pretty passionate outbursts as activists and community members and leaders were inside of there. They actually had to cut the press conference a little bit early. So take a listen to this.
Before they entered the door. Yesterday you said that they were loudly announcing their presence and knocking at the door before, but that didn't happen. We saw it all in the video.
Right. So in the video, they open the door with the key and announce police search warrant before they enter the apartment.
That's not true. If you go back and watch the video, they do not say until they cross the threshold of the door. It's just not true.
I definitely encourage everyone to view the video and make that assessment for themselves.
Is it true that officers are only to speak one at a time when they come in? In other words, is that police training 101 that only one officer speaks? In these circumstances, why were all of them screaming and shouting at once in ways that you could not determine what they were actually even saying?
So certainly when we're doing a more controlled action, like a felony stop, we clearly identify one person to be speaking. In this case, the officers were advancing into the apartment and also into separate rooms. And so you do have people giving commands, loud commands, and repeating police search warrant, police search warrant.
Chief, yesterday in your statement, you specifically articulated that he pointed the gun in the direction of the officers. You did not use that language just now. Can you point to specifically in the video where he points the gun at the officers?
Yeah, so if you look at that still image, even though you don't see all of the officers, the involved officer was just outside the frame in the direction that that barrel is emerging from the blanket.
But it looked to me as if that gun in Mr. Locke's hand was pointed toward the floor.
And certainly when the county attorney's office reviews that case, they will be carefully examining all of those factors. And I'm absolutely positive they will take a look at that. Of course, we all know these events happen very rapidly. And as there's a gun emerging in your direction, you're forced to make a split-second decision about when it's a threat.
Chief Huffman, no, hold on. Chief Huffman, no, do not. Okay, I'm not a threat. I don't have a gun. Okay, don't treat me like I'm a threat. This is what I would call the anatomy of a cover-up. This is unacceptable. I'm sorry, it is. When I agreed to work with you on the work group, we talked about the importance of transparency and accountability. And here, what we are seeing is business as usual. And you know this, Amelia. You know this, Jacob. I don't know how you guys slept that night. I couldn't sleep at night. Tears from a mother's perspective, thinking about what happened. I saw the picture of Amir. He looks like a boy. My son is 17 years old. He has slept on his friends' couches for sleepovers. So we cannot sit here and whitewash this and pretend that it's okay. You knew that I was not going to stand for police violence and a push for accountability, yet you asked me to be a part of the work group. And I knew what I thought I was signed up for. This isn't what I signed up for. I understand if you're not comfortable having me continue to co-chair, that's your prerogative. I signed up to help bring recommendations because we're tired of being killed. We're tired of the cover-ups. We're tired of the excuses. And to hide behind the St. Paul Police Department, the deadliest police force in the state of Minnesota, is unacceptable. You all had no business agreeing to carry out a warrant, and now you're claiming that's part of their investigation. You don't know. Well, why the hell did you all sign up to do this in the first place? There was a homicide that happened at 1-something in the morning on Hennepin Avenue. Someone was killed, and then the person drove away in a black SUV. They're still at large in Minneapolis, potentially a threat to residents. But you all go do something for St. Paul Police, and now you're trying to hide behind that decision. It's not acceptable. We are ready for change. When the people voted to re-elect you, Jacob, they not only showed that they wanted to see a new leader, right? Not saying you're not the person who got reelected, you got reelected. But what they were expecting is a new beginning. That's why they gave you more power and authority. So that is what we want to see as the residents of Minneapolis. We don't want to see cover-ups. We don't want to see whitewashing. People are asking very simple questions that have still not been answered. Amelia, you're saying you want to be the chief? Then act like it. Demonstrate integrity. Don't cover up for what those cops did. If they knew that the kid had a gun as he started waking up, say, drop your weapon. They didn't do that. One cop opened fire and took the life of a child who was trying to go back into his blanket. Any mom can see what happened there. So I can't tolerate the whitewashing. I'm sorry, y'all. We can't do this. I know you have your narrative. I know you have your script. And no, you guys didn't personally go shoot somebody. But you do have the opportunity to make it right. To talk about the fact that you changed the no-knock warrant policy. Where's the evidence of that? That wasn't present on what happened to Amir Locke. So if I'm going to be the co-chair of this group, I'm expecting strong leadership, I'm expecting integrity, and I'm expecting accountability. Yes. You guys aren't going to waste my goddamn time. And I don't care, you guys had your security trying to stop me. I can be used to come speak the truth about what needs to happen, but when it's time to call out these inconsistencies, these inaccuracies, the lack of information, I got to sit in the back or even not even be invited. I'm not here for it. We fought too long, too hard. It's people in jail, including Cortez Rice, trying to get the court to show what's happening in the courtroom so people can see what's going on. People have put their lives on the line because we're ready for change. So we're expecting from this point forward for you guys to do something different. I'm not playing. We're not here for it. We're not here for it. I'm only committed to working on this work group if you all are committed to being honest and transparent and not covering up the bullshit. Thank you.
Why did you release pictures of his gun, but no pictures of the gun of the officer who killed him? Why have you not released that information? You know, this man did not shoot anyone. He did not discharge his weapon. Why did you release his gun? That was a disgusting vilification of this man. That is inexcusable. It is utterly disgusting that you would release a picture of his gun even though he never fired his weapon. And you know he didn't fire his weapon because you had both seen the video. This is the kind of lack of transparency that Nakima is exactly talking about when you send out these sensationalistic pictures of his gun, a man who has never committed a crime, but you don't release the video, or rather the pictures of the officer's gun.
So, Ms. Gross, thank you for being here. And Ms. Levy-Armstrong, thank you for your strong words. You acknowledged and rightfully pointed out that at this moment in time, we need accountability, we need leadership, and we need transparency. You asked whether we wanted you to continue as co-chair. The answer is yes. We are dead serious about seeing the necessary changes through, and the necessary changes start with being honest and transparent. That begins with all of you here today and releasing body camera footage in the immediacy so that people can see exactly what is in it, good, bad, or ugly. But it doesn't stop there. It goes on to getting the necessary facts of the case, and I know, speaking from experience, that there is an ongoing tension between getting things out quickly and getting things right. We want to get things right. We want to, excuse me, we want to gather the necessary evidence to make sure that we are not telling you something that is inaccurate now, only to correct it a day later.
Why was Amir Locke referred to as a suspect?
And so I'm going to ask...
That's right.
Why was Amir Locke referred to as a suspect in the MPD's press release?
That's right.
I don't know. So can you speak
And
to
again,
that?
why was his gun pictures released?
So but we could do one question at a time. We do want to answer the questions, but I would also prefer just to one question at a time. To your question, I do not know.
Does the chief know? Can the chief answer that question?
Go ahead.
So yesterday, at the time that we were putting out the press release, we didn't have as much information as we have now, of course. And so it's unclear, certainly unclear yesterday, but it remains unclear if or how Mr. Locke is connected to St. Paul's investigation, and more information will be coming as St. Paul digs further into the case.
Why did you refer to him as a suspect in a press release if you didn't know?
That's all the time we have, everyone. Let's call it.
No.
Was anyone apprehended as part of this?
Also,
When will you release your search warrant?
How is walking out of a press conference transparency? You are a murderer!
You owe us answers.
This is a shame. This is what we have been fighting against. This is what we've been fighting against since George Floyd was killed. Running away from accountability and transparency. This is shame. Residents or people in Minneapolis need to know this cannot continue. They killed a young man who was sleeping. He did not even have a chance. And for a lot of the media already shared the one where he had the gun holding it. You know, if you are anybody who's a gun owner, that if your finger is out, you are preparing, but you are not ready to fire because you don't even know who's in front of you.
That's right.
This young man did not have a chance. This was Breonna Taylor in Minneapolis, and even worse. And the mayor and the chief are running away from questions.
I have to say it. I have to say it. Sorry. I have to say it. Sorry, I'm getting up here as fast as I can. You saw what happened just now when I asked about why they released those pictures of his gun, though they never made an allegation that he fired it. And you can clearly see in the video that it was never fired. In fact, he never even pointed it at an officer. But yet, they will not answer the question of why they released that sensationalistic, demonizing picture, but yet they did not release anything about the officer except his name until finally now. And they certainly did not release a picture of his gun. Wouldn't that be more relevant to news media? That was the gun that was fired. Why would they release a picture of this man's gun? What was the sole purpose of that? Well, we know what it was. It was sensationalistic demonization of a victim of police murder. Plain and simple. And I'm disgusted by it. I'm disgusted by the fact that these elected officials and appointed officials cannot actually answer a simple question. They said, we'll do one question at a time. I think I asked my question 3 times. Why did you release the pictures of that gun? What was the purpose of releasing those pictures? And yet they ran away. Time's up. Ran away. Reprehensible. It is disgusting. We are not tolerating it as a community any longer, and that's why we had to be here tonight. Thank you.
So once again, you've been listening in to that Minneapolis update being ended early. Mayor Fry and the interim police chief being whisked away in the room due to the releasing of this body camera footage, which, as you can tell, is not the full footage, which if you were listening in to Randy Zellen, our legal analyst here on the show, he says that likely will be released in full in due time. The main question right now is the circumstances surrounding the gun that Amir Locke was holding in his hand right there. Both parties getting ready and preparing for what likely will be a legal battle moving forward. We'll have any new details for you coming up later here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to move on here, though, because I spoke with a racial trauma therapist a little bit earlier today for Black History Month. She speaks about a lot of the issues going on in the Black community right now. That conversation coming up in 2 minutes.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I'm joined now by Ashley McGirt, a racial trauma therapist. Ashley, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. This is going to be a fantastic conversation. We are doing coverage for Black History Month, and racial trauma is definitely a part of that, a huge topic. So I want to start out first with, what is racial trauma?
Well, first, thank you for having me and having this important conversation. Racial trauma really is a form of race-based stress that describes the emotional and physiological reactions that individuals of color often have to frequent exposure to incidences of racism.
So how do you see that working right now more than ever? We're in the middle of this pandemic and obviously some pretty tense times with everything that happened with George Floyd. So how do you see that working in your clients' lives?
I've been seeing this happen for decades, since before I've been alive. It's really been exacerbated with the global pandemic as well as the George Floyd protest, because it's just exposed some of the things that we as people of color have already known and is experienced. But with the pandemic, you know, Black and brown communities were disproportionately exposed to the coronavirus. We also were disproportionately labeled as essential workers. We're more often had to go to a hospital that may deliver subpar care, different things like that, that all came to the forefront during the pandemic as we're looking at health, how we're looking at the responses, where the vaccine is available, to who. All of these things really just exacerbated the amount of racial trauma that Black communities and other communities of color have been experiencing.
So obviously you're very passionate about this. I can tell by the way you speak about it. I'm curious, how did you get into this? What's your story? What's your background?
Well, my background, I am a licensed mental health therapist and I specialize in trauma, but specifically racial trauma. And I got into this really it started out with the loss of my grandmother. That's how I got into this role of being a therapist, because I experienced grief that turned into major depressive disorder, and there were no clinicians of color available in my community. I grew up in a predominantly white environment, so I ended up seeing a white counselor who did not understand the role of grandmother in Black families. She didn't understand some of the cultural nuances that were going on. So I had to educate this person. And I spent a lot of my session doing that as opposed to getting the healing that I needed. So long story short, I was like, there's got to be other people of color experiencing this, and we shouldn't have to be educating our clinician during our session because we're not getting the healing that we needed. So that's how I became a therapist. And I'm a Black woman in America. I've experienced immense racism, microaggressions, macroaggressions on a daily basis. And I noticed that throughout my education, becoming a clinician, we weren't talking about the impact that racism has on our mental health. So I started doing a lot of research around that area, which is really how I developed my niche in racial trauma.
Yeah, and that's great that you found, you know, your niche and a community that really needs to be hearing that right now. With talking to, you know, the clients that you have and providing them therapy, have you found any common threads? What is the root of racial trauma for these people? I'm sure it's different for every person, but do you hear a lot of the same stories?
I do hear a lot of similar stories. When it comes to racial trauma, so it's direct experiences of racism and things that we didn't necessarily experience. So things like watching George Floyd have a knee to his neck for 9 minutes. I don't know George Floyd. I don't know his family, but he looks like someone I may know. So when you see things like that with Trayvon Martin, Eric Garner, like the list goes on and on and on, that has an impact on our mental health. When we see the responses of how communities of color are responded to, things like the Flint water crisis, and how that is predominantly a community of color that still is without good drinking water. So what does that mean for people who look like me when the response is poor from government officials? So I do see those common threads just in terms of issues globally. There are certain common microaggressions, macroaggressions that people of color do experience. So I do hear that, but each person has their own unique story, their own unique experience when it comes to racial trauma.
What can the non-Black community do to help out with racial trauma? Obviously, my story looks a lot different than yours, and that's really special, and that's great because we're different people, but I'll also never understand truly what it's like to walk in your shoes or walk in someone's shoes who's in the Black community. So someone who might be outside of it, how can we learn more? How can we help more?
Yeah, so someone who is not a part of the Black community, you can support causes that directly give back to the Black community. You can support the Black community's healing, pay for their therapy. I founded a nonprofit, the Therapy Fund Foundation, that works towards eliminating barriers to Black healing. And we provide free therapy. We provide free tuition assistance so that there can become more Black clinicians in this field, because there is not enough of us in this field doing this work. You can do your own work, have open conversations with your friends and family. You can support laws and politicians that are dedicated toward being anti-racist.
Is there any last points that you want to make about this topic and about moving forward in a positive way for Black communities?
Yeah, definitely. Whenever I talk about racial trauma, I always want to normalize it and explain that it really is a normal response to racism. It is not something that we diagnose people with. It is not a mental illness. I always compare it to grief. Grief is not a mental illness. It is a normal response to loss. So when you think about racial trauma, think about that as well. It's just a normal response to racism. It's not anything that we diagnose our community with. And it can be changed the more that we all work together to check our own biases, our privileges, and work toward being anti-racist.
Ashley McGirt, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox for Black History Month. We really appreciate this conversation.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
And join us throughout the month. On the weekends, we have promoted coverage where we'll be hashing out a bunch of different issues when it comes to the Black community for our coverage here for Black History Month, which is February, if you didn't know. So stay with us for that, and stay with us after this break as the Crumbly parents, remember the parents of the Oxford High School shooter, caught again signaling to each other, blowing kisses, and sending secret signs in the courtroom. We'll be diving a little bit deeper into that and showing you those moments in court today, plus a recap when it comes to the Michael Avenatti case. What comes next after jury deliberations, and why is it taking so long? That's in 2 minutes.
All right, we are here today for purposes of the defendant's motion to reduce bond. The court has had the opportunity to review the pleadings that were submitted by both parties, along with listening to oral argument today. I want to point out that the court rule that applies to this case is MCR 6.106. That court rule requires that the court set a bond that will assure the reasonably assure appearances of the defendant for all court hearings, and also reasonably assure any risk and or evaluation of risk to public safety. The factors that the court is to consider are all listed in subsection F of the court rule. Those factors, and they are not mutually exclusive, but those factors include prior criminal history, and in this case, the defendants did have a prior misdemeanor conviction in the state of Florida. Their record of appearances or non-appearances at court proceedings or flight to avoid prosecution, the defendant's history of substance abuse or addiction, the seriousness of the offense charged, the presence or absence of threats, and the probability of conviction and likely sentence, the defendant's employment status and history, and financial history as the factors relate to the ability to post, and facts indicating that the defendant's ties to the community, including family ties and relationships, and lengths of residency. In this case, the court makes the following finding: that the defendants in this case have ties to the state of Florida. In fact, they did reside in the state of Florida, and as the prosecutor indicated, they still have family in the state of Florida. After the charges were issued, the defendants did not voluntarily turn themselves in. Instead, they were found in an abandoned building in the city of Detroit. Their vehicle was hidden to the extent that they were trying to avoid anybody being able to see their license plate. They withdrew a substantial amount of money from bank accounts, and they were not answering attorneys' calls. The seriousness of the charges, I think, is self-explanatory. They are each charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. So taking all those factors into consideration, the court finds that the bond as set is reasonable and is denying the motion to amend the bond. We will continue to the preliminary examination on February 8th. And at that point, the court will make a determination as to whether or not other days are necessary for purposes of conducting the preliminary examination. Before we disconnect, I do want to have a conversation with all attorneys in a breakout room. So Amy, if you could please put the attorneys in a breakout room with me, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so right there, they are in a breakout session, but you just heard there that the reduce in bond not going to happen there, and you're seeing the reactions from the parents there, and even at times while this hearing was going on, you were hearing just seeing their reactions, and now you can see that they are trying to communicate sign language with each other right now as they are in breakout sessions with the attorneys here. And it looks like an officer has now come to make sure that that won't happen again, but that is very, very interesting to see there. But what I was saying was during this whole hearing, you were really seeing the facial reactions from the parents as they were hearing these different types of motions. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take our final break here.
Okay, so that was a recorded portion of when we showed that bond hearing, and it wasn't reduced, obviously. But the major talker right now is the communication, the ongoing communication between James and Jennifer Crumbly. There's actually a filing that came down today from prosecutors saying they don't want it to happen anymore, that they believe it is extremely disrespectful to the victims of this high school shooting and the families as well. We brought on a legal analyst, Andrew Tchaikovsky, to talk about that. Here's that conversation.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I'm joined now by Andrew Tchaikovsky, our legal analyst. We have you on the show. It seems like every week now, Andrew, to talk about the Crumbly case. This time we're flip-flopping and we're talking about the parents because it wasn't Ethan today. The main focus was on James and Jennifer Crumbly, and most importantly on this weird communication situation between the two. We're now hearing from prosecutors they're not happy about them blowing kisses, about them sending secret messages. I know this is a loaded question, but what are your initial thoughts on all of this?
Well, all eyes were on the Crumblys when they were in court, and the attention has turned to how they're communicating with each other. The lawyers and the judges were all talking, the judge was talking, and while that was happening at the defense tables, the Crumblys were communicating with each other, exchanging looks and kisses, as you said. Now, that's not something that's outrageously typical in a courtroom. You don't usually see a husband and a wife in a courtroom like that, much less how they're communicating. Now, they want that to stop entirely. It's not automatic that the judge is going to issue any sort of order of that sort, because people in a courtroom generally are allowed to have some degree of emotions that they share, and the victims' families are the ones who seem to be the most offended by this. I'm sure at points in the trial, they will also have emotions and they'll be exchanging glances with one another. So I don't know that the judge is going to do much more than admonish the parents that their communications may be used against them, and that this is something that is being watched and could ultimately be part of the judgment against them. So I think everybody in that courtroom needs to be very cautious as to what they're saying and what they're doing, the parents included.
So what technically are the parents allowed to do inside of the courtroom and outside of the courtroom too? What should that communication look like?
The prosecutor's motion to the court asking for this behavior to stop essentially cites the expectations of decorum in a courtroom, and that generally is that people are quiet and well-behaved throughout the proceedings. The idea that people are chit-chatting or talking or distracting the court in any fashion is something that the court, through the judge, generally doesn't tolerate at all. And so in this case, where we see them exchanging those looks, which in some other case might not be as distracting, here may have a far more important or far more distracting element to it. So there really is this question of whether it's distracting the proceedings and creating some sort of unfairness or a disrespect towards the court as the proceedings continue.
And outside of the courtroom, are they allowed to be speaking to each other? What is the typical communication between these two defendants?
I don't know specifically what court orders are in place in this specific case. Oftentimes, when you have two defendants that are facing the same allegations, there are prohibitions on the defendants themselves speaking to each other. That doesn't mean that their lawyers can't speak or work together in how they're creating their defense. And even in some cases, the lawyer can represent both parties. So that communication channel is something that isn't going to be just wide open for them, but there are going to be ways for them to be able to coordinate their defenses, even if not directly.
Right. And I think it's important to note they're repeat offenders on this. It wasn't just today in the courtroom, the blowing of the kisses and everything. They've done this on virtual Zoom calls as well, you know, sign language, utilizing sign language to speak to each other and still saying, you know, voicing I love you, things along those lines. So this has happened in the past.
Yeah, and it's an important thing to put out there, because you see this over the years, different cases where the defendants are trying to communicate with each other that they have some sort of unity still. So this could be something where they're trying to communicate to the other, or one's trying to put forward their intent that they're still in it and they're not going to turn on the other. They're not going to cut a deal and sell the other out to the prosecution. So there can be some real issues with the idea of justice being done in allowing these types of communication, and can have a specific purpose for the defendants in how they're trying to go about continuing potentially bad acts if they're trying to protect the other, or they're trying to make sure that the other protects them. That's the sort of thing that we often are looking to prevent against with certain types of protective orders in cases like this.
Interesting. So you're saying that this could be almost like a strategy that they're utilizing.
Well, sure. If there's two parents involved in any case, you often see the prosecution going to both parents looking for the other to sell the other one out. It's a classic prosecution strategy for somebody to turn state's evidence, is what we call it kind of in the business. And what two defendants in that position might want to do, and you can even think of it like a mob trial type of scenario where they're communicating with each other to make sure that their co-conspirator, their co-defendant are still on the same page, and they're not going to give evidence over that might hurt the other one. These two, being the only ones who really know the degree of their culpability right now, might know the secrets of the other, and that might be very terrifying. So to make sure that there's still a close connection might be very important to them in how they defend their case, and it might be something that's standing in the way of justice.
Right, especially since we've talked in the past about the possibility of their own son, Ethan Crumbly, throwing them under the bus. So it will definitely be something to watch, and they're going to appear in court next week, again being held on that $500,000 bond. So what are your expectations moving forward with this case?
Well, right now there's a motion to continue or delay that initial hearing that's scheduled for next week because the defense says that they haven't gotten all of the discovery, or they haven't gotten it as early as they had hoped for. With 30 plus witnesses potentially testifying, they have a very complicated defense to put forward. The prosecution, meanwhile, is objecting to that delay, saying that that they are the ones with the burden here. The defense has very little to do at this preliminary hearing, and that they want to see justice move forward at a quick pace for the sake of the families and for the sake of justice. I see that moving forward in due course. I think the judge may give a short delay. Usually you don't want to have a case overturned because you didn't have enough time early on. This case is going to head to trial, and I think that this is going to be a particularly good trial to watch in terms of the idea that the parents here, I think the nation will agree that the evidence will show that they really made terrible decisions, but whether it's criminal or not is something that I think the defense attorneys in this case are going to put up a big fight to defend against, because the idea that parents are dealing with a troubled child is something that can be very difficult. And so they're going to look for those sympathies and try to distinguish between the parents' bad decisions and whether those bad decisions are purely criminal in nature.
Right, and the prosecutor's already putting their foot down with even just this filing today because of that odd communication. Okay, we want to move forward into the Michael Avenatti case because jury is still deliberating right now, and they in fact sent a note to the judge saying that they were having some trouble on coming to a consensus on that first count. Well, the judge said, go ahead and keep deliberating. Any idea of why there might be a little bit of a stall right now?
Well, he's charged with wire fraud amongst other allegations related to the Stormy Daniels settlement money that he allegedly didn't distribute as he was supposed to through the ethics of lawyering. So essentially that he took the money that was supposed to go to Stormy Daniels and lied in the process. The trial is not as straightforward as some might think. Simply because he kept the money doesn't mean he's guilty of the allegation. It really comes down to a complicated series of specific intents, meaning what he intended to do or what the miscommunications may have been along the way. He represented himself throughout this trial, and in his closing argument, people really said he put together a good picture of how he might not be guilty of these allegations. And remember, he has to be proven guilty beyond all reasonable doubt. So if there is even a reasonable possibility that there were miscommunications along the way or misunderstandings about how money would be distributed, he could find himself not guilty. And it sounds like the jury at this point, when confronted with the first charge, and when they go back on deliberations, they're instructed generally to consider the charges in order from top to bottom. So on the first charge, after 4 hours, told the judge they couldn't reach a consensus. And so that could very well mean they're not going to be able to reach a consensus on any of these allegations. It's hard to read what juries have to say, though.
For sure. Avenatti thinks he can read them, though. He told reporters on the way out of the courthouse the case isn't as clear-cut as the government wants everybody to believe. What do you make of that?
Well, for any of us who have watched Michael Avenatti over the years, when he speaks, he certainly tries to communicate a strength in his message and his conviction. So whether he truly believes that or not, he's certainly sending a very strong message, as he always does when he's in front of cameras. I'm sure he's very nervous. Any criminal defendant who's facing a federal jury like this, it's a terrifying process to go through. I've sat through the deliberation of federal juries hundreds of times, and you sit there and you can do nothing but try to read into and guess and speculate about what they're thinking. And there's no science to that. And oftentimes times anybody who pretends like they can do that effectively, they're just fooling themselves.
Yeah, and it could be a blow to the ego considering he was the one who was representing himself.
Well, they say that a lawyer who's their own client is the worst type of client.
Literally spoke to someone else yesterday who said the same thing, another lawyer. So makes sense. Well, thank you so much for the breakdown on all of this. And again, jury deliberations underway for this one. So we'll be waiting on that verdict. And then the Crumbly's case, man, that's going to be kicking off and should be something to watch. So thanks for the breakdown, Andrew.
Thank you, Daytona.
And so as we track all of these trials, we're also tracking that breaking news out of Fox 9 in Minneapolis as that body camera footage was released tonight of SWAT teams heading into a Minneapolis apartment, shooting and killing a 22-year-old black man. Here's the circumstances and details surrounding that.
Breaking news, Minneapolis sharing body cam video of Wednesday's deadly police shooting. The officers serving a search warrant just before 7 a.m. when they encountered a man with a gun.
And that man, 22-year-old Amir Locke, was not named in the search warrant. We want to play the video of this deadly encounter for the transparency of this situation. A warning, though, that this video is extremely graphic.
Please search warrant! Please search warrant! Please.
In a slowed down version, you can see an officer has crossed the threshold as they announce their presence. After an officer kicks the couch, you can see Amir Locke start to rise. In the seconds to follow, you see a gun in Locke's hand, followed by the gun.
Now, city leaders did speak just shortly after releasing that footage tonight. And Fox 9's Mary McGuire was there for that news conference. And Mary, an extremely emotional situation with frustrated activists even taking to the podium to confront the mayor and the interim police chief.
That's right. It was a contentious news conference, and it ended with both the mayor and the police chief leaving the room. They said that they released this body camera footage in an effort to be transparent, but they left the room after only answering a handful of questions. Now, we did learn some new information that I do want to share with you at that press conference. On Wednesday morning, the Minneapolis police SWAT team was called by St. Paul police to help execute a search warrant related to a recent murder on 3 apartments in Bolero Flats in downtown Minneapolis. The chief and the mayor publicly identifying the victim as 22-year-old Amir Locke, saying he was not named in that search warrant. The chief would not confirm whether or not Locke was a suspect in that case. That's how he was identified in the initial press release on this shooting. And she also admitted that there are some questions that she just can't answer at this point. She insisted police announced their presence before they crossed the threshold into the apartment, but encouraged people to watch that video for themselves to make up their own minds.
In the video, they open the door with the key and announce police search warrant before they enter the apartment.
That's not true. If you go back and watch the video, they do not say until they cross the threshold of the door. It's just not true.
I definitely encourage everyone to view the video and make that assessment for themselves.
Now, also at that press conference was Nikema Levy-Armstrong, and she interrupted the press conference at one point. She is a member, she's the co-chair, in fact, of the mayor's public safety working group. She stopped the press conference. She said that she wants no part of it. If things are going to continue like this, she said that the mayor and the police chief were lying. Here's a bit of that confrontation.
This is what I would call the anatomy of a cover-up. This is unacceptable. I'm sorry, it is. When I agreed to work with you on the work group, we talked about the importance of transparency and accountability. And here, what we are seeing is business as usual. And you know this, Amelia. You know this, Jacob.
Now, we have learned that attorney Ben Crump is representing the Locke family. He, of course, also represented the family of George Floyd and Daunte Wright. We do expect to hear from him tomorrow morning, but certainly much more to come on this story, both in the days and weeks ahead. Amy and Kelsey.
All right. Thank you, Mary. Well, we will have much more on Fox9.com, and stay with Fox 9 for the very latest in that investigation as well. But switching to the weather today, another February day in the freezer, and we really need to keep an eye on the temperatures and wind chills when it gets this cold, especially if you work outside or have to wait for a school bus or a city bus or something like that.
It can be brutal. Meteorologist Jennifer McDermott is here now with a quick look at how we're doing tonight. Jennifer?
Tonight, still cold. We're still cold tonight, but take a look at some of these cold temperatures from this morning.
Doesn't even seem real.
It's not fair. What is going on? Well, actually, it's Minnesota and, February. So Ash Lake woke up to a morning low temperature of minus 44 degrees. International Falls, 42 below zero. So a few of those 40s below zero were out there for actual temperatures, not for wind chills, but just for temperatures. This morning here in the Twin Cities, we woke up to the teens and the single digits below zero, and now we are at 1 degree. Most of us across the state and over into western Wisconsin are sitting in the negatives. Minus 12 in Hayward, 6 below zero in Bemidji, as well as Detroit Lakes and Morris, 9 below in New Ulm, as well as Owatonna. So certainly another cold night. Now, the only difference between tonight and the past couple of nights is the wind. Where we have the calm winds right now, we essentially don't have a wind chill, but areas with 5 miles an hour or more, there is a little bit of a bite in the temperatures. So in Alexandria, it feels like 23 below zero, but here in the Twin Cities, because our wind is only 3 miles an hour, our 1 degree temperature right now actually feels like 1 degree. When we have that warm up and how our weekend is shaping up to be, I'll have those details coming up in just a bit.
All right, Jennifer, thank you. Well, tonight a Minnesota family is suing a fraternity and several others after their son was severely injured in what lawyers are calling dangerous hazing rituals at the University of Missouri.
Fox Hannah Flood explains how this lawsuit alleges the fraternity, its members, and their culture of hazing destroyed this Eden Prairie graduate's life.
He had a great life. He was motivated, and in the blink of an eye, it's all gone.
Lawyer David Bianchi outlined the more than 50-page lawsuit Danny Santuli's family filed, accusing the fraternity he was pledging to of dangerous hazing. According to the lawsuit, on October 19th, Danny was told he needed to participate in a fraternity pledging tradition, which included consuming an entire bottle of vodka. The lawsuit alleges Danny participated, but when he started getting drunk and tried to stop, he was told to keep going. Hours later, some members of the fraternity found him unresponsive inside the frat house. His skin was pale and his lips were blue. Instead of calling for help, they allegedly drove him to the hospital, where staff found him not breathing and in cardiac arrest. He was rushed to the ICU and put on a ventilator. His blood alcohol level at the time was 0.468%. Nearly 6 times the legal limit.
The injury sustained by Danny Santuli is the worst hazing injury that I've ever seen in my career.
Nearly 4 months later, and now breathing on his own, Danny is still unresponsive, unable to communicate, and living with permanent brain injuries.
This is devastating at so many levels. It's not just devastating for Danny, the victim, but also his family.
Soon after the incident, the university and the fraternity's national authority shut down the chapter, one that had been cited for violations 6 other times in the last 4 years. Now, this lawsuit alleges the fraternity and some of its members are responsible for Danny's injuries, even if there were policies in place against hazing and alcohol use.
That tells me that the existing rules and regulations and the way we're going about this are not working.
Hannah Flood, Fox 9.
A Robbinsdale City Council member facing charges for driving drunk and fleeing police says he will not resign.
I understand why there are people on this council or people in the community that are calling for me to resign. You know, I really think that's not the example I want to lead. I want to show people that you can fall and pick yourself up, you can get better, and you can still do good in this community.
The charges say Tyler Klein was driving the wrong way on Highway 100 and was only stopped by 2 police pit maneuvers. Tests put his blood alcohol content at more than double the legal limit.
Minnesota nurses are asking state lawmakers to give them a stronger seat at the bargaining table.
Democrats' legislation would give union nurses more say in staffing allocations. It would offer $5 million for mental health and make PTSD claims eligible for workers' comp benefits.
I want to start with just getting, when we put in a claim saying that we need help, that we are believed. I would settle for that.
The proposal faces, though, an uncertain road. The legislature usually hesitant to get involved in bargaining issues. Meantime, Senate Republicans say Minnesota should spend $65 million enticing people to become police officers. Under their plan, the state would give $10,000 to newly hired officers who stay at least a year. $44 million would go to scholarships and tuition reimbursement, and there would be an ad campaign promoting law enforcement careers.
Money's not enough. As I said earlier, public officials at all levels, all parties, need to start showing law enforcement the respect and appreciation that they deserve.
Governor Tim Walz has already put out a $6 million plan. It would make up to $5,000 in student loan payments for new officers. House Democrats say they'll put out a plan as well soon.
President Joe Biden is pledging to step up the fight against gun violence.
Enough is enough. The answer is not to defund the police. It's to give you the tools, the training, the funding to be partners, to be protectors, and community needs you.
The U.S. murder rate is the highest it's been in 25 years, with at least 16 cities setting new homicide records in 2021, including St. Paul. Minneapolis tied its record set back in 1995. The Biden crime-fighting plan includes prioritizing the prosecution of gun violence and cracking down on illegal gun traffickers and sellers, as well as an initiative targeting so-called ghost guns, homemade firearms that lack serial numbers and are hard to trace. But his strategy relies heavily on state and local officials, and it shows the limits to what Biden can do without help from Congress.
The leader of ISIS was killed in a U.S. raid in northwest Syria. Dozens of U.S. commandos landed overnight outside the hideout for Abu Ibrahim al-Shahimi al-Qurashi. Now, officials say they warned people in nearby homes to stay inside to limit any civilian casualties. But the raid still brought the deaths of women and children. Al-Qurashi's wife and 2 children were killed when he detonated a suicide bomb. U.S. and ISIS lieutenant, his wife and child also killed after the man fired at U.S. forces. The Pentagon will review that operation. The United States making a startling and serious accusation against Russia.
Officials say the Kremlin has plans to fake an attack on Russians in Ukraine in order to start a war there. The Pentagon says the scheme includes production of a graphic propaganda video that would show staged explosions and corpses. The U.S. has not provided detailed information backing up the claims. Russia has repeatedly accused the U.S. of hysteria over the situation in Ukraine. Russia also reacted angrily to Biden's decision this week to relocate 3,000 troops closer to Eastern Europe, calling that move destructive.
A major winter storm has left more than 200,000 homes and businesses without power across the U.S.
And the storm dumped more than a foot of snow in parts of the Midwest and caused an apparent tornado in Alabama. Travelers also dealing with thousands of canceled flights in all of this. Amazon Prime members, listen up because your subscription just got a little bit more expensive tonight.
And from Betty White out to the blizzard of Oz, Minnesota's snowplows are ready to hit the roads in style.
So you've been listening in right there to Fox 9 in Minneapolis, taking us through not only that major breaking news in there, but also the other top stories of the day, including weather alerts across the country. And we'll get into that a little bit later into the evening. We'll also be getting into a pretty wild story after a 49ers game outside of SoFi Stadium. A 49ers fan beaten and is now in a medically induced coma. Fox 11's Phil Schuman was there at the press conference today asking the tough questions of the officials on why this wasn't alerted quicker. Just as we're getting those details, the first press conference held today, even though it happened a while ago. So hopefully more on that and more on the other top stories of the day coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A San Francisco 49ers fan in a medically induced coma after officials believe he may have been beaten up in a SoFi Stadium parking lot during the NFC Championship game over the weekend. On Sunday, the Los Angeles County Fire Department responded to a call in Lot L of the stadium around 4 p.m., which was during the Los Angeles Rams San Francisco 49ers showdown in Inglewood. After firefighters checked up on the man, they realized he needed to be taken to the emergency room right away. After the man was taken to a Torrance hospital, the Inglewood Police Department was notified of the incident. Hospital staff told police the man is being placed in a medically induced coma and believe the injuries were the result of a suspected beating. Fox 11's sister station, KTVU, identified the victim as 40-year-old Daniel Luna. You're taking a look at him right now, a 49ers fan who also owns a restaurant in Oakland. Sky Fox was over the Harbor UCLA Medical Center in Torrance on Wednesday night, just last night. That's where the man is believed to be treated at. The alleged parking lot incident remains under investigation. The first press conference being held today by Inglewood officials. We're going to play that out for you, and then we'll be speaking with one of our reporters who was there at the press conference today, Fox 11's Phil Schuman, asking a lot of tough questions about the investigation that's going on right now and why the timing of this seems to be a little bit late.
That person is identified as Daniel Luna, 40 years of age, of Oakland, California. On Sunday, the 30th of January, at approximately 4 p.m., civilian security personnel came across Daniel Luna in Lot L of SoFi Stadium on the ground, unconscious. They called into the SoFi command post, and paramedics were dispatched to handle a medical call of a possible injured person. They treated him at the scene and transported him to UCLA Harbor General Hospital. The Inglewood Police Department was notified of the injured person at approximately 7 p.m. Mr. Luna was placed into a medically induced coma prior to the officers being able to interview him. This was done to prevent brain swelling as he was bleeding intracranially. The doctor also noted facial fractures. At this time, medical personnel were unsure of the exact causation of Mr. Luna's injury. One physician opined that Mr. Luna was potentially the victim of an assault. IP detectives have now located video which depicts Mr. Luna mingling with a group of other fans in the parking lot. The overwhelming majority of these fans were wearing red 49er jerseys. There appears to have been an altercation and pushing between Mr. Luna and who we now name as a suspect. It appears that the injured person, Luna, pushed the suspect from behind. It appears that the suspect then retaliated by pushing Mr. Luna from behind and then struck Mr. Luna once in the mouth area. Mr. Luna fell to the ground, where he was later found by security personnel who summoned paramedics. We believe we've identified a vehicle associated with the suspect. He was seen interacting with the occupant of that vehicle. The suspect was wearing a Rams jersey. From the video, all that can be ascertained is that the victim was wearing a white jersey. The Englewood Police Department is continuing the investigation, and we're asking the other involved party to contact the IPD at 310-412-8771. If there are any questions, we'll take them at this time. Whoops. Wait a minute. I found out about this afternoon. Next question. Next question. Next question.
What are detectives telling you about the suspects, the car, that type of thing? Can you give us more background about it?
Well, they do have a license plate, but because we don't know that this is the suspect's vehicle, we're not releasing that information at that time. We're trying to locate the vehicle and interview the owner. Not that I know of. That's a very good question. We only recently located the video which allowed us to identify the vehicle. Wait a minute, see if you guys all took it. So let's go 1, then let's go 2. Who wants to be 3? And you'll be 3. So let's do it like that. Go ahead. No, I didn't say that. I called a press conference as soon as I had the details. Please, we're not going to do it like this. I called a press conference as soon as I knew we had enough details to get help from the press. 2.
So you're saying that nobody in the police department informed you of this attack from Sunday to Thursday?
Okay, first of all, we don't have a statement from the victim. We had no victim that said I was attacked. And so that's why at the time that the video was located, that's when I was notified.
When the video wasn't located until today, you're saying?
What I'm saying is I got the results. The video may have been located yesterday. I got the information today. 3.
All right, so, but
3.
Well, you can cut us off if you want.
What I'm saying, I said 3. Go ahead, sir.
Is the camera good enough to give you a picture of the suspect?
It's very blurry.
No description of him?
It's very blurry. It's very blurry.
But no description?
I mean, he looked like a male, either Hispanic or white. That's all I could tell from the video that I saw.
So, with all due respect,
I know, with all due respect, you'll wait until I come back. Bill, you'll wait until I come back to you if it's all due respect. Okay, well, hold on. That's 3. No, they did not. It was a very quick altercation. There's a group of people. The overwhelming majority are in red 49ers jerseys. You see one person being pushed from behind, and then you see that person turning around, pushing the other person who turned away from them, and then striking that person once in the mouth area. Hold on a second. That's what the video shows.
Did doctors tell you that the facial fractures of him falling face first onto
The doctors did not opine on where the facial fractures came from, that I know of.
But he struck his
The video shows him striking his head back first.
So why is nobody from the police department out here with you?
Because they're investigating the crime, and I'm giving you all the best information we can without compromising the investigation. I couldn't tell you that. I don't have that information. They are out, even as we speak, attempting to locate that vehicle and interview the person that owns that vehicle. Excuse me? Mr. Luna was in a group of fans. The overwhelming majority of them looked like they had red 49ers jerseys, and then this happened.
Characterize again for us, please, the encounter between your victim and your friend.
I think I was pretty clear on it, Beverly. Beverly, very clearly, there's a group of people mingling in Lot L. The victim, Mr. Luna, pushes someone from behind. That person, when Mr. Luna turns away, pushes him, takes another step towards him, and punches him, looks like in the mouth area. Mr. Luna falls back on his head, on the back of his head.
Are you going to be releasing some of this video so we can show it to the public out there and maybe generate some leads for it?
The video is not clear enough in clarity to recognize faces, but you definitely can recognize jerseys. You can recognize male versus female. So right at this time, the video is not going to be released. There may become a point, if we cannot run down that car, if that car is not related, that it may be released.
So you know there are a number of witnesses that saw what was
Oh, there.
What is your message to them?
Well, okay. I'll get, first of all, the message to the other party involved is, come and turn yourself in and have a discussion with the investigators. Anybody that was involved and witnessed this altercation should come forward or call the number that I just gave. Okay, hold on. So we'll go. You've been waiting patiently. 1, 2.
So we're just playing out a little portion of that press conference. We'll get back to it in a minute here, but I want to bring in Fox 11's Phil Schuman. He was there at the press conference. We're taking a look, Phil, at Daniel Luna right now, who is the victim of this situation, now in a medically induced coma. But the mayor kind of having some conflicting comments, because the only evidence that they really have right now is the car and then also that video, but the video is not going to be released to the public. Is that what he said?
Well, as of tonight, because he said it's not clear enough to really identify any individuals' faces or pictures of the car. It could be enhanced. It could be released later if they don't have any leads. And it's interesting because we were referring to Daniel Luna as the victim, of course. The mayor, without drawing any legal conclusions, said that he was the instigator of what happened.
Right. So let's dive a little bit deeper into the circumstances surrounding this situation, which, interestingly enough, we really got word of it last night. I know you guys' chopper went up over the hospital, and it's not like this happened last night. It happened a while ago. So why now?
Well, what apparently had happened is that a friend of Daniel Luna's contacted the LA Times and brought that to a reporter's attention, who then contacted Inglewood PD, who confirmed what happened 4 days after the fact. Now, on the surface, that looks bad. It looks like they're trying to keep it quiet. Mayor Butts, you may have heard in that press conference, said that was ridiculous. He said that it was initially reported as an injured person, and that the person, Luna, was in a coma.
About 30 minutes into Sunday's NFC Championship game, paramedics responded to a
before detectives got a chance to interview him, so they didn't, quote, know, quote, that they had the victim of an assault. So that explanation certainly is plausible, but a lot of times when these things happen, the police or the city will make it public as soon as possible and appeal to the public for help in identifying suspects. I mean, everybody has a cell phone. There could have been witnesses, because the alleged attackers are still out there. But what the mayor tried to portray it as is, literally, I asked him how long this whole incident took place, and he said 5 seconds. So it wasn't like, you're too young to remember this, but in 2011, Brian Stowe was a San Francisco Giants fan. He was beaten nearly to death by Dodgers fans in the parking lot of Dodger Stadium on opening day, was in a coma for 9 months, still has brain damage today. But that was like a kind of a group assault. And so the mayor said that this was nothing like that, not comparable at all. And in his view, the idea that this was kept quiet to avoid any controversy or tarnishing the Inglewood and SoFi in the week before the Super Bowl was ridiculous.
So could he even say that it was because he was a 49ers fan? I think that's a question a lot of people have. Well, what was the motive of this?
Well, it was a little bit confusing, though. He tried to clarify it, but he clearly said that the group of people that were seen on camera were wearing red, which would presume, of course, that they were 49ers fans.
Right.
And the 49ers fans were out in huge numbers at SoFi. It was a little bit unclear whether what Luna was wearing. They said it was a yellow shirt, it was a tan shirt, but it does not seem to be one of these, convenient explanations that it was 49ers fans going after a Rams fan, what they thought maybe in yellow, or Rams fans going after a 49er fan. Right. I've heard from other sources that these people had been in the parking lot drinking since 10:30 in the morning. This happened at about 3:30, and it was reported at 4 p.m. But what's also interesting is that, yesterday there was a big news event with Mayor Butts, SoFi Stadium officials, NFL officials. The topic was mostly COVID safety, so this didn't come up. And then last night on Fox 11 in Los Angeles, we have a program at 7 p.m. every night that we started at the beginning of the pandemic. That's anchored by Alex Michelson and Marla Tejas, two of our anchors, and then I'm a part of it most of the time. And we had Mayor Butts and Inglewood's police chief, Mark Fronterata, on specifically to talk about Super Bowl preps and safety and law enforcement related issues. And that would have been a great time for the police chief to talk about it. Now, I tried to find out from the mayor whether the police chief even knew about this. And he said, no, the police chief isn't briefed on, injured persons reports. But it's an injured person at the NFC Championship game, at the Super Bowl site, when the eyes of the world are on Inglewood. So I question that.
Right. And now we know that he's in a medically induced coma, which makes you believe it was pretty sudden injuries and an assault that came upon him. So what does this do for the police department? What comes next for the investigation? Notably, the police chief wasn't there, right?
Police chief was not there. Nobody from the police department was there. We've been asking them for an updated statement all day. They've been promising one. The only statement that came out was issued on the mayor's letterhead. So they investigate. I mean, they have images of the vehicle. They have images, though they were described as not clear, of the group that was around Luna. Now that it's gotten so much publicity, I mean, there were 70,000 people coming to that stadium. There are security cameras everywhere. So presumably people are going to come forward with information. Yeah, I was near that group. I saw it happen. I mean, the way they painted this picture was Luna shoved somebody. The person shoved Luna back, hit him in the face once. Luna went down, smashed his head on the pavement, was unconscious. And then what? Everybody left him there until somebody alerted SoFi security personnel, who then alerted Los Angeles County paramedics, who then brought him to a level 1 trauma center, which is for the most seriously injured, all the way in Torrance, which is not the closest hospital. That was a serious incident. So for the police to say, well, it was just an injured person report, that's why we have so many questions about that.
Right, exactly. And still just a little confusion as why these photos and the evidence that they do have is not being released to the public, because that has been successful in the past. LA has been known for people to help out and assist in these investigations with these internet sleuths who can seek it out themselves. So what are you going to be watching? I also find it extremely interesting. Sofi going to be hosting the Super Bowl pretty soon here. So it's not a good start for getting ready and amped up for that, I would imagine.
Well, the Super Bowl is designated as a special national security event. I mean, everybody from the Secret Service to Customs Border Protection to Homeland Security to the FBI, all kinds of alphabet agencies, as well as state and local authorities are here. So Inglewood is probably going to be the safest place in the world for the next week or so. The security preparations are incredible if you've ever been to a Super Bowl. So we asked the mayor, like, will security be increased? He said, no, security is already at a high level. But, and this was, of course, before the feds took over, if you will. But he said, and we've heard this kind of explanation before, that security guards can't be every place at all times. But I can tell you from having been to SoFi a number of times, security presence is extremely heavy. Both private security guards, Inglewood PD, sheriffs, other police departments. So there's a ton of security already in the parking lots, not to mention all the cameras. I'd be surprised if there weren't clearer images of this group that emerge.
Well, we will be waiting for that, and I know you guys are going to be on top of it. We take you guys' coverage all the time, so we appreciate you breaking this down, and also all of the other stories out there in Los Angeles. And we'll be keeping our eyes open for the Super Bowl as you guys are hosting it. We know that safety is top of mind, not just COVID-19, but human trafficking and crime in general. So top of mind when it comes to Los Angeles hosting it out there. So Fox 11's Phil Schuman, thank you so much for taking time out of your day, and we'll talk to you soon about this investigation.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll play out the rest of that press conference for those of you who maybe weren't able to watch the whole thing. That's what's so great about what we do on LiveNOW. We show you the whole thing. We show you beginning to end, so you won't miss a bite. So 2 minutes. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
About 30 minutes into Sunday's NFC Championship game, paramedics responded to a call about a man badly injured in the parking lot of SoFi Stadium. 40-year-old Daniel Luna was rushed to the hospital where he remains in a medically induced coma.
He's a regular customer of ours. He's a great man. I was shocked, tears in my eyes, jaw on the floor. This is horrible.
Skylar Bardo is the manager of the Pet Food Express store just a few doors down from the restaurant on Piedmont Avenue that Luna and his wife run. The sign on the door of the Mistura restaurant says it's temporarily closed. Friends say the couple recently adopted a new puppy. People who work at the restaurant's neighboring businesses describe the couple as always cheerful, positive, and friendly.
They don't seem like the sports fanatic type, like the ones who would get in arguments, and it's awful. I really hope he pulls through.
Police have not been able to confirm whether Luna was targeted and beaten for being a 49ers fan or if the attack was related to the game at all. A friend told the Los Angeles Times that Luna was wearing a 49ers jersey and that his wallet, watch, and other personal belongings were not stolen.
They're a good family. It's horrific. I can't explain just my feelings about it. It's horrible.
Here in the Bay Area, the brutal beating brings to mind what happened to San Francisco Giants fan Brian Stowe more than 10 years ago. Stowe was brutally beaten outside Dodgers Stadium. He was in a coma for months and suffered permanent brain damage. Stowe's attackers were eventually sentenced to prison, and Stowe won a civil lawsuit against the Dodgers.
So that's the reality of the situation right now, and Mayor Butt's holding a press conference in Inglewood, not next to the police chief. Phil Schuman, Fox 11's Phil Schuman, who we just spoke with before the break, was there at the press conference and asked some pretty tough questions of the mayor. We're going to play out the rest of the press conference here on LiveNOW from Fox.
It was not interviewed by law enforcement. The facts are there was no way to know that there was a crime until that video was located. I think it's acceptable. I do. I'd say potentially 15, 16 people.
You've been around for a while. Is it fair to say that SoFi, the police department, and others in the city would have preferred this never came to light in the week leading up to the Super Bowl because they want to keep the image as clean and as healthy as possible?
That's absolutely untrue, and it's ridiculous, and I don't think this has any impact on the game or SoFi's reputation, and no one had any such thoughts about this. Well, I'd say this, it's obviously a different type of situation. The situation at Dodger Stadium is in nowhere comparable to this, and to be blunt about it, it looked like a small altercation that went very bad from one punch and someone falling, hitting their head on the ground. It wasn't like you had people ganging up on somebody and beating them as you did in Dodger Stadium. Yes.
If you had known fully that there was such a crime, would you have found out about this days earlier?
Absolutely. No, you don't notify anyone every time you have an injured person. There's sometimes people are intoxicated. They fall and hurt themselves. There are people that have medical problems, congestive heart failure. There are all types of injuries that occur in crowds, and you don't call and hold a press conference to everyone. That's exactly what happened. Hold on one second. Go ahead, Beverly. Will there be what? For the Super Bowl? The Super Bowl perimeters will be set probably 2 to 3 days ahead of the event, and those perimeters will primarily be pedestrian perimeters so that people can't just come and camp out right outside of SoFi.
Mr. Mayor, from the video, it sounds as if Mr. Luna is the one that instigated this confrontation. Do you agree with that?
It appears that way from the video, yes. Of course we do. Excuse me? No, I have not. No, there won't be additional security. There's an extremely vigorous security profile at SoFi Stadium. That being said, you will not be able to prevent every interaction of a negative nature that happens between fans. This incident occurred in less than 5 seconds. In less than 5 seconds. Hold on 1 second. I don't have that description. The police department has that description. Because we don't know that the people in that car are involved in this incident, that's not being released at this time. We want to contact them and interview them first. Yes. No, I didn't. No, not Mr. Luna. The other party that threw the punch interacted with someone in this vehicle, and that's why we want to contact them to get the identity of that person.
So, Mr. Mayor, can you say, is there...
Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
Yeah. The person that struck Mr. Luna in the mouth. A red jersey. And you could not make out a team name on that jersey. Just the assumption was it was a 49ers jersey. Phil, go ahead.
So, an unconscious person is in the parking lot, transported to a level 1 trauma center, and there's no protocol to notify the Inglewood Police Department at that time?
Actually, the paramedics did. They did it at 3 hours later.
3 hours later. I thought it was the hospital that notified the police department.
Like I said, now you're beyond me. I don't know if it was hospital or the. I'm sure it was the paramedics. I'm sure it was the paramedics. But you will. Mm-hmm. No, I did not see the Times article.
Mr. Mayor, would you characterize this as self-defense or a crime?
I really should not do that. I'm going to give you the facts as I know them. It'll be up for a district attorney to characterize it as a crime. I'm giving you the sequence of events as I have seen the video. I saw the video probably 20 minutes ago, and it appears from the video that the person in the yellow jersey pushed someone in the back in a red jersey. That person, within 2 seconds, turned around, pushed the person in the yellow jersey from behind, and when that person turned around, he struck him, it looked like, in the mouth, and then that person fell backwards.
Can you say when the police chief learned about this attack? Or this
No,
incident?
I really can't.
Would they normally be briefed on that kind of thing?
The police chief would not be briefed on an injured person's report.
Even
They would,
the circumstances
Phil,
here?
they would not be briefed on an injured person's report. They would be briefed at the point that it appeared that there was an assault.
I mean, I know you're frustrated with these questions, but
No, I'm not frustrated
this is
at
the
all.
Super Bowl. This is SoFi. The entire.
I'm not
You had a
frustrated.
press conference yesterday with SoFi officials. Nobody brought this up. You were on our air live last night with the police chief. You say you didn't know about it at the time. I wondered
Absolutely.
if he knew about it at the time we were specifically talking about
Absolutely. I'm going to tell you again, Phil. At the time, it was an injured person's report. At the time, the person was in an induced coma, and there was no statement, and there was no evidence indicating an assault. You guys, hold on one second.
Have you heard an update on Mr. Luna's condition?
As far as I know, he's in the same condition. At 7 p.m. on Sunday, officers were notified there was an injured person at UCLA Harbor General. When they arrived, the person was in an induced coma, and they were not able to talk to him. Okay, guys, we're kind of getting redundant. I really appreciate you coming out here late in the dark, and as we have more information, we'll let you know. Thank you very much. And if anybody wants a copy of the press release, it's right here. Okay. Bye for now.
Okay, so Mayor Butts out of Inglewood not being super clear about the investigation, but they are possibly going to be releasing video of the alleged beating outside of Sofi Stadium, and that should clear up a lot of questions and problems that he is encountering right now, and hopefully find the suspect of this, because that person still has not been taken into custody yet. Well, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are going out to the latest. President Biden heading out to New York City today, to the police headquarters. He was not in Washington, D.C. He was talking about gun crime. Details on that after the break.
President Biden traveling to New York Thursday, addressing a surge in gun violence and crime in the city and across the country.
Enough is enough. The answer is not to defund the police. It's to give you the tools, the training, the funding to be partners, to be protectors, and community needs you.
The U.S. murder rate is the highest it has been in 25 years, with at least 16 cities setting new homicide records in 2021. In New York, crime is up nearly 40% overall, and police there are mourning the loss of two of their own, gunned down while responding to a call.
The president is here because he knows what the American people want: justice, safety, and prosperity, and they deserve every bit of it.
The Biden administration announcing that the Department of Justice will be prioritizing the prosecution of gun violence. That includes a crackdown on illegal gun traffickers and sellers, as well as an initiative targeting so-called ghost guns, homemade firearms that lack serial numbers and are hard to trace.
The Justice Department will use every tool at our disposal to protect our communities.
Critics of the president's plan say it's not just guns that are the problem, pointing to Democratic lawmakers' policies and progressive district attorneys.
The soft on crime rhetoric and the soft on crime policies have intersected, and we are seeing that increased crime in our community.
As part of his plan, the president is calling on Congress to approve $500 million in funding to help reduce gun crime, as well as increased funding for the ATF. In Washington, Mather Rivera, Fox News.
We want to play out a portion of those remarks from President Biden as he spoke alongside New York officials, New York City Mayor Eric Adams and Governor Hochul as well. Here's just a portion of that from a little bit earlier today.
Governor, Mr. Mayor, Representative Jeffries, Representative Velasquez, they rode up on the flight with me, and other members of Congress that are here. Thank you, and I just want to thank Mayor Adams and Commissioner Sewell and all the law enforcement here today for not having me for what you do every single day. It's and let me start by saying Detective Wilbur Moore and Jason Rivera are the who and what law enforcement ought to be. And the Senator Gillibrand and I have talked about that on the way up as well. I've spoken to their families, and their loss for the city is also a loss for the nation. You know, the future's cut short by a man with a stolen Glock with 40 rounds, a magazine with 40 rounds. And it's really a weapon of war. One of the things I was proudest of years ago when I was in the Senate, I was able to get these weapons and the size of magazines outlawed. That got changed. It got overruled, but I don't see any rationale why there should be such a weapon able to be purchased. It doesn't violate anybody's Second Amendment rights to deny that opportunity. But anyway, their futures were cut short by a man with a stolen Glock and that 40-round magazine. And I tell you, I want to thank the man back to my left. I think he's sitting right there for taking on. Stand up. If you excuse as I used to say in the Senate, a point of personal privilege. When when the economy died in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and I moved down to Delaware with my dad and my mom and the family, I moved to a little town called Claymont, Delaware, and it was a steel town just across the border from Pennsylvania, right up in that arc. And I spent 12 years going to school there. Well, actually not 12, I started in third grade. At any rate, I went to a school, a little Catholic school called Holy Rosary, across some small police department and a fire hall. And everybody that I grew up with either became a cop, a firefighter, or a priest. I wasn't qualified for any of them, so here I am. But I admire the hell out of all of you. I really do. I'm not being solicitous. I mean it sincerely. And to the many parents, spouses, brothers, sisters who have to bury a piece of their soul in the deep earth, it's really tough stuff. It's hard as hell, as you all know it, to lose a colleague, to lose a son, a daughter, a husband. And I want to thank, if there are not many here, but I want to thank all the spouses of every one of you or your significant other, because every time you pin that shield on and walk out the door, they're worried whether they're going to get that phone call. Too many have gotten the phone call lately. And every day in this country, 316 people are shot, 106 are killed, and 6 NYPD officers have been victims of gun violence so far just this year. The same in the town north of me, Philadelphia, and my much smaller town of Wilmington, Delaware, Washington, D.C. 64 children injured by gun violence so far this year, 26 killed. It's enough. Enough is enough, because we know we can do things about this, but for the resistance we're getting from some sectors of the government and the Congress and the state legislatures and the organizational structures out there. You know, Mayor Adams, you and I agree. The answer is not to abandon our streets. That's not the answer. The answer is to come together, the police and communities, building trust and making us all safer. The answer is not to defund the police. It's to give you the tools, the training, the funding to be partners, to be protectors, and community needs you, and know the community. You know, policing that treats everyone with respect and dignity. That's why I called on the Congress to pass a budget later this year that provides cities like New York and others with an additional $300 million for community policing. You know, where the police interact with the community, get to know the community, build trust in the community. And I've noticed in my experience when I wrote the first crime bill, I noticed that, you know, I don't hear many communities, no matter what their color, their background, saying, I don't want more protection in my community. I don't know. I haven't found one of those yet. And so I've asked the Congress to provide $200 million to invest in community violence intervention programs as well. They work. They work. Where community members with credibility work directly with people that are most likely to commit crimes or be victims of gun crimes. And they work. For example, in 2017, the program I'm going to see this afternoon, which sends people to the community, in the community to interrupt violence, to mediate conflicts, to de-escalate, succeed in preventing a single shooting from occurring in this largest public housing development last year. No shooting for a full year, because they engage directly with the community. You know, I know this is a priority for Senator Schumer, what y'all are doing here. If I hear one more call from him that we need more money for housing and more money for cops, I don't know. I'm going to send them back to y'all. But all kidding aside, this is $500 million of proven strategies, and we know will reduce crime. Congress needs to do its job to pass the budget. Every one of these folks here from Congress are all supportive. But, you know, it's time to fund communities, community police, and the people who are going to protect them. Look, as I said, we're not about defunding. We're about funding and providing the additional services you need beyond someone with a gun strapped to their shoulder, to their hip. We need more social workers. We need more mental health workers. We need more people who, when you're called on these scenes and someone's about to jump off a roof, is not just someone standing there with a weapon. It's someone who also knows how to talk to people, talk them down. We can't expect you to do every single solitary thing that needs to be done to keep a community safe. It's time to fund community policing to protect and serve the community. I'm also calling for increased funding for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the U.S. Marshal's offices. I'm confident that if we fund these programs, we'll see a reduction in violence. In the next year's budget, I'm also going to try to double down on this investment. I think I got a lot of partners here in New York going to help. Mayor Adams, you say that gun violence is a sea fed by many rivers. Well, I put forward a plan to dam up some of those streams. You can count on me to be a partner in that effort. And I have the U.S. Attorney, United States Attorney General here with me today. And we put together a comprehensive strategy to combat gun crime in cities like New York, Philadelphia, Atlanta, and many other cities, San Francisco. First, we want to curb the flow of firearms used to commit violence. That includes taking on and shutting down rogue gun dealers. It's about doing background checks, as well as outright selling, making sure that people who are not allowed to have a gun don't get the gun in the first place. And again, for any of the press listening. This doesn't violate anybody's Second Amendment right. There's no violation of a Second Amendment right. We talk like there's no amendment that's absolute. When the amendment was passed, it didn't say anybody can own a gun and any kind of gun and any kind of weapon. You couldn't buy a cannon, and when this amendment was passed, and so no reason why you should be able to buy certain assault weapons. But that's another issue. And look, one of the things that we focused on, the Attorney General and I, and we're getting to the point where I think we're going to be able to have a real impact on it, includes going after ghost guns. Ghost guns are the guns everyone in this room knows that can be purchased in parts, assembled at home, no serial number, and can't be traced. And they're as deadly as any other weapon out there. But the fact is, they are out there. And, you know, this spring, the Justice Department will issue a final rule to regulate these so-called ghost guns. But there's more we can do. Across the country, police departments report sharp increases in the number of ghost guns found at crime scenes. That's why today the department is launching an intensified national ghost gun enforcement initiative to determine and deter criminals from using those weapons to cover their tracks. If you commit a crime with a ghost gun, not only are state and local prosecutors going to come after you, but expect federal charges and federal prosecution as well. We've also created a strike force to crack down on illegal gun trafficking across state lines. As the mayor said, as he pointed out, guns that are used to kill people in New York City, they aren't made in New York City, they aren't sold in New York City, they are sold in other places. Today, the Attorney General directed all U.S. attorneys in the United States to prioritize combating gun trafficking across state lines and city boundaries. The Justice Department is sending additional prosecutorial resources to help shut down what's referred to, as you all know, as the iron pipeline that funnels guns from shops in states like Georgia to crime scenes in Baltimore and Philadelphia and New York and so many other places. Governor, you worked with the mayor and the NYPD and 9 other states to create an interstate task force on illegal guns. That's the kind of leadership that's going to solve the problem. And I'm eager to hear more about that progress. And folks, second thing I want to point out is I want to help every major city follow New York's lead to put together partnerships like this one you put together and meet on a daily basis. Every day here in New York City, like this meeting today, federal, state, and local enforcement meet to share intelligence about arrests, shootings from the day before, and work to take those shooters off the street as quickly as possible. Just look around. This is what the partnership looks like, and this is what you put together. And it's an important partnership. We need more cities adopting the same model. That's why today the Attorney General is also directing U.S. attorneys to work with state and local law enforcement to strengthen partnerships like this one and to get repeat gun violence offenders off the street and behind bars. You know, I want more cities and states to use some of the $350 billion we sent to them on the American Rescue Plan to fight crime, to keep our communities safe, by hiring more police officers for community policing and paying police overtime, and purchasing gun-fighting technologies like the technology that hears, locates gunshots, so there can be immediate response because you know exactly where it came from. The third thing our plan calls for investing in critical services that reduce crime and violence. Community violence intervention programs like the one I'm going to see after this meeting, summer school, after-school programs for teens. As the saying goes, the teacher taught me, an idle mind is a devil's workshop. We got to have things for these kids to do, jobs for young adults, more school counselors and nurses, more mental health required in school, and mental health substance abuse treatment as well. When someone finishes their time in prison, all our experience tells us you just can't continue to give them $25 and a bus ticket. They'll end up under the same bridge you arrested them in the first place from. And so I don't want them ending up back in prison or being there because they've committed another crime. We need to be able to train for and get a job, find stable housing, re-enter society, and have a second chance at a better life. My Department of Labor is funding programs that help formerly incarcerated individuals, including young adults, receive the education and training they need and then connect them to quality jobs. I'll keep doing everything in my power to make sure the communities are safer, but Congress needs to do its part too. Pass universal background checks, ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, close loopholes that keep out of the hands of domestic abusers weapons, repeal the liability shield for gun manufacturers. Imagine had we had a liability, they're the only industry in America that is exempted from being able to be sued by the public. Only one. Imagine had that been the way with cigarette manufacturers. Where the heck would we be? We'd be in tough shape. Why gun manufacturers? Because of the power of their lobbying ability. It's got to end. They got to be held responsible for the things that they do that are irresponsible. And folks, you know, it's the only industry in America, as I said, that's exempt from being sued. And I find it to be outrageous. And folks, these laws, if we are able to pass them, are going to save lives. And more equally importantly, help you protect one another and protect yourself. Put law enforcement in a safer circumstance. We have an opportunity to come to get together and fulfill the first responsibility of government and our democracy, to keep each other safe. So I want to thank you all. There's much more to say, but I probably already said too much because a lot of people are going to speak. But let's get this done. Let's get this done. And God bless the men and women who put their lives in line every single day to keep our communities safe. Now I'm going to turn it over, with your permission, to the Attorney General Garland. General?
Thank you, President.
Okay, so the president speaking in New York City today, backing the blue, kind of a change in sentiment after a lot of progressives on the side of defunding the police, but we know that that is not the right idea with a surplus of crime coming against first responders themselves. So this is a continued conversation with lawmakers about what the United States, what the country needs to do to curb this crime surge. Well, coming up after the break, we are going to switch gears a little bit, give you the very latest on the tensions between Russia and Ukraine as they continue to mount. Also an update from the Pentagon. Don't go away.
Soldiers from the 82nd Airborne Division now heading to Eastern Europe 1 day after President Biden ordered 3,000 American troops to deploy to the region. The situation here in Ukraine remains fragile. The country virtually surrounded by more than 100,000 Russian troops. On Thursday, Moscow kicked off large-scale military exercises in Belarus just to the north, while NATO countered with their own drills in the eastern Mediterranean. And on Capitol Hill, top Pentagon officials, including Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, are briefing members of Congress on the U.S. response, telling lawmakers there's new evidence Moscow plans to create a pretext for invading Ukraine by claiming the Ukrainian military attacked first.
We believe that Russia would produce a very graphic propaganda video, which would include corpses and actors that would be depicting mourners. And images of destroyed locations.
The military moves are also running parallel with a diplomatic effort, mostly taking place behind closed doors. Diplomats from Russia, Ukraine, France, and Germany are set to meet in Berlin next week with the goal of de-escalating tensions. And Ukraine is also accepting an offer from Turkish President Erdogan to help mediate between the two sides.
To achieve peace, we are ready to use any platform in any format as long as we put a full stop to the war. It is important that all are ready to do it.
In the event of war, the White House says the U.S. could restrict exports to Moscow. In Kiev, Ukraine, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Plus, an ISIS leader dies during a U.S. Special Forces raid in Syria. President Biden outlining this attack. Fox's Madeline Rivera brings us more on that.
Senior administration officials say this incredibly complex operation has long been in planning and went precisely as expected. The president giving the final go on the operation Tuesday. This is what's left of a building after U.S. Special Operations Forces raided it overnight in a counterterrorism mission in northwest Syria.
We went out and saw planes above us. 10 minutes later, we heard screams. Surrender. The house is surrounded.
The leader of ISIS, Haji Abdullah, is now dead after the suicide vest he was wearing detonated, killing his wife and children too. No American troops were hurt in the blast.
But thanks to the bravery of our troops, this horrible terrorist leader is no more. Our forces carried out the operation with their signature preparation and precision.
Syrian civil defense teams say they recovered the bodies of 13 people, including 6 children and 4 women who were killed in the clashes and bombing that followed the U.S. airborne operation. But senior administration officials argue some of the numbers don't align with their information, adding the victims were killed by ISIS terrorists and not by American troops.
I directed the Department of Defense to take every precaution possible to minimize civilian casualties.
Officials believe Haji Abdullah's death will be a significant blow to ISIS, calling him one of the terrorist group's few remaining legacy leaders.
ISIS right now is growing once again, so it's good to see raids like this.
Officials say there was also a mechanical issue with one of the U.S. helicopters during the operation. As a result, the military destroyed it. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Well, let's go out to the full Pentagon briefing. John Kirby talking about Russia and talking about that raid. What went right? What could have gone a little bit better? And what's next for the Biden administration? Take a listen.
So just a couple of things at the top here. As you've no doubt heard, last night, U.S. Special Operations Forces, under the control of U.S. Central Command, conducted a counterterrorism mission in northwest Syria that resulted in the death of ISIS leader Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurashi, also known as Haji Abdullah. Haji Abdullah was a very hands-on leader and involved in many day-to-day operations of ISIS, and certainly keenly interested in